Dreamkeepers. Dreamkeepers. Chapter 1. The Hidden Thread. Dr. Valerie Floyd had never believed in dreams, not in the way others did. She believed in patterns, brainwaves, neurochemistry, REM cycles. She believed in what could be measured, scanned, and graphed. Dreams were glitches in the wetware of the brain, random firings, memory cleanup, useless poetry stitched by neurons. At least, that's what she used to believe. Now she sat alone in the cold glow of her underground lab, staring at a corkboard pinned with centuries of myth and madness. Old gods and modern data, tribal chants and neural patterns, all forming a lattice only she seemed able to see. A tangled thread, drawn across history. A single idea binding it all. The dream realm is real, and it waits for us when we die. The world outside would laugh her out of the scientific community, again, if they knew what she was working on. But that didn't matter anymore. She had been laughed at before, and this time, she had data. Strange data. Impossible data. It began 3 years ago, when Valerie was analyzing end-of-life EEG recordings from coma patients. She noticed something she couldn't ignore, a pattern that shouldn't exist. In the last 30 minutes before brain death, some patients experienced a sudden spike, a burst of neural activity stronger than anything seen in waking life. Not hallucinations, not dying dreams, something else. A surge, a threshold, a signal. The spike matched brainwave frequencies found in deep REM sleep, but richer, more coherent, as if the brain wasn't shutting down, but shifting frequencies, like it was tuning into something larger, something outside the body entirely. She called it the Floyd spike, half joking, half horrified. The pattern repeated in patient after patient. Young, old, religious, atheist, even animals showed it. Cats, dogs, even a chimp in one controversial study. Each brain flaring before the final blackout. And then came the dreams. Patients who survived near-death events, those who flatlined and were revived, began to tell her stories. Vivid, structured dreams. Whole worlds, they claimed. Some were radiant, beautiful, others dark and endless, but all of them felt real, more real than life. One woman described walking along a river that whispered in her late father's voice. A boy described climbing a tree that stretched into the stars. A soldier claimed he spent weeks trapped in a gray city, where no one spoke and the sky never changed. Different people, different cultures, yet certain symbols repeated. A spiral of light, a doorway of smoke, a song with no sound. It was enough to shake Valerie from the foundation of everything she believed. So she started digging. What began as a research project turned into an obsession. She went to museums, tribal gatherings, and ancient libraries. She studied Vedic scriptures, Aboriginal Dreamtime stories, Egyptian tomb rituals, and Norse runestones. She learned how Tibetan monks trained themselves to wake up inside dreams. Dream yoga, they called it. The same frequency spike appeared during those lucid dream states. What if the brain wasn't just hallucinating at death? What if it was crossing over? There was a thread, thin but unbroken, linking the past to the present. Different cultures, different names, but the same truth. There is a realm behind the veil. You enter it when you die, and you are not alone there. She called it somnus, Latin for sleep, and the name of a forgotten Roman god. A code word, a label. Something to help her separate the terrifying truth from the rest of her life. But her life had already fallen away. Valerie's lab wasn't much to look at. Just a sealed room buried under an old observatory in the Blue Mountains. But it housed the most advanced neural interface ever built. She had funneled her entire grant into it, then blackmailed a few private donors with promises of immortality and tech that could breach the veil. She called it the lucidity engine. Not a machine to create dreams, a machine to enter them, to hold the dream frequency long enough for the subject to stay under, hours, days, maybe even weeks, fully conscious, fully immersed. If her theory was right, long-term dreaming could simulate the dying brain, and maybe, just maybe, pierce into somnus without dying at all. She only needed test subjects. But not just anyone. They had to be dream-touched. The criteria were strict. Not just dreamers. Not just believers. She needed people who had touched the edge of that other realm. People with a spiritual signature encoded in their blood and story. People who resonated with somnus. They were out there. Scattered. Unaware. Waiting. She found them like breadcrumbs on a path. Dreams reported in medical files. Strange EEGs. Sleepwalkers who spoke in dead languages. Mythic symbols carved into skin or surfacing in brain scans. She pulled each thread with care until 5 names revealed themselves, each tied to an ancient lineage, each carrying a piece of the map. Eka Kahu Raukura, age 25, New Zealander, living in Sydney. Tattoo artist, quiet, spiritual. Dreamt of his ancestors calling him from mountains of mist and stars. His REM sleep patterns were unusually stable. He remained in deep REM longer than anyone she'd ever recorded. Something inside him didn't want to wake up. He had carved a spiral koru into his chest after one such dream, not remembering doing it. Valerie tracked him down in the back of a tattoo studio in Redfern. He listened silently to her offer, then asked, "Will I see them again?" before saying yes. Andra Leif Andersson, age 34, Norwegian, former army medic, now living off-grid in the Lofoten Islands. Dreamed of Yggdrasil, the great tree. Described climbing its roots in sleep and hearing voices that sounded like thunder in Old Norse. Wore runes around his neck like armor. He didn't trust Valerie at first, but when she showed him EEG scans matching the 9 realms of Norse myth to dream frequency levels, he went silent. That night, he emailed her a single sentence, "I think I've been there already." Third, Jira Wamai, age 60, Aboriginal elder, Central Australia. Dreamtime wasn't a myth to him, it was his birthright. His dreams were songs, rivers, ancestors shaped from light and dust. He told Valerie that somnus wasn't the end, it was the return. He had no fear of going. He brought his own conditions, that no harm come to the land, and that she share her findings with his people when it was done. Quatriem Amara Dembele, age 29, Mali-born, raised in Paris, Egyptologist. Dreamed of pyramids, not just any pyramids, the ones that weren't in Egypt. She spoke of ancient structures lost to time, of tunnels that stretched into the earth and branched out into different dimensions. Her dreams were labyrinthine, woven with puzzles that unlocked parts of her subconscious she didn't know existed. When Valerie reached out, Amara laughed at first, but the dream patterns matched too well. She was a perfect candidate. So, reluctantly, she agreed to travel to Sydney for testing. Cinco, Diego Alvarez, age 40, Mexican-American, professor of psychology. He was the skeptic, the one who didn't believe. He dreamt of other people's dreams, rarely his own, always someone else's. He described dreams as a shared experience, one where the boundaries of self blurred and memories and thoughts collided with others' minds. He had written an entire book dismissing the idea of shared dreams as nothing more than collective imagination. But when Valerie presented him with the data of dreams leaking into one another, people knowing things about each other they couldn't possibly know, he went quiet. He would come, he agreed, but only because his career was on the line. Valerie paused, taking a deep breath as she looked at the 5 names. 5 faces, 5 lives, all of them connected by a thread that she could finally see. The lucidity engine was almost ready, and soon she would know what lay on the other side of sleep. But first, she had to convince them to trust her. One woman described walking along a river that whispered in her late father's voice. A boy described climbing a tree that stretched impossibly high, reaching into the night sky, where the stars moved like living things, guiding him toward a glowing city at the horizon. An elderly man spoke of standing on the edge of a vast plain, staring at a door made of light that beckoned him forward. But no matter how close he got, he couldn't pass through. Each story was similar in one aspect. They were all connected by a shared sense of being, an awareness of an existence that felt truer than the waking world, more vivid and more purposeful. There was something about the place they visited, something beyond the ordinary rules of time and space. Valerie, sitting in her cluttered office at the heart of the lab, began to notice the patterns. Ancient ideas about the afterlife, the underworlds, the heavens, the dream realms, echoed in the experiences of these patients. The Greeks had their underworld. The Egyptians spoke of the Duat. The Norse envisioned the 9 realms. Even the Aboriginal dream time seemed to fit. It was all connected. The idea of an afterlife, a realm beyond death, was not just a product of religious or cultural imagination. Valerie believed it could be explained scientifically as a higher dimensional space, a place where consciousness could linger after the death of the body. And then, one night, the breakthrough came. Valerie was alone in the lab, staring at the series of scans and recordings she had amassed over the years. She had been following a thread that led to an intersection of neurology and ancient cosmology. If the dream realm was real, it had to follow some kind of measurable pattern. And if that pattern could be identified, mapped, and understood, she could find a way to enter it. That night, after hours of staring at the neural maps, she finally saw it. The lucidity wave. It was a subtle fluctuation, barely detectable among the static of the brain's electrical signals. But when Valerie zoomed in, she saw that it wasn't random. It had structure, like a wave pattern moving through a space that could not be identified with traditional tools. What she had seen in the coma patients, in the near-death experiences, was the lucidity wave trying to emerge, a transition between life and death, or perhaps between one state of being and another. The lucidity wave was the key. She had to understand it, but it was still incomplete. There was something she needed to take the next step, a confirmation that this realm was not just a projection of the dying mind, but a real place, a real world. But where to begin? And more importantly, who would she test? Valerie didn't hesitate for long. The answer was clear, even though it wasn't a perfect solution. She needed to find people who had already experienced this phenomenon, people who had been touched by this strange other world, people whose lives had been shaped by it. Her initial search had been promising. One by one, she reviewed the records of near-death survivors, dream researchers, and individuals from cultures with ancient ties to death, dreams, and the afterlife. She began to assemble a list, 5 names, 5 individuals who had experienced the other side in some way, whether it was through near-death experiences, profound dreams, or spiritual encounters. These were people whose minds might be able to handle the unknown. Their neural signatures had been altered, shaped by the very forces Valerie was trying to understand. Each of them had something in common, a dream or vision that transcended the ordinary. But were they the right candidates? Could they survive the journey she was planning to send them on? Her breath quickened as she thought of the risks involved. Testing this hypothesis wasn't something she could easily justify, but she couldn't back down now. Too much was at stake. The first name on her list was Kahu Raukura. Kahu Raukura was a man with an ancient soul. At least, that's how he seemed when Valerie reviewed his file. He was a tattoo artist from New Zealand living in Sydney, and his spiritual beliefs were deeply tied to his Māori heritage. Kahu had spoken of recurring dreams since he was a child. Dreams where he was visited by his ancestors, who guided him through fog-covered mountains and beyond the veil of the living world. He had never questioned these visions, believing them to be a normal part of his spiritual life. But Valerie wasn't sure if these were just dreams or something deeper. He was a perfect candidate, a person whose mind might be prepared for the kind of transition she planned to study. Valerie had contacted him already, and he was intrigued but wary. Kahu's response was simple. "I've seen the place you're talking about. I've heard their voices. I'm not afraid to go back." Valerie exhaled slowly, almost unable to believe what she was reading. Her gut told her he was the right one. She knew it was risky, but she couldn't afford to hesitate. Kahu was the first of the 5. The second name was Leif Anderson. Leif had grown up in the remote Lofoten Islands of Norway, where the northern lights painted the skies in swirling ribbons of color. A former army medic, Leif had spent his youth in the mountains, steeped in Norse myths and stories of gods, monsters, and otherworldly realms. His dreams were more vivid than most. He spoke often of visions he had while sleeping. Visions of the world tree, Yggdrasil, and climbing through its branches into realms beyond. His dreams were unlike anything Valerie had encountered before. They weren't just dreams, they were experiences, rich with emotion and layered with meaning. The man had an innate connection to the world of sleep that Valerie couldn't ignore. When she contacted him, Leif had laughed, a deep, almost musical sound. But then he said something that made her blood run cold. "I've been there. I know it. I've seen it. I've crossed the river that divides us from that world." Valerie paused, reading his email again. If Leif had crossed into that world already, then he could be a valuable guide. Someone who had already ventured into the place she was trying to study. Maybe even someone who could lead the others through the journey. With the data in hand, Valerie knew she was ready. But she needed one more thing before she could begin. She needed to test the lucidity engine, the machine she had spent years developing to allow people to experience the dream realm consciously. But that would come later. For now, she only needed to gather her 5. She had their names, their stories, and their willingness. What remained was preparing them for the journey that lay ahead. The lucidity wave was the key. She had finally found it. Valerie leaned back in her chair, her pulse quickening as the weight of her discovery settled in. For years, she had been searching for the truth behind these dreams, the truth behind the flickering of consciousness that existed on the edge of life and death. Now she had the evidence. The wave was a signal, a doorway. She stared at the glowing screen, the complex neural maps unfurling like intricate webs. If the brain could tap into this frequency, could the mind exist beyond the body? Could the soul, if one dared to believe in such a thing, journey into a space untouched by time, where memories and experiences lived as realities? She felt a strange pull in her chest. It was as though the very idea of this realm had been calling to her for years, waiting for the right moment. Now, it seemed that moment had come. The lucidity engine was ready. Over the following months, Valerie worked tirelessly to perfect her machine. The lucidity engine was designed to sync the brain's neural patterns with the lucidity wave. It wasn't a machine to induce dreams. It was a machine to create a portal into the dream realm. If she could map the wave accurately enough, she could pull people into it, into a space where the rules of reality no longer applied. Her mind raced as she went over her notes. Theories, calculations, diagrams, and failed experiments had accumulated over the years. But now, she was on the edge of something extraordinary, something that had never been done before. She wasn't just studying the dream realm anymore. She was about to step inside of it. But there was one thing she couldn't ignore. One thing she still didn't understand. What happened when you entered the dream realm? Was it permanent? And if you crossed into the unknown, would you ever be able to come back? Valerie paused, her hand trembling slightly as she hovered over the console. The lucidity engine was connected to a series of neural interfaces designed to induce a state of hyperlucid dreaming. This would allow her test subjects, the ones she had selected, to experience the dream realm and bring back vital data. But would they be able to make it back? Would they ever wake up? In her mind, she heard the sound of her door opening, followed by the light scrape of footsteps. Valerie didn't turn around. She already knew who it was. "Everything ready?" a voice asked, calm and steady. It was Ethan, her colleague and longtime friend. He was the only person in her life who had stood by her throughout this journey, though he was often skeptical of her more radical ideas. Still, he believed in her brilliance. And when he looked at her, with those tired, understanding eyes, she almost felt like she could see the same weight of doubt she had been carrying for months. "Almost," she replied, her voice steady, though she couldn't hide the tension beneath it. "I've narrowed down the 5 subjects. They're ready to begin the trials." Ethan walked closer, his footsteps echoing in the sterile room. He peered over her shoulder, scanning the screen as he processed the data. Valerie had shared little with him about the depth of her work, but he was astute, and she could tell that he was beginning to realize what she was really up to. "Are you sure about this?" he asked softly. "I mean, really sure? This isn't just another experiment, Valerie. You're talking about crossing into a whole new plane of existence. What if—" She turned to him then, meeting his gaze. The seriousness in her eyes silenced his concerns before he could finish the question. "I'm sure," she said firmly. "I can feel it, Ethan. We're on the verge of something more than we've ever dreamed." A long pause hung between them, filled only with the hum of the lucidity engine powering up. The machine would soon begin its trials that would take them into the heart of the unknown. If Valerie was right, they would discover the true nature of the dream realm. And maybe, just maybe, she would find the answers to the questions that had haunted her for years. "I need you to trust me," she added, her voice softer now. "I can't do this alone." Ethan studied her for a long moment before giving a slight nod. He wasn't sure what she had found, but he knew she was too far down this path to turn back now. If anyone could navigate the dream world, it was Valerie Floyd. And if this was going to work, he needed to believe in her as much as she believed in herself. "All right," he said, his voice low. "Let's do it." Valerie turned back to the console, her fingers flying over the keys as she initiated the final sequence. One by one, the monitors blinked to life, each one displaying a different set of vital signs. The brain waves, heart rates, neural patterns of the 5 chosen test subjects. The machine was ready. The dreamers were ready. The only thing left to do was to take the leap. Across the world, 5 lives were about to change. 5 souls, chosen for their unique abilities to navigate the dream realm, would enter the lucidity engine's chamber. They would be the first to travel beyond the veil and experience what lay beyond death, the dreamlands, a realm that could hold answers to questions humanity had asked since the dawn of time. But not all of them would return unchanged. Some would find themselves lost, trapped in the lower realms, while others would rise higher, achieving levels of lucidity and consciousness that had never been seen before. And Valerie Floyd, she would be the one to guide them. One step into the unknown, with the fate of humanity's understanding of life, death, and consciousness hanging in the balance. With the press of a button, the journey began. Chapter 2. The First Dreamer. Valerie had always prided herself on control. The details, the preparation, the data. It was all part of a plan, a blueprint. But now, as she stared at the empty room in front of her, a sense of uncertainty crept into her chest. The lucidity engine hummed softly in the background, its metallic frame a testament to years of research and sleepless nights. But this was different now. Today she would test it, not in theory, but in practice. Today, the dreamers would step into the unknown. She glanced at the 5 profiles again, the faces of those who would risk everything for her experiment. The subjects were prepared, at least as prepared as they could be. They had agreed to enter the dream realm voluntarily, knowing that the journey could be perilous. The data she would gather from their experiences would change everything. But in her heart, a nagging feeling persisted. Her gaze lingered on Kahu Raukura's profile. The young man was the newest recruit. His Māori heritage, a thread she hadn't expected to find woven into this complex tapestry. It was as if his presence in the experiment had been guided by forces beyond her understanding. His profile was filled with words like spiritual, dream interpretation, and connectedness with the land. At first glance, he seemed like an anomaly among the others. But when Valerie examined the intersections of their backgrounds, it became clear Kahu was important. Each subject had a reason to be there, a reason connected to their lives, to their dreams, to their understanding of the afterlife. But Kahu was different. He was driven by a cultural connection, a belief in the dream time that spanned back millennia. This was no coincidence. The door to the lab opened again, and this time Valerie turned, finding Ethan standing in the threshold. His calm demeanor always helped steady her nerves. She had built this experiment with him by her side, but today there was no room for doubt. "Are we ready?" he asked, his voice steady but with an undercurrent of unease. Valerie didn't respond right away. She took a breath, adjusting her lab coat, then nodded. "It's time." Ethan stepped into the room, walking past the various monitors and electrodes scattered around. Valerie had designed this particular setup with each subject in mind. The lucidity engine would tap directly into their neural activity, guiding them into the dream realm with the precision of a surgeon. Once inside, they would be able to explore and interact, to uncover whatever secrets the dream world held. But there was one more detail to consider. Valerie glanced back at the control panel, where a small green light blinked, signaling the readiness of the machine. The brain waves of each subject were being mapped in real time, ready to be synced with the dream realm. They were close. "You've got everything set up?" Ethan asked, noticing her hesitation. "Everything," she replied. "But—" she trailed off, her thoughts circling. "I just keep wondering. If they're in the dream realm, what happens to them when we pull them out? Will they come back?" Ethan gave her a reassuring look. "You've designed this with the most advanced safety protocols. The brainwave stabilizers will ensure they don't go too far. You've thought of everything, Valerie." She nodded, but didn't quite believe him. Kahu was the first to enter. He stepped into the chamber, his movements slow, deliberate, as though he were preparing for a ritual. Valerie studied him, noting his calm demeanor. He wasn't nervous. He was ready. He glanced at her before lying down on the padded table. His eyes, dark and steady, seemed to pierce through her as though he were already seeing something beyond the lab's sterile walls. Valerie swallowed, then gestured for Ethan to initiate the process. Ethan hit a button, and the hum of the lucidity engine intensified. Wires connected to Kahu's temples, each one monitoring his brain activity. A neural interface slid into place, gently locking into his skull. Kahu's chest rose and fell evenly as he closed his eyes, his breath calm. Valerie watched the screen in front of her as Kahu's brainwaves began to sync with the lucidity wave. Slowly at first, then more pronounced, until they were perfectly aligned. And then, Kahu was gone. Valerie's heart skipped a beat as his brainwave activity disappeared from the monitor. She knew what was happening. He had crossed over, into the dream realm. But there was no telling what he would find once he was there. Ethan took a step back, standing by Valerie's side. The silence in the room grew thick, as if the very air had become charged with the weight of what was unfolding. Valerie continued to watch the monitor, eyes wide. Everything was proceeding according to plan. But that didn't erase the gnawing fear in the back of her mind. Was this really just a dream? Or was there more? Was the realm they entered truly a reflection of their consciousness? Or was it a gateway to something more profound? The next few minutes felt like hours. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Valerie broke the silence. "He's in," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Ethan nodded. "What now?" Valerie hesitated. She hadn't expected the next step to be so emotional. Her fingers hovered above the console, unsure. She had prepared herself for so many outcomes, but none of them had accounted for the powerful feeling that surged through her now. "We watch," she said, her voice steady but filled with awe. As the seconds ticked by, Valerie felt her pulse quicken. Her entire career, her life's work, had led to this moment. She had crossed into the unknown, and Kahu was the first to walk its shores. But what would he find there? The lucidity engine stood in the center of the room, bathed in the soft glow of the control panels. Valerie had always seen it as just another machine, a tool, a means to an end. But now it felt almost alive. The hum of its mechanisms pulsed with potential, vibrating like the heartbeat of some unseen creature. The 5 test subjects were ready, each of them standing silently in their designated pods, connected to the network of electrodes and IV lines. Each pod was equipped with sensors that would monitor their vital signs and brain activity, transmitting the data in real time to the control center. Valerie could monitor their every movement, their every thought, from the comfort of her chair. But as she looked at them, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. They were about to enter a world where the rules of life as they knew it no longer applied. A world that Valerie herself had yet to fully understand. For the first time, Her mind wandered to the safety of the experiment. What if something went wrong? What if they didn't come back? She quickly shook the thought away. This was the only way to uncover the truth, to push past the boundaries of the human experience. She glanced back at the console. Everything was set. The subjects were connected to the lucidity engine. Their minds synced with the frequencies that would pull them into the dream realm. Now, all she had to do was initiate the program. Ethan stood by her side, his eyes fixed on the monitors. "You sure about this?" he asked, his voice a mixture of concern and curiosity. Valerie met his gaze. There's no turning back now. With a final deep breath, she pressed the activation button. The room flickered briefly as the machines hummed louder. The lucidity engine activated, the systems whirring to life as the neural pathways of the test subjects began to sync with the dream frequency. Valerie's fingers hovered over the keyboard, watching as the readouts on the screens began to change. Their heart rates were steady, their brain waves fluctuating in patterns she had seen before. But this time, it was different. This time, they were on the threshold of something truly unknown. As the machines continued their rhythmic hum, Kahu Raukura's face appeared on one of the larger monitors. His expression was calm, though his eyes flickered with a subtle intensity. Valerie could almost see the connection, the pull, between his own spirit and the dream realm, the unseen world he had been raised to understand. His Māori heritage, his sense of the dream time, was different from the others, and Valerie had always felt that it gave him an edge. The connection between the waking world and the dream world was something Kahu believed in deeply, and she wondered how that belief would affect his journey. Kahu had once spoken to her about the dream time, the vast, fluid reality where the past, present, and future could coexist as one. It was an ancient concept, tied to the spirits of the land, the ancestors, and the endless ebb and flow of life. Valerie had listened carefully, fascinated by the depth of his understanding. She had never fully embraced such ideas herself, but she couldn't deny the weight of what Kahu believed. Now, as his body relaxed in the pod, Valerie wondered if his connection to the dream time would guide him through the dream realm in ways she hadn't anticipated. The process was slow. The subjects were adjusting to the frequencies, their minds adapting to the subtle shifts in reality. Valerie watched the monitors closely, noting the delicate changes in their brainwaves. The waves were becoming more structured, more aligned with the lucidity wave. The energy in the room grew heavier, almost palpable, as if the boundaries between the waking world and the dream realm were starting to blur. Then, one by one, the subjects slipped into unconsciousness. Their breathing slowed, and their hearts steadied as their minds drifted toward the unknown. Valerie leaned forward in her chair, fingers poised above the console, waiting for the next stage of the experiment. It was time for them to cross over, to step into the dream realm. The screen before her flashed briefly, an odd, pulsing pattern. The data coming through was different. Not entirely what she had expected, but it was close. Her heart skipped a beat. The neural patterns had taken on a rhythm she recognized. It was the lucidity wave. She smiled to herself. They were there. Kahu's face appeared on the largest screen, his eyes closed, his features relaxed. But this time, something was different. His expression shifted, just slightly, as though he was no longer in the lab, no longer tethered to the waking world. His body twitched in the pod as if he were moving through a dream, a world of his own creation. Valerie's pulse quickened as she monitored the signals. She was connected to them now, watching their every move as they navigated the dream realm. And in that moment, she realized she wasn't just an observer. She was part of it. The dream realm was vast and unpredictable, its landscapes shifting like a liquid canvas. Colors and shapes melted into one another, forming structures that defied the laws of physics. Time seemed to have no meaning, and yet there was a sense of order beneath the chaos. A subtle rhythm, a pulse that connected everything. Kahu opened his eyes. Kahu's face was calm, but Valerie knew him well enough to see the quiet tension in his gaze. He was the youngest of the five, yet his presence felt ancient, as though he had already traveled these unseen realms in ways the others hadn't. His connection to the Dreamtime, a belief held sacred by his Maori ancestors, made him an ideal subject for this experiment, though Valerie knew he wasn't just a test case. He carried with him a deep understanding of the invisible threads that tied life, death, and dreams together. His journey might uncover something no one else could. The machines began to hum louder as the syncing process accelerated. It was time. Beginning the transition, Valerie murmured, her voice barely audible. She pressed a sequence of commands into the console, sending the final signals to initiate the dream state. A soft, almost imperceptible vibration pulsed through the floor beneath her feet. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then the monitors flickered, showing rapid changes in brain activity as each subject's consciousness began to drift. Their heart rates slowed, and their breathing became deeper, more measured. They were slipping into the dream realm, crossing the boundary Valerie had theorized for so long. But as their neural patterns began to reflect those of deep, lucid dreaming, something unexpected happened. Kahu's readings spiked. A sudden surge of activity tore across the screen. His brainwaves spiked in a way that Valerie had never anticipated. The lucidity wave was stronger, more intense. Something in him was responding to the dream realm more forcefully than she had ever expected. His EEG showed clear signs of heightened awareness, more lucid, more alive than the others. "Valerie, look at this," Ethan said, his voice tinged with alarm. This is way beyond anything we predicted." Valerie stared at the monitor, her eyes widening. The patterns on the screen were shifting in ways she couldn't quite understand, almost as though Kahu was interacting with something beyond his own mind. A connection was forming, something more than just a dream. It was as though he was tuning in to the dream world on a frequency no one else could hear. His mind was attuned to the realms of the unseen. The air in the lab felt charged with anticipation. Valerie's heart raced. What was happening to him? Was this part of the experiment? Or had Kahu unlocked something new? Something that hadn't been seen before? Kahu's face was motionless, but his breathing was irregular. His eyelids fluttered beneath the electrodes, his fingers twitching slightly. Valerie could see it now. His entire body was reacting, responding to the unknown space he had entered. It wasn't just a dream. It was something else entirely. It was as if he had already crossed into the dream world with a deep awareness of its mysteries. "Ethan, adjust the parameters. I need a closer look at the connection," Valerie instructed. Her fingers moved quickly over the console, adjusting the settings to isolate Kahu's readings. The others remained stable, but Kahu was different. He was becoming the anomaly. Suddenly, the main monitor blinked. Kahu's body spasmed, his arms jerking violently against the restraints. A sharp, almost deafening hum filled the room. The lights flickered, casting erratic shadows across the lab. Valerie's breath caught in her throat. This wasn't supposed to happen. "Shut it down!" Now! Valerie barked, her pulse racing. But before Ethan could react, the lab's power supply faltered, plunging the room into darkness. The monitors went black, and the steady hum of the lucidity engine ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The power came back on just as suddenly, and the lab flickered back to life, but the screens now showed something wrong. Kahu's brainwaves were no longer just patterns. They were spiraling, as if caught in a loop of infinite possibility. But worse, something had changed. His vital signs were erratic, his body unresponsive. He was still alive, but his mind, his soul, seemed to have drifted too far. Valerie's heart pounded in her chest as she stared at the screens, helpless. "What the hell just happened?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Valerie's fingers hovered over the console, but the answer didn't come easily. She knew what she had seen. Kahu had crossed over, but not in the way she had anticipated. The dream realm hadn't just responded to him. It had claimed him. She looked at Ethan, her voice steady, but filled with a quiet terror. "He's trapped." Kahu's body remained still in the pod, but somewhere, deep within the dream realm, his consciousness was lost in the vast unknown. Valerie's breath came in shallow gasps as the reality of the situation sank in. The lucidity engine had worked, but it had done more than she ever intended. Kahu was caught in a place between worlds, tethered to something far greater than they had ever imagined. She had opened the door, but now she wasn't sure how to close it. Chapter 3. The Threshold. The world inside the dream realm felt strange, and Kahu's awareness of it was sharper than anything he had ever experienced. His senses tingled as if every fiber of his being was alert, ready to absorb the vibrations of this new, unseen space. He was standing on a vast expanse of soft, shifting sand, his bare feet sinking slightly with every step. The sky above him was a deep indigo, with stars that glimmered like jewels, their light pulsing in time with the steady rhythm of his own breath. The air was warm and smelled faintly of earth, but there was something other about it. The landscape stretched out before him in endless waves, and yet, in the distance, he saw something that caught his attention. A flicker of light, a distant figure. He knew, somehow, that he wasn't alone here. The sense of weightlessness that came with being in this dream world felt natural. His mind did not question it, it just accepted it. It was as if the laws of gravity no longer applied, yet at the same time, he felt tethered to this place. As if the ground beneath him held more meaning than the surface of mere earth. He wasn't sure how he knew, but Kahu instinctively began walking toward the light. The path was unclear, yet his feet moved without hesitation, guided by an unseen force, drawing him forward. Each step was like a conversation with the sand, with the earth beneath him, a silent exchange of energy. The horizon seemed to stretch and contract in waves, like the pulse of some massive, slumbering creature. A voice, soft, yet powerful, echoed in his mind. "You have come." It was both a statement and a question, as if the realm itself recognized his presence. "I have come," Kahu thought back. His voice, though silent, vibrated through him, resonating deep within his chest. But there was something peculiar about the thought. It felt like it was not just his voice. He wasn't alone in his head. There was another presence with him. Valerie watched Kahu's neural data from the lab, her brow furrowed in concentration. His brainwaves were unlike anything she had ever seen. The spikes were erratic, almost erratic, in a way that suggested he was experiencing something beyond the realm of simple dreams. It was as if he was actively engaging with the dream space, communicating with it. "Are we seeing this?" Ethan asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I've never seen anything like it," Valerie replied, her fingers moving quickly over the console as she studied the data. "It's as though he's becoming one with the dream. But it's not just a passive experience anymore. He's interacting with it." She wasn't sure what that meant, but the data was undeniable. Kahu was moving through the dream world with an autonomy that was unprecedented. Valerie had designed the experiment with the hope that the subjects would simply enter the dream realm and bring back data. But Kahu was doing something more. He was alive in the dream, more awake than he had ever been. Kahu walked toward the figure in the distance. As he got closer, he began to make out the details. It was a person, tall, draped in robes that shimmered with a faint ethereal glow. The figure seemed to radiate an aura of warmth, the kind of warmth that felt familiar, almost comforting. When the figure turned to face him, Kahu's heart skipped a beat. The figure's eyes were the color of the stars, bright and endless, like the void itself had been distilled into two pools of cosmic energy. Their gaze was both distant and intimate, as though they had known him for centuries, or perhaps were waiting for him to arrive. "You have finally come to the threshold," the figure spoke, but this time the words came not as a voice, but as a sensation that filled Kahu's mind, sinking into his bones. He knew, deep within him, that this was no ordinary dream. This was the beginning of something much greater, something that connected him to the very heart of the universe. "I don't understand," Kahu spoke, his voice calm but full of wonder. "What is this place? What am I meant to do here?" The figure nodded slowly, as if they had expected the question. "You are here to remember," they replied, "to remember the truth of your soul, the reason you walk between worlds. Your spirit has traveled through time and space to return here, to the place where all beginnings meet. You are not the first to come, and you will not be the last." Kahu's chest tightened. The weight of their words settled deep within him. His connection to this realm, this dream, was undeniable. But it wasn't just about the dream itself. It was something beyond that. Something ancient. Back in the lab, Valerie's fingers flew over the console, tracking Kahu's movements as he navigated the dream world. Her heart raced. This wasn't just an experiment anymore. This was real. She could feel it in her bones. And for the first time in her life, Valerie wasn't sure if she wanted to bring him back. Because what if this dream world was where Kahu truly belonged? What if they were pulling him away from something more important than their research? The question gnawed at her. Kahu's gaze never left the figure before him. "Remember," they whispered again, "the dream time is not a place for the living. It is a place for those who have passed. And yet, it holds the key to all things, life, death, and beyond. But you have crossed the boundary, and once you cross, you may never return." Kahu's heart pounded, but his resolve only grew stronger. He wasn't afraid. Not anymore. The figure stretched out a hand, and Kahu reached for it without hesitation, knowing that this was the moment of truth. "You have come." The voice echoed again in Kahu's mind, but this time it was accompanied by a sharp sensation, like a vibration deep within his bones. He stopped in his tracks, looking around. The distant light now appeared to draw nearer, pulsating like a heartbeat. The sky seemed to swirl, like a whirlpool of stars pulling him closer, urging him forward. "Who are you?" Kahu asked silently, his thoughts traveling across the dreamscape like waves in the ocean. There was a pause, and then the voice returned, clearer this time, as though the space itself was speaking to him. I am what you seek. Kahu's heart beat faster, and a flood of questions rushed through his mind. What was this place? Who was speaking to him? Why had he been called here? His feet moved forward instinctively, guided by the pull of the unknown. Every step seemed to carry him deeper into the heart of this strange, dream-like world. The air around him shimmered, and the soft, rolling landscape began to change. The sand beneath his feet was slowly replaced by solid ground, and the sky darkened, as if an unseen curtain was being drawn back. The stars blinked out, one by one, and a strange, iridescent glow began to take their place. In the distance, an enormous figure loomed, tall and impossibly thin, its features hidden in shadows. Kahu felt an overwhelming sense of both awe and fear. He didn't know why, but his instinct told him that the figure was important. It was like a dream within a dream, one that he couldn't control, but still knew he had to experience. As he approached the figure, it turned its head slowly, its gaze meeting his. There was no physical face, no eyes or mouth, just an expanse of glowing light. Yet Kahu felt it look directly at him, piercing through him. You seek to understand. You seek to enter, to discover. The voice was now more than just a whisper. It resonated through the very air around him, shaking the dreamscape itself. But you cannot understand what you have not yet become. In the lab, Valerie was glued to the monitor, watching Kahu's neural activity spike again. His brain waves had shifted into an entirely new pattern. The data was unlike anything she'd encountered, oscillating between levels of lucidity she hadn't expected. Kahu's state was evolving, but there was something unsettling about it. His brain is syncing with the dream frequency in a way that's unpredictable, Valerie murmured aloud, her fingers hovering over the controls. The fluctuations were unlike anything she had seen before, almost as though Kahu was communicating with something in the dream realm, tapping into it with a sensitivity that couldn't be replicated. Should we pull him out? Ethan's voice was filled with concern, but Valerie hesitated. She couldn't. Not yet. No, she replied softly, her gaze fixed on Kahu's image on the screen. Not yet. We need more data. This is what we've been waiting for. She couldn't explain it, but in her gut, she knew that Kahu was about to unlock something crucial. The dream realm was alive in ways they hadn't anticipated. He wasn't just a passive observer. He was beginning to shape the dream itself. Kahu felt the presence around him intensify. The glowing figure remained silent, but the feeling of being observed was overwhelming. The air around him hummed with energy, like an electric current running through his skin. He wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if the very essence of the dream realm was listening, waiting for him to understand something he hadn't yet comprehended. What do you want from me? He thought, the question echoing through his mind like a quiet scream. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though it were considering his question. Then, slowly, it spoke again. But this time, the voice was no longer just an internal whisper. It came from every direction, filling the entire space. We want nothing from you, Kahu Raukura. You have come here of your own will, driven by a force you cannot name. But understand this. The path you walk now is not one that leads to simple answers. The dream is not a place of clarity, but of transformation. You are not just a visitor. You are a part of it. Your mind is the gateway, and the gateway is changing you." Kahu's heart thudded in his chest, the words resonating deep within him. He hadn't known why he'd come to this place, but he understood now that it wasn't just an experiment. It was a test of who he was, of what he had the potential to become. The glowing figure extended a hand, its fingers long and translucent, like light itself. Kahu's body tensed, unsure if he should reach out, but something inside him urged him forward. This was why he was here, to face whatever came next. He stepped forward and touched the glowing hand. In an instant, the world around him exploded in light. Back in the lab, Valerie watched in disbelief as Kahu's neural data fluctuated wildly. The readings were off the charts, spinning in chaotic patterns. She pressed a few buttons, trying to stabilize the signals, but the system was overloaded. His brain was being flooded with experiences, images, sensations. Ethan turned to her, panic flashing in his eyes. "Valerie, this is beyond anything we've prepared for. We have to pull him out now." But Valerie was frozen in place, her eyes glued to the screen. Kahu was no longer just a subject in her experiment. He was something else now, something that was evolving in real time, pulling them deeper into the mystery of the dream realm than they had ever dared to go. The light in the dream realm pulsed, brighter and more intense than before. Kahu's body felt weightless, his consciousness stretching beyond the limits of what he knew to be real. He was being pulled into something vast, something ancient. And yet, at the same time, it felt familiar, as though he had always known it, always been part of it. And then, in the center of the overwhelming light, he saw something that made his heart stop. A door. But you cannot understand what you have not yet become. The words echoed in Kahu's mind, reverberating through him, around him. His body, although still grounded in the dream realm, felt unmoored, floating in a vast, unseen space. The glowing figure loomed before him, its presence both immense and intangible, like a guardian between realms. Kahu took a step closer, his heart racing with questions. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice silent but full of determination. "I came here to understand, to learn, to know what this world is and how it connects to everything I've believed in." The figure shifted, its form rippling like liquid light, and for the briefest of moments, Kahu thought he saw the outline of wings unfurling, great, sweeping wings that seemed to stretch across the very fabric of the dreamscape. The wings weren't made of feathers, but of pure, luminous energy, swirling with colors that Kahu couldn't describe. They moved as if alive, folding and unfolding in a delicate dance. "You seek knowledge, but knowledge is not the same as understanding," the figure's voice boomed, now both distant and immediate, like the sound of thunder rolling through the dream. "To understand, you must experience. Become the dream. Only then will you know." Kahu stood frozen in place. His mind raced. Become the dream? He had come here to study, to unravel the mysteries of the dream realm. He wasn't meant to become part of it. He wasn't meant to surrender control. The very idea frightened him, but at the same time, something deep inside him stirred, a part of him that had been dormant for years. Perhaps this was what he had been seeking all along. The figure extended its glowing hand toward Kahu, the light of its touch radiant, yet inviting. The air around him seemed to thrum with energy, as if the very space between them was alive. There was no fear, no hesitation. It was as if he had no choice. This was the way forward. To step into the unknown. To take the plunge and discover something far greater than what he had ever imagined. Slowly, he reached out and touched the figure's hand. Back in the lab, Valerie was still monitoring Kahu's progress. Her fingers hovered over the controls as his brainwave patterns suddenly spiked to an extreme. His heart rate increased, his breath becoming erratic. She could see his pupils dilating on the monitor. The readings were so intense that she feared the worst. "What the hell is happening?" she muttered under her breath. Ethan, who had been standing by her side, watched the monitors with growing concern. "This isn't normal. Look at his data. It's off the charts. He's not just dreaming. He's crossing over, somehow." Valerie's mind raced. "I don't understand. He shouldn't be able to do this. The lucidity engine is calibrated to keep them in the dream state. It's supposed to be safe, controlled." But as the seconds passed, the readings didn't stabilize. They only grew more intense, more chaotic. "He's not just in the dream," Valerie thought with dawning horror. "He's becoming part of it." In the dream realm, Kahu felt his body shift. The moment he touched the figure, the world around him began to dissolve. The ground disappeared beneath his feet, and the glowing figure, once so immense, seemed to blur into the fabric of the dream itself. A feeling of weightlessness overtook him, and suddenly he was no longer walking on sand, no longer tethered to the earth. He was floating, suspended in a space that had no definition, no boundaries. The voice of the figure resonated in his mind again, but this time it was different. Warmer, softer. "You are not here to merely witness, Kahu. You are here to shape this world, just as it shapes you. Welcome to the dream time." The words reverberated through his being as the dreamscape rippled around him. Memories flooded his senses, visions of lands he had never seen, of people and places from a past he could not explain. Ancient landscapes, lost cities. He saw the faces of his ancestors, their voices whispering in a language long forgotten. The boundaries of time and space dissolved, and Kahu understood, for the first time in his life, that there was more to existence than he had ever dreamed. And yet, there was also something dark at the edges of this infinite space, a shadow that moved just beyond his vision, flickering in and out of existence like the forgotten corners of a dream. Something that didn't belong here. Back in the lab, Valerie was on the verge of a breakthrough, or a disaster. Her heart pounded in her chest as she watched the data unfolding before her. Kahu's vitals were spiraling out of control. She tried to initiate a recall, to pull him out, but the system wouldn't respond. "Ethan, we need to pull him out, now!" she shouted, her voice sharp with panic. But as she reached for the controls, something in her gut told her that pulling Kahu out now might be even more dangerous. He was crossing into something deeper, something she didn't fully understand. And what if, once he entered, he couldn't return? Kahu drifted further into the dream realm, his senses expanding. The boundary between what was real and what was imagined began to blur. This place, this dream time, was not merely a space of dreams. It was a place where the very essence of life and death intertwined, a realm where spirits roamed freely, guided by ancient forces. He wasn't just a witness to the dream time. He had become part of it. But at the edges of this infinite space, the shadow loomed ever closer, its presence growing stronger. Chapter 4. The Awakening. The moment Kahu's hand made contact with the figure's glowing light, the world around him seemed to dissolve. It was as though time itself stopped. The air, the sky, the landscape, all of it faded into nothingness. There was no sound, no sensation, just an all-encompassing, suffocating silence. His very thoughts seemed to drift away, like fragments of a dream that were slipping through his fingers. Then, a sharp tug, like a magnetic pull, drew him forward. Kahu felt his body move, though he couldn't see where he was going. His feet were no longer touching the ground, his body weightless, suspended in the void. He didn't understand what was happening, but somehow he wasn't afraid. The overwhelming silence was no longer oppressive. It was like a vast ocean of possibility, stretching out in every direction. Suddenly, light exploded around him. It wasn't like the soft glow of the figure, nor the dim, starry sky he had been walking beneath. This light was brilliant, blinding, and yet it felt welcoming. It was the kind of light that made him feel as though every cell in his body was being awakened. His senses flared back to life, one by one. He could taste the air again, feel the texture of his skin, hear the faint hum of the world around him. His pulse quickened as his body returned to its senses, and for the briefest moment, Kahu felt his identity, his humanity, snap back into place. The blinding light slowly dimmed, revealing an unfamiliar world, one that stretched out before him like an uncharted realm. The landscape was unlike anything he had ever seen, a place suspended between reality and dream. Towering trees with silver leaves swayed gently in the breeze, casting long, distorted shadows across the landscape. The sky above was a deep violet, dotted with swirling, ethereal clouds that moved with a strange, purposeful motion. Far in the distance, Kahu could see what appeared to be structures, cities perhaps, but they were hidden behind a thick, luminous fog that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeats. He stood in the middle of a meadow, the grass beneath his feet soft and shimmering with a subtle iridescent glow. His mind raced with questions, but as he took in the surreal beauty of this new world, he felt an undeniable sense of peace. There was a quiet stillness here, as if the entire realm was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Kahu closed his eyes for a moment, taking in the sensations. He could feel the energy of the place flowing through him. It wasn't just the land that was alive. It was everything. The trees, the sky, the very air. It all seemed to pulse with a quiet rhythm, a pulse that seemed connected to his own. Back in the lab, Valerie had her eyes locked onto the screens. Kahu's vital signs were fluctuating wildly. His brain waves were off the charts, more erratic than ever. She quickly scanned through the data again. His neural patterns were jumping between different frequencies, fluctuating between states of deep lucidity and something far deeper. "Ethan!" she called out, her voice shaking with urgency. "His brain activity. It's completely off the scale." Ethan was already at her side, looking over the data with wide eyes. "This isn't just dreaming. He's interacting with it. He's becoming part of it. We've never seen anything like this before." Valerie swallowed hard, her mind racing. They had anticipated powerful lucid dreaming, but this was something else entirely. Kahu was no longer just experiencing the dream world. He was actively engaged with it. She looked back at the screen, her gaze sharpening. Kahu's body was still connected to the lucidity engine, his vitals steady despite the chaotic brainwave patterns. But inside the dream, something had shifted. He was no longer just observing, he was within. Kahu took a step forward, his breath steady as he walked into the heart of the meadow. Every step he took seemed to draw him deeper into the dream, yet his awareness remained sharp. He wasn't sure how he knew, but he felt an undeniable pull in the direction of the glowing fog on the horizon. It was as though something, or someone, was waiting for him there. As he walked, the air began to shift, growing warmer. The trees around him seemed to bend inwards, as though the very environment was guiding him toward the misty veil. Each step carried him further away from the meadow, deeper into the unknown, and with every movement his mind began to focus more. It was as though the dream itself was molding around his intentions, wrapping itself around him, making him an active participant in the unfolding of this strange, wondrous place. The feeling of connection deepened. Kahu wasn't alone in this realm. He never had been. The very land seemed to be watching him, aware of his every thought. And as he stepped closer to the fog, the world seemed to shift once more. The trees thinned out, giving way to a clearing, and in the center of the clearing stood a figure, its form indistinct, but glowing with the same radiant light Kahu had encountered before. In the lab, Valerie's pulse quickened. She watched in awe as Kahu's readings continued to change. He was slipping deeper into the dream state, his consciousness expanding. But with every passing moment, the uncertainty within her grew. What had he encountered? What was happening to him? And most importantly, could they bring him back? Kahu stood there, taking in the strange, otherworldly landscape. It was as though he had stepped into a painting, a world that existed beyond any dream he had ever known. The air felt thick with possibilities, each breath he took drawing in more of the realm's unfamiliar essence. His senses were heightened, alive in a way they had never been before. The wind whispered in a language he couldn't understand, but somehow he felt it, understood it, as though his very being was attuned to the vibrations of this strange world. As Kahu's gaze moved across the meadow, his eyes landed on a figure approaching him. The person was silhouetted against the vibrant purple sky, their form shrouded in the same ethereal glow that seemed to permeate everything here. They moved with a quiet, graceful energy, each step deliberate, yet weightless, as if they were not bound by the laws of gravity. The figure drew closer, and Kahu could see more clearly. It was a woman, her features soft and undefined, her hair flowing like liquid silver. Her eyes, when she turned to look at him, were impossibly deep, like the night sky, with stars reflected in them. She was beautiful, but there was an otherworldly quality to her beauty, something timeless, ancient. Kahu instinctively took a step toward her. The woman's gaze met his, and for a brief moment, the world around him seemed to slow, as if the entire dream realm held its breath in anticipation. "You have arrived," the woman said, her voice musical, carrying a strange weight to it, as if each word was a story in itself. Her voice vibrated through Kahu's chest, making him feel something he couldn't explain, something primal, something eternal. Kahu's heart raced. "Where am I?" His voice echoed strangely in the vast silence, reverberating against the strange, glowing trees. "What is this place?" The woman's lips curved into a gentle smile, one that held an air of both knowing and mystery. "This is the threshold," she said. "It is the space between worlds, between the waking and the dreaming, between what you know and what you have yet to understand." Kahu's mind whirled with the implications of her words. He had known this place was different, but hearing her speak about it in such a manner made everything feel even more surreal. Was this the place the ancient stories spoke of? The dream time his ancestors had believed in? Or was this something entirely new, something beyond the scope of human understanding? "The dream time," he whispered, unsure of why the words left his mouth. The woman's eyes softened. Yes, the dream time, she said, as though the word carried its own weight, its own significance. The dream you once believed was only a story, but in truth, it is much more than that. It is the space where all things are created and all things return. Kahu's chest tightened with both awe and fear. "Am I dead?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, though the question burned within him. The woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she raised her hand toward the sky, and the stars seemed to shimmer in response. "This is not death," she said, her voice soft and deep. "But it is the beginning of something far greater than you can comprehend. It is the awakening." Back in the lab, Valerie continued to monitor Kahu's neural activity, her fingers moving in a flurry over the keyboard. His brain waves had leveled out for a moment, but there was a strange anomaly occurring, something that defied explanation. It wasn't a glitch in the system, but something beyond the realm of standard data. "Kahu, are you hearing me?" Valerie spoke aloud, though she knew he couldn't respond. But she had to try. There was a sense of desperation growing inside her. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, the unsettling awareness that something was wrong. Kahu's readings had stabilized, but they were also too stable for someone actively dreaming. His vital signs had leveled out to a point of extreme calm. The dream world, whatever it was swallowing him whole. Kahu stood, entranced by the woman's words, but the sense of urgency tugged at his mind. He couldn't stay here, not yet. He had to understand what was happening, had to find a way to break free of whatever grasp this place had on him. "I need to wake up," Kahu said, more to himself than to the woman. His hands clenched at his sides as a wave of panic rose within him. "I need to wake up. This isn't real." The woman's smile remained serene, her eyes not pitying, but understanding. "Everything you see here is real. This place exists in a realm beyond time, beyond space. Your body may lie in a machine, but your consciousness, your spirit, is here. You are not trapped. You are waking up." Kahu looked around again, feeling his own mind unraveling in a way he couldn't explain. He had always thought of dreams as temporary, a place to escape, to explore. But this place, this was different. This was too real. Before he could say anything more, the woman raised a finger, pointing to the sky, where the stars began to move. Slowly, a figure began to form in the sky, a massive, dark shape that loomed larger with each passing moment. "What is that?" Kahu asked, his voice trembling. The woman's expression darkened slightly. "That is the first test, the first challenge, the one who guards the path to the deeper realms." Kahu's pulse quickened. He wasn't sure if he was ready, but it was clear that this was just the beginning of a journey he could never have anticipated. He had crossed the threshold. Now, there was no turning back. In the lab, Valerie's eyes widened as Kahu's readings shifted dramatically once more. His heart rate skyrocketed, his brain activity spiking into levels she hadn't thought possible. He was about to face something, or someone, and whatever it was shaking the very foundation of his consciousness. The machine hummed louder, as if reacting to the rising tension in the dream realm. The figure in the sky grew closer, its form becoming clearer, dark and ominous. It moved with purpose, descending toward Kahu, as though it had been waiting for him all along. "Are you ready?" the woman asked, her voice barely audible above the growing roar of wind that had suddenly swept across the meadow. Kahu swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his decision. There was no turning back now. The woman continued to regard Kahu with a serene, knowing expression. You seek answers, she said, her voice warm but laced with an unspoken truth. But answers are not always what you think you need. What you are seeking is beyond knowledge. It is understanding. The truth lies not in what you are told, but in what you choose to become. Kahu's mind buzzed. The weight of her words settled in his chest, and for the first time since he had arrived in this dream realm, he felt something stir deep within him, a pull, a gentle tug on his soul. "Become what?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "How do I understand if I don't know what I'm supposed to do?" The woman's smile deepened, though there was a sadness in her eyes now, as if she had known this question would come. She took a step forward, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shimmer as she moved, as though the very earth was responding to her presence. "Understanding comes not from the outside," she explained. "It comes from within. You are more than your thoughts, your fears, your questions. You are part of this realm, and this realm is part of you." Kahu's heart quickened, and a sense of unease began to creep over him. He wasn't sure if he understood what she was saying. All he had ever known was the world of logic, of science, of answers. Here, in this strange place, nothing seemed to follow the rules he had spent his life studying. There were no equations, no formulas, no clear path to follow. "What am I supposed to do?" Kahu asked again, his voice more insistent this time. "How do I make sense of all of this?" The woman's gaze softened. She raised her hand, gesturing to the landscape around them. The trees, the sky, the shimmering ground, all seemed to pulse with life, as if the very air itself was listening to her words. "You must walk the path of the dream," she said gently. "You will encounter others along the way. Some will guide you, others will test you. But you must be willing to let go of everything you think you know. Only then will you understand what this world truly is." Kahu's thoughts swirled in confusion. The path? What path? And what was she asking him to let go of? He had always prided himself on his rational mind, his ability to break down problems and find solutions. But here, none of that seemed to apply. He was adrift in a sea of unknowns with no anchor, no map. "Will I find my way?" Kahu asked, his voice filled with doubt. "Will I understand what this place is? What it means?" The woman's expression softened even further, and for a moment Kahu thought he saw a glimmer of something ancient in her eyes. "The answers will come when you are ready," she said. "But you must trust the journey. Trust that the dream has a purpose, even if you cannot see it yet. For now, you must walk with open eyes and an open heart." She stepped back, her figure becoming more translucent as she did, as though she was fading into the very fabric of the dream. "Remember," she said, her voice now a soft murmur, "you are never alone, even when you feel as if you are. The dream will always be with you, just as you are a part of it." Kahu stood in silence, watching her dissolve into the ether, the last remnants of her light mingling with the glow of the world around him. Her words echoed in his mind as the landscape shifted once again, the colors of the sky deepening into a rich, midnight blue. The trees seemed to sway more urgently now, their branches creaking as though they were calling out to him, urging him to move forward. Back in the lab, Valerie stood frozen before the monitors. The readings were far beyond what she had anticipated. Kahu's brain waves were fluctuating between states of deep, transcendental awareness and moments of intense lucidity. It was as if he wasn't merely observing the dream world. He was becoming a part of it. This is not what I expected, Valerie murmured under her breath, her eyes never leaving the screen. Kahu was no longer just a subject in her experiment. He was, in a way, lost within this new reality. Was it possible that the dream world itself had chosen him for something more? Ethan's voice broke through her thoughts. Valerie, we've been monitoring this for hours now. He's showing no signs of coming out. What do we do if he can't wake up? Her fingers hovered over the control panel, but she didn't answer immediately. The fear that had been growing in her chest for the past few hours intensified. She had always known the risks of pushing the boundaries of consciousness, but this was something different. Kahu was no longer simply experiencing the dream. He was lost in it. Kahu glanced around again. The woman was gone, but her words lingered in the air like a soft, familiar hum. There was a pull deep within him, an unspoken call to move forward, to embrace whatever lay ahead. He stepped forward once again, the shimmering grass bending beneath his feet as he began walking toward the distant city that loomed on the horizon. Something inside him knew this was only the beginning of his journey. Whatever answers he sought, he would find them here. As he walked, the world around him seemed to breathe. The sky above shifted, its colors swirling in waves. The air seemed to hum with the vibration of countless possibilities, and Kahu realized, with sudden clarity, that the dream world was alive, pulsing with energy. And somewhere, deep within it, was the truth he had come here to uncover. Chapter 5. The Other Side. Kahu stood still in the glowing meadow, his mind racing with questions, but the answers felt elusive. The woman's words echoed in his mind, and yet they didn't seem to bring him closer to clarity. Let go of everything you think you know. The idea was so foreign to him. How could he possibly let go of everything he had worked so hard to understand? Science, logic, reason, those were the tools he had always relied on. But this was not the world of science. This was something beyond anything he had ever imagined. The woman, as if sensing his confusion, gave him a soft nod. "You must trust yourself," she said, her voice calm, steady, like the sound of a river flowing over stones. "You are not alone in this place. Others have come before you, and others will come after. The path is ever-changing, but you will find your way through." Kahu nodded, though his mind felt anything but at peace. He had come here to uncover the truth, to understand the nature of the dream realm, but now he wasn't sure what truth he was searching for, or if it was even something that could be understood in the way he had once thought. "What happens next?" Kahu asked, still unsure of what he was meant to do. The woman's smile faded slightly as she glanced toward the horizon, where the thick, glowing fog still lingered. "You must walk into the fog. It is the way forward," she said, her voice filled with an unspoken depth. "It will lead you to where you need to go." Kahu looked toward the fog, uncertainty building in his chest. It seemed impossibly thick, like an impenetrable wall of light that blurred everything beyond it. What was hidden in that fog? And what would happen if he walked into it? He glanced back at the woman, his throat tightening. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," he admitted. "I don't know if I can leave everything behind." The woman's gaze softened, as if she understood his hesitation. "The world you knew is still there," she said gently. "This place does not take away your past. It asks you to embrace the present, to live in the now. It is not about forgetting, but about understanding that you are more than what you have been told you are. You are more than your past, more than your fears." Kahu stood silently, her words sinking into him, finding cracks in his thoughts where they could take root. The notion that he was more than what he had been made to believe was both liberating and terrifying. He had always felt tied to the concrete, the logical. But here, this was something entirely different. Taking a deep breath, Kahu glanced once more toward the fog. With no clear answer in his mind, only the faintest tug of curiosity, he took the first step forward. In the lab, Valerie watched Kahu's vitals closely. His heart rate had increased again, though it had steadied somewhat since his initial immersion into the dream realm. His neural activity was spiking in unusual ways, and, for the first time, Valerie found herself second-guessing the ethics of this experiment. She had been so focused on the potential scientific breakthrough, but seeing Kahu's reactions firsthand gave her a new perspective. He wasn't just a subject. He was a person. She quickly typed out some notes in her journal, making sure to document the changes in his brainwave patterns. He was experiencing something deep, something more than a simple lucid dream. This was far beyond anything she had anticipated. But the deeper question remained. What was waiting for him on the other side of the fog? Apologies for the interruption. That was the beginning of Part 1 for Chapter 5. Let me continue the section to make it complete. Kahu stood silently, her words sinking into him, finding their way into the deeper, quieter places inside his mind. He understood what she was saying, but it was still difficult to fully accept. How could he embrace the unknown when it seemed so vast, so completely different from everything he knew? He looked back at the fog, now swirling with strange, almost hypnotic patterns. The glowing mist seemed to beckon him, promising answers, but also withholding them. Every fiber of his being screamed for caution, for hesitation. But something else stirred in his chest, urging him to move forward. The woman, sensing his inner turmoil, placed a hand on his arm. It was light, but the warmth of it sent a ripple through Kahu's body. "Trust yourself," she repeated, her voice steady, reassuring. "The journey is yours to make. No one can walk it for you. You are the one who must choose." Kahu took a deep breath, letting it fill his lungs and steady his nerves. The fear was still there, lurking in the back of his mind, but he knew that he had no choice but to move forward. This was the path he had been led to, and now there was nothing left to do but walk it. With one last glance at the woman, he turned toward the fog and took his first step. As his foot pressed into the glowing grass, the ground beneath him seemed to shift, as if the very landscape was changing with him. The fog ahead of him parted just enough to reveal a faint silhouette, like a shadow moving through the mist. The figure seemed to be waiting for him, but there was no sound, no clear sense of what he was supposed to do. The air grew heavier as he walked, the mist thickening with each step. His senses were heightened, every little shift in the air seeming to vibrate through his body. The deeper he moved into the fog, the more he felt like he was leaving behind everything he had known. It was as though the world was shifting, the dream world and the waking world blurring together until he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Suddenly a voice broke through the silence, a deep, rich tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. "You have entered the other side." Kahu froze in place, his heart pounding in his chest. The voice was familiar yet alien, ancient yet new. It filled him with both awe and trepidation. He had crossed into a realm beyond his understanding, a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to bend and twist around him. The fog around him swirled, and a figure emerged from the mist, tall and cloaked in shadow. The figure's face was obscured, but Kahu could feel its presence, a presence that seemed to penetrate his very being, as though this being knew him in ways he could not comprehend. "You have come seeking answers," the figure said, its voice low and resonant. "But what you seek is not here. Not yet." Kahu's breath caught in his throat, the weight of the figure's words pressing on him. What did it mean? What was he supposed to find here? The figure stepped forward, its cloak flowing like smoke in the wind. It extended a hand, and Kahu instinctively took a step back. "There is much to learn," the figure continued, its voice now carrying a note of finality. "But first, you must face yourself." Kahu stood frozen, the fog swirling around him, closing in. He didn't understand, but somewhere deep inside, he felt the pull. This was only the beginning. Kahu's breath hitched as the voice reverberated in his chest. His senses were on high alert now, his entire body vibrating with an energy that felt both foreign and familiar. The fog around him swirled, as if it were alive, pulsing in rhythm with the voice that had spoken. It wasn't just a sound. It was an experience, an imprint left on the very air he breathed. "You have entered the other side." The words echoed again, but this time with more clarity, more weight. Kahu strained his eyes, trying to see where the voice was coming from, but all he could see was the swirling fog. It was as if the fog itself held the voice, wrapped it around him like a cloak. "The place you now stand in exists between worlds," the voice continued, its tone deepening. "Here, the boundaries of life and death, waking and sleeping, dissolve. Here, the truth of what lies beyond is revealed. Not in the way you have been taught, but in the way you must come to know it yourself." Kahu's mind raced. Was this the dream realm? Was this truly the other side? He had heard whispers of such places, of thresholds between life and death, between dreams and reality. But to stand here, feeling it with his own senses, was overwhelming. He wanted to reach out, to question the voice. But somehow, he knew the answers wouldn't come from asking. He took another step forward, feeling his feet sink slightly into the soft, glowing grass. As he moved deeper into the fog, the world around him began to shift. The silhouettes he had seen earlier grew clearer, distant figures moving within the mist, walking toward some unknown destination. There was no discernible path, no obvious direction. It was as though every step Kahu took created the world around him anew. The voice spoke again, this time softer, but no less powerful. "Do you feel it? The pull of something greater? Something that cannot be grasped with the mind alone?" Kahu didn't answer, but the question resonated within him, stirring something deep inside. Yes, he did feel it. The subtle, constant pull, as if the entire realm was drawing him in, urging him to continue. The questions that had plagued him back in the lab seemed distant now, as though they belonged to another lifetime. All that mattered now was moving forward, embracing whatever this realm had to offer. As Kahu moved deeper into the fog, the air began to change. It grew colder, the light around him dimming slightly, as if the atmosphere itself was responding to his presence. The figures in the distance began to take shape, revealing themselves to be people, humans, but not quite. Their features were blurred, indistinct, as if they existed only in the space between realities. Some were walking with purpose. Others seemed to drift aimlessly, their eyes vacant, their movements slow. Kahu's stomach tightened with unease. These were not people he recognized, not figures from the world he had known. Were they trapped here? Were they lost? The fog seemed to part slightly ahead of him, revealing a path that wound through the mist. It was narrow, barely discernible, but it was there, leading toward a distant light. He knew instinctively that this was the way forward. He was meant to walk this path. Without another thought, Kahu stepped toward the path. The moment his foot hit the ground, the fog around him seemed to swirl faster, as if it were eager to close in around him once more. But Kahu didn't stop. He kept walking, one foot after the other, feeling the cold air brush against his skin, hearing the strange murmurs of the figures around him. They didn't speak, but there was an energy to their presence, as if they were watching him, waiting for something. Ahead, the path widened, revealing a large, towering structure shrouded in the same glowing mist. It looked like a gate, an archway that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its surface shimmering as though it were made of liquid light. It was both beautiful and foreboding, a threshold between worlds. The closer Kahu got, the stronger the pull became, like a magnetic force urging him forward. As he stepped closer, the voice spoke again, this time louder, more insistent. The path you have chosen is not without danger. There are those who wander these lands, lost in their own dreams, their own desires. You must be cautious. The other side is not kind to those who seek to control it. Kahu's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Was this some kind of warning? He glanced around nervously, but the figures he had seen before remained distant, moving in their own patterns, oblivious to his presence. But there was something in the air now, a strange tension, a feeling that he was being watched more closely than ever before. The gate loomed ahead, its surface rippling with energy, inviting him to cross. As Kahu moved deeper into the fog, the air began to change. It became thicker, cooler, almost liquid in texture. Each breath felt like it was drawing something from within him, as if the very act of breathing was shaping the realm around him. The shadows of distant figures grew clearer still, but they weren't like people in the traditional sense. They were shifting shapes. Humanoids, yes, but their forms were fluid, translucent, flickering like reflections in water, as though they existed in more dimensions than Kahu could comprehend. Kahu hesitated for a moment, a nagging sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. He had crossed a threshold. There was no going back to the world he had known. This was not a place governed by logic, by the rules he understood. This was a place of experience, of transformation. His heartbeat quickened as he realized he was no longer certain what he was seeking. The voice came again, softer now, like a whisper that seemed to come from all directions at once. Here, there is no escape from yourself. Here, all things are reflected, magnified. You are more than your body. You are more than your thoughts. You are the dreamer and the dream. Kahu's mind grappled with the concept. What did that even mean? He was the dreamer. And the dream. Was he here to awaken something inside himself? To remember something he had forgotten? He moved forward, drawn to one of the figures that loomed ahead. It was tall, with a flowing robe made of shifting light. The figure's face was obscured, but there was a feeling of calm and peace that radiated from them. Kahu could feel the warmth of their presence, and instinctively he knew they were not here to harm him. As he drew closer, the figure turned slightly, as if aware of his approach. They didn't speak, but Kahu felt a subtle shift in the air around them, as if they were waiting for him to ask something. Waiting for him to take the next step. to make a choice. The voice, which had faded into the background for a time, now returned in a low hum, vibrating through his chest once again. You have questions, but questions lead to more questions. The answer you seek is not something that can be given. It is something you must become. Kahu's thoughts felt heavy, like they were being pulled in different directions. He thought of the woman he had encountered before, the one who had told him to let go of everything he thought he knew. He thought of the other travelers in the fog, their faces now visible, each carrying their own burdens, their own unfinished stories. In the distance, a glowing light flickered, distant, like a star, but pulsing with an energy that felt familiar, like a beacon calling him forward. Without thinking, Kahu stepped toward it, drawn by an instinct he couldn't name. As he moved, the ground beneath him shifted once more. The soft grass was gone, replaced by cool stone beneath his feet. The fog thinned, parting just enough to reveal what looked like an ancient temple, its walls covered in symbols that seemed to change and morph as he approached. The light he had seen before emanated from within the temple, casting a warm, inviting glow that contrasted sharply with the cold stone. The figures around him continued to move, flowing past him without acknowledgement. They seemed lost in their own paths, as if they had all been here before, traversing the same paths Kahu was now walking. He reached the temple's entrance, where the stones shifted and parted, revealing a doorway that beckoned him inside. A whisper in the air, softer this time, carried the voice to him once more. The answers lie beyond this door. Kahu took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever was to come next. The weight of the moment settled over him as he stepped into the temple, the door closing silently behind him. Chapter 6. The Veil of Time. Kahu's footsteps echoed in the vast, ever-shifting fog. It no longer felt like he was walking through a physical space. Instead, it felt like he was moving through time itself. Each step seemed to take him not just deeper into the dream realm, but further into the layers of his own past, his own self. The air around him shimmered with memories, snippets of moments that felt both distant and present, like flickering images in a long-forgotten dream. He paused, taking a breath, his mind grappling with the strange weight of the place. Everything here seemed to hold meaning. Every sound, every shift in the atmosphere felt like a whisper of something greater. Yet, there was a strange stillness, a silence that seemed to stretch on forever, as though this place existed outside of time, or perhaps within all of it. The Veil of Time, the voice had called it. But Kahu wasn't sure if time was something that could be understood here, not in the way he had always known it. Here, everything was fluid. Past, present, and future were like threads woven together, indistinguishable from one another, like a tapestry of existence. Ahead, Kahu noticed a faint light breaking through the mist. It flickered like a distant star, barely visible but enough to beckon him forward. As he moved toward the light, the fog seemed to part just slightly, allowing him to catch glimpses of shapes and forms, figures standing motionless in the mist. Some appeared human, others were formless, their shapes shifting and blurring like smoke. Their eyes, however, were unmistakably clear, glowing faintly with an inner light, and Kahu could feel them watching him as he approached. He had seen figures like these before, when he first entered the dream realm, when he had seen the woman with the silver hair. These were the beings of the other side. But now, as he drew closer, something else stirred within him, something deep and unsettling. He could sense their presence more keenly now, their silent gazes watching, waiting. It was as if they were aware of him in a way that went beyond the mere act of observation. They were studying him, assessing him, trying to understand him. Kahu stopped a few paces from the nearest figure, an older man whose features were blurred, like a portrait caught in a moment of fading memory. His eyes, however, were vivid, piercing, knowing. Kahu felt a strange pull toward the figure, as if something was beckoning him to step closer. But the man didn't move. He simply stood there, his gaze locked onto Kahu's. Kahu's throat felt dry. "Who are you?" he wanted to ask, but the words caught in his chest. The atmosphere around him seemed to vibrate with expectation, but there was no answer, no explanation, just the silent, unblinking stare of the figure before him. And then, as though the air had thickened, Kahu felt it. A sudden weight in his chest, as if something ancient was stirring, something long buried within the layers of time and memory. The voices in his mind were growing louder now, the whispers of his ancestors, of the ones who had come before him. They weren't speaking in words, but in feelings, in images, visions of his past, of the people he had known, the places he had been, the decisions he had made. For a brief moment, the line between the past and the present blurred, and Kahu found himself standing at the edge of a memory. He was no longer in the dream realm. He was back in New Zealand, standing on a windswept cliff, gazing out over the sea. His grandfather stood beside him, the wind tousling his gray hair, his voice low and steady. "You see, Kahu, the world is not just what you can see. It's also what you can feel, what you can hear beneath the surface. The land speaks, the ancestors speak. You just have to listen." The memory was vivid, almost too real. Kahu could feel the chill of the wind on his skin, the weight of his grandfather's words pressing into him. He wanted to stay, to listen, but before he could ask more, the vision shattered, like glass breaking into 1,000 pieces, and he was back in the fog. The figure before him was still there, still watching, but something had changed. Something inside Kahu had shifted. He wasn't sure what it was, but as he looked at the figure, he felt an overwhelming sense of recognition. It was as though he had always known this being, as though their gaze had followed him through every step of his life, from the very beginning, the veil of time. The words whispered through his mind again. This was not just a place between worlds. It was a place between lives, between moments. The fog wasn't just filled with dreams. It was filled with memories, past lives, echoes of everything that had ever been. Kahu felt a deep, unsettling truth beginning to emerge from the haze. The answers he was searching for weren't somewhere in the distance. They were inside him, woven into the very fabric of his being. To find them, he had to unravel the veil, peel back the layers of himself and the world he had known. The journey ahead would not be easy. It would require him to confront everything he had ever been, everything he had ever feared, and everything he had ever lost. But Kahu was ready. Kahu stood in front of the figure, his heart pounding with a strange mix of fear and curiosity. The figure's eyes held him captive, and Kahu felt as though the man was peering deep into the core of his being. There was no escape from that gaze, no place to hide. The man didn't speak, but Kahu could feel the weight of his silent observation, like 1,000 years of knowing and understanding compressed into a single moment. As the seconds stretched on, Kahu's unease grew. The fog around him had grown even thicker, swirling around the two of them like a cocoon, cutting off any view of the world beyond. The air felt dense now, suffocating almost, pressing in from all sides. And yet, despite the oppressive atmosphere, there was a calmness in the figure's presence, a kind of stillness that seemed to offer some measure of reassurance. Finally, Kahu broke the silence, his voice trembling slightly. "Who are you?" The man didn't respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand slowly, his fingers gliding through the fog like a leaf drifting on water. As he moved, the mist seemed to part, revealing something, a symbol, faint but unmistakable. It was a shape Kahu recognized from his studies, a spiral, like a coiled shell, but it was much older than anything he had encountered in his research. It was carved into the air itself, as if the very fabric of the dream realm had been etched with it. The figure's fingers traced the spiral, and as he did, the symbol began to glow faintly, pulsing in time with Kahu's heartbeat. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, vibrating at a frequency Kahu couldn't quite understand, but it resonated deep within him. It was as if the spiral was calling to him, as if it held the key to something important, something vital. "You know this symbol," the man said, his voice deep and resonant. It wasn't a question, but a statement. "It is the key to understanding this place. It is a symbol of cycles, of time, of life, of death. It marks the passage of all things, and it marks you, Kahu." Kahu's breath caught in his throat. How did this figure know his name? He didn't answer, unsure of what to say. The spiral continued to glow, its pulsing light growing brighter with each passing second. It was hypnotic, and Kahu felt himself drawn to it, as if it were calling him to understand its meaning. The man's gaze never left Kahu's face, his expression unreadable. "You have crossed the threshold, Kahu. You are no longer a mere observer. You are part of this cycle now, part of the fabric of the dream. You must learn to see what lies beyond the veil of time." Kahu's head spun. The veil of time. The phrase echoed in his mind like a mantra. The words meant something, but he couldn't quite grasp what. Was this symbol the answer? Was it the key to everything he had been searching for? Before he could ask any more questions, the figure gestured to the space around them. The fog parted further, revealing the landscape beyond, a vast, sprawling expanse that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. It was a world both familiar and alien, where the sky shifted in hues Kahu couldn't name, and the land beneath his feet seemed to pulse with energy, like the beating heart of some ancient force. The man's voice broke through his thoughts once more. "You are now on the edge of what you understand. This place is the meeting point of all timelines, all possibilities. Here, you will confront the choices that lie before you, choices that will shape not only your journey, but the journeys of those who follow." Kahu felt a chill run down his spine as the enormity of the words settled over him. He wasn't sure if he was ready to hear this, to understand what it all meant, but he knew that there was no turning back now. The man seemed to sense his hesitation. "The spiral shows you the path," he continued, his voice growing fainter. "But it is you who must walk it. The answer is not outside of you, Kahu. It is within you. The journey of the dreamer is a journey of self-discovery. What will you choose?" The figure's form began to fade, melting into the fog, leaving behind only the glowing spiral. Kahu stood frozen for a moment, feeling the weight of his words pressing down on him. The question, what would he choose, hung in the air, unanswered. He glanced at the spiral once more, unsure of where it would lead him or what it would reveal. But deep down, a part of him knew that the choice had already been made. The fog began to swirl again, and Kahu took a tentative step forward, drawn toward the symbol. As his foot hit the ground, the world around him shifted once more. The landscape was no longer the same. The air had changed, thickening, becoming heavy with the weight of 1,000 unseen forces. Time itself seemed to stretch and bend, distorting the space around him, as if the very nature of reality was being rewritten before his eyes. He looked ahead, his heart pounding. What lay beyond the veil? What truths would he uncover? Kahu felt a strange pull toward the glowing spiral. It was as if the symbol held the answer to everything, the key to unlocking the mysteries of the dream realm, and perhaps his own purpose within it. The light from the spiral filled his vision, expanding until it consumed everything around him. He blinked, his senses reeling, and for a moment he lost track of where he was. The world seemed to bend and stretch, the fog swirling into shapes and forms that were too vast, too complex to comprehend. The figure standing before him remained motionless, but Kahu could feel the weight of his presence like a constant force against his chest. It was a silent pressure, as if the very air was charged with expectation. The spiral pulsed in time with his heartbeat, each beat sinking deeper into his bones. "You must look beyond what you know, Kahu." The man's voice broke through the haze. "What you understand as time is only a construct. Here, in the veil, time is fluid, malleable. What you see, what you feel, are mere echoes of things to come, or things that have already passed. There is no clear path here, no map to follow. You must forge your own way." Kahu's mind swirled with questions, too many to grasp at once. What did this mean? How could time be malleable? He had always believed that time, like everything else, could be measured, quantified. But here, in this strange realm, it felt as if those rules no longer applied. "I don't understand," Kahu whispered, his voice barely audible. How do I even begin to understand this place?" The figure stepped closer, and Kahu instinctively took a step back, his heart racing. The man's eyes locked onto his, intense and knowing. "You already do," the figure replied, his voice both soothing and stern. "You've always known. The truth you seek is already within you. All the answers you need, you carry with you, but you must let go of the constraints of your waking life to see them clearly." Kahu shook his head, frustrated. "I don't. What does that mean? How am I supposed to let go of everything I've ever known?" The figure extended his hand, a gesture of both invitation and command. The spiral in the air began to spin faster, its light now blinding. Kahu's body stiffened, the sheer intensity of the energy almost overwhelming. It wasn't pain, it was more like a current, rushing through him, unlocking parts of his mind and soul he didn't know existed. "The veil is lifting," the figure said, his voice reverberating around Kahu. "You are not bound by time. You are a part of it, but you are also outside it. Here, you are both a dreamer and the dream." The words made no sense, yet they felt true, deep within him. Kahu's breath came faster, and he closed his eyes against the light, his mind racing. He felt as though he were floating, his body suspended in some strange, otherworldly state. The spirals of time, the cycles of existence, everything was connected in ways he couldn't yet understand. But deep down, Kahu knew one thing. He wasn't alone here, not in this place where time had no hold, where reality twisted and bent, where every corner hid a new truth, waiting to be discovered. Suddenly, everything shifted. Kahu opened his eyes to find himself standing on solid ground once more. The fog had lifted, the landscape around him now a vast and open expanse. The figure was gone, but the image of the glowing spiral remained etched in his mind. In the distance, something caught his eye. A figure, small and distant, walking alone through the open space. They moved with purpose, but Kahu couldn't tell who they were from this distance. Yet, he felt drawn to them. Without thinking, he began walking toward the figure, each step firm and determined. The world was still and quiet, and yet the air hummed with the energy of untold possibilities. The veil of time had lifted, but the journey was far from over. Kahu didn't know what awaited him at the end of his path, but one thing was certain. He was no longer the same man who had entered this realm. He was beginning to understand, and with that understanding came a deep, aching sense of purpose. Chapter 7. Shifting Realities. Kahu's mind raced as he stood in front of the spiraling symbol, its glow now so intense that it felt like it was cutting through his very soul. Every cell in his body seemed to vibrate in response, as though the symbol's energy was awakening something deep inside him. The figure before him remained silent, his outstretched hand still hanging in the air. An invitation and a challenge all at once. For a long moment, Kahu hesitated. The world around him felt like it was shifting beneath his feet, as if the very fabric of the dream realm was rearranging itself in response to his thoughts, to his presence. Time, as he had known it, no longer seemed relevant. It was as though the boundaries between his body, his mind, and the dream were blurring, dissolving into one continuous, infinite experience. The figure's gaze never wavered, its intensity unyielding. Kahu knew that in this place there were no distractions, no external noise. Everything he had ever known, everything he had ever believed, had led him to this moment. This was the threshold, the place where everything would change, or nothing at all. With a deep breath, Kahu stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the figure. The moment his foot touched the ground, the world around him shifted, the fog parting just enough to reveal a new landscape. It wasn't the same as before. The ethereal, fog-drenched expanse that had greeted him when he first entered this realm, this was something different. The ground beneath his feet was solid now, made of smooth, polished stone that stretched out before him, creating a path that seemed to lead toward an unknown horizon. Above him, the sky was vast and open, filled with swirling clouds that changed colors with each passing second, from vibrant oranges and pinks to deep purples and blues. It was as though the entire world was in a state of constant flux, the atmosphere alive with energy. And then, there were the figures. They appeared out of the mist, walking along the path in a slow, deliberate manner. They were not like the beings Kahu had encountered before. They were tangible, solid, humans, or something very close to it. Their faces were calm, expressionless, and their movements were fluid, almost graceful. But there was something unsettling about them, something about their stillness that sent a shiver down Kahu's spine. They seemed to glide effortlessly along the path, moving with purpose, but without haste. The figure Kahu had been speaking with remained by his side, watching the newcomers. "They are travelers," the figure explained, his voice low but carrying an undercurrent of something Kahu couldn't quite place. "Like you. They are walking this path in search of something, just as you are." Kahu watched them closely, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of their presence. "Where are they going?" he asked. his voice tinged with uncertainty. The figure tilted his head slightly, as if considering the question. They are walking toward their own understanding. What they seek is different for each one of them. Some may find peace, others may find knowledge, and some may find themselves lost forever. There are no guarantees here, only the path. Kahu absorbed the figure's words, feeling the weight of them settle in his chest. This place, this dream world, was more complex than he had ever imagined. There were no simple answers, no clear-cut paths. It was a realm of transformation, a place where the boundaries between reality and illusion were constantly shifting, where the self was both defined and undefinable. The travelers continued along the path, their faces impassive, their eyes fixed ahead as though they were seeing something far beyond what Kahu could comprehend. He wanted to speak with them, to ask them where they were going. But something in their expressions told him that they were not ready to share their answers. They were here for their own journey, not his. He turned his gaze back to the figure who had been guiding him. "And what about me?" Kahu asked, the question finally escaping his lips. "What is it that I'm supposed to find here?" The figure didn't immediately respond, but the silence between them was thick, heavy. Kahu could feel the weight of the question hanging in the air, and yet he knew that the answer was not something that could be given. It was something he would have to uncover on his own. "You will know," the figure said at last, his voice calm but resolute. "In time, you will understand what your purpose is here. But it is not something that can be rushed. The path you walk must be your own, and only you can determine the steps you will take." Kahu felt a sense of frustration rising within him, but he pushed it down. He had come this far, and now there was no turning back. There was only forward, into the unknown, into the ever-shifting landscape of the dream realm. Without urgency, as though time didn't matter to them, as though they were walking in a world that had no beginning and no end. Kahu watched them for a moment, unsure of what to make of their presence. Their faces held no emotion, their eyes vacant, and yet there was an undeniable sense of purpose to their movements. It was as if they were all heading toward something, though none of them appeared to be aware of one another. Kahu took a cautious step forward, his boots clicking softly against the stone. As soon as he moved, one of the figures turned toward him, its gaze locking onto his. For a brief moment, the air between them crackled with energy. The figure's face remained unreadable, but its eyes, those eyes, held a depth that Kahu couldn't fully comprehend. They were like mirrors, reflecting everything he had ever felt, ever thought. A whisper, faint but unmistakable, reached his ears. "Come with us." It wasn't a request. It was a command. Before Kahu could process the thought, another figure, standing slightly apart from the others, began to walk toward him. This one was different. Her face was not as blank, not as expressionless. There was a flicker of something in her eyes, something that seemed almost human. She stopped just in front of him, her eyes searching his, as if evaluating him. "You have questions," she said, her voice soft but clear, the words carrying an unexpected warmth. "But be careful what you seek. The answers here are not always what you expect." Kahu opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. The moment felt too heavy, too significant to waste on a question he wasn't even sure he had. Instead, he simply nodded, his throat tight, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The woman studied him for a moment longer, then turned, walking down the path with the others, her steps quiet but assured. Kahu instinctively followed. There was no other choice. The path ahead was calling to him, its pull undeniable. As they walked, the landscape around them continued to shift, the sky changing colors with each step, the ground beneath them undulating like a living thing. The air was thick with energy, charged with a quiet hum that seemed to resonate with Kahu's very soul. He couldn't explain why, but he felt like he was moving through something ancient, something vast and beyond comprehension. He glanced at the figures walking beside him. They hadn't spoken, but there was a sense of understanding between them. They were all here for the same reason, all heading toward the same destination. Whatever that was, Kahu knew it was something important, something that would reveal the truths of this place, and, perhaps, the truth of himself. And yet, despite the certainty that he was meant to be here, a gnawing doubt remained deep within him. What was this place? What were these figures? And more urgently, what would happen when they reached the end of this path? As the group continued to walk, Kahu couldn't shake the feeling that the answers to those questions were just beyond his reach, out of sight, out of touch. But the further they went, the more he began to understand. He had stepped into something much larger than himself, something that stretched across time and space, something that held the secrets of life, death, and everything in between. And whatever lay ahead, Kahu knew he was not walking alone. He was part of something far greater than he had ever imagined. Kahu walked alongside the figures, his footsteps mirroring their steady pace. With each step, the path beneath his feet seemed to stretch farther, the landscape shifting, bending, folding in on itself. The sky above rippled, like water disturbed by a stone thrown into it, each ripple distorting the stars that hung like pinpricks of light in the vast expanse. The woman leading him glanced back at him once, a slight curve to her lips that could almost be mistaken for a smile. There was a knowing in her eyes, a quiet understanding that Kahu couldn't quite place. He felt as though he was being watched, not in a threatening way, but as if someone were observing him with an ancient wisdom, waiting for him to come to some realization. They walked in silence for what felt like hours, though Kahu had long since lost track of time. The others moved in unison, their faces blank, their eyes fixed straight ahead, as though their destination was all that mattered. He wanted to ask where they were going, but he felt an unspoken understanding that asking would change the flow of this strange journey. Finally, the woman spoke again, her voice soft, but carrying an undeniable weight. "You're not like the others," she said, as if she were simply stating a fact. Kahu raised an eyebrow, his heart racing. "What do you mean? What do you mean, the others?" She paused for a moment, then turned to face him fully, her gaze piercing. "The others who walk the path without ever questioning it. They are lost, Kahu. They have given up their search for understanding. But you still seek. You still question." Kahu swallowed hard. He wasn't sure if he should feel comforted or more confused. "I don't understand. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here. Why am I here?" The woman's lips parted, but instead of speaking, she simply held up her hand, palm facing the sky. The air around them trembled, and Kahu's heart skipped a beat. He glanced upward, where the swirling sky began to shift once more, the colors bleeding into one another. The stars flickered, then vanished entirely, replaced by a swirling vortex of dark energy that seemed to pulse with life. "Do you see it?" she asked, her voice suddenly hard like stone. Do you see the truth? Kahu's breath caught in his throat. The vortex before him seemed alive, its tendrils twisting and spiraling into a shape he couldn't comprehend. It was as if the very fabric of the dream realm was coming undone, the world around him folding into itself, creating an endless spiral of darkness and light. Everything is connected, the woman continued, her voice growing louder now, like a distant drum beat echoing through the vast space. All of it. The dream realm, your reality, and every reality in between. Time is not linear here. It is not a fixed thing. It is a web, a tapestry of choices, actions, and consequences. The vortex in front of them grew wider, consuming the air around them. Kahu felt the pull of it, drawing him in like a magnet, a force he couldn't resist. His mind was racing. This place, the dream realm, the symbol, the figures. What did it all mean? How was he supposed to make sense of any of it? The woman's eyes met his again, their depths pulling him into them, almost hypnotic. You must decide, Kahu. You must choose how you will move forward, what path you will take. The veil is thinning, and soon you will have to face what lies beyond it. Kahu's pulse quickened. What lies beyond it? But she didn't answer. Instead, she motioned toward the vortex, the edges of her form beginning to shimmer, to blur. The choice is yours, she said, her voice now distant, as though it were coming from another realm entirely. But be warned, once you step through, there is no turning back. Kahu stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the vortex. His mind screamed with questions, but he knew there was no time to ask them. Whatever came next, whatever choice he had to make, it had to come from him. The journey had already begun. And now, it seemed, it was up to him to see it through. Without another word, the woman turned and stepped forward, disappearing into the swirling darkness, leaving Kahu alone with the vortex. He felt the weight of her warning, the gravity of the decision pressing down on him. The path ahead was unclear, but he knew one thing. Whatever lay beyond the veil would change everything. Kahu took a deep breath, the air heavy in his lungs. He stepped forward, his body trembling as he crossed the threshold, his mind echoing with the unanswered questions that would follow him into whatever lay ahead. And then, all at once, everything changed. The vortex before Kahu seemed to breathe, its swirling mass of dark energy pulsing like the heart of a god. It felt ancient, primal, as though it had existed before time itself and would continue to exist long after it had passed. Kahu's eyes were fixed on it, his body frozen in place. There was something mesmerizing about the vortex, a pull that seemed to tug at the very core of his being. It was both beautiful and terrifying, drawing him in while simultaneously warning him to stay away. The woman's voice broke through the heavy silence, low and steady. This is the truth you seek, the source of everything, the beginning and the end. The veil of time is not a place, Kahu. It is a state of existence, a layer of reality that holds all things, all moments, within its grasp. It binds everything together. Kahu's mind raced as he tried to process her words. The veil of time? Was this the truth behind the dream realm? Was this what it all boiled down to? His body trembled slightly as the vortex's energy continued to pulse, each beat reverberating in his chest. You're telling me that this place is part of something bigger? Kahu's voice was shaky as he spoke, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. That the dream world and everything in it is just a part of some bigger mechanism? The woman nodded slowly. Yes, But it is more than just a part. It is the place where all things meet. All lives, all deaths, all choices. They converge here. It is the space between the known and the unknown. The place where time as you know it ceases to matter. Kahu felt a surge of something deep inside him, a mix of awe and terror. The implications of what she was saying were enormous. This realm, this veil of time, it wasn't just a dream, it was a reality, one that existed between the tangible world and the unknown. It was where the fabric of existence itself was woven together, where all things, past and future, collided in one place. His breath quickened as the vortex seemed to draw nearer, its power now overwhelming. He could feel it deep in his bones, as if the very essence of reality was shifting around him. The figures around him, who had once seemed so distant, now stood motionless, their gazes fixed on the vortex with reverence and fear. Kahu felt as though the entire universe was holding its breath. The woman stepped forward, her expression hardening. "Do you understand now, Kahu? You are not here by accident. You were chosen. This place, the veil, the dream world, it all called to you. You must make a choice. The vortex will show you the path forward, but be warned, not all paths lead to the same destination." Kahu's mind spun. What choice? What path? He looked into the vortex, feeling both drawn to it and repelled by it. The energy inside seemed to twist and turn, and in the heart of it, Kahu thought he saw something. A face? Or was it just a trick of the swirling dark? "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The woman's gaze softened for the first time. "I don't want anything from you, Kahu. But this place does. The dream realm is a reflection of your soul. The path you choose here will determine what happens when you return. It will shape your future, your reality." Kahu's heart thundered in his chest. Return? He hadn't even fully understood how he had arrived here. And now he was being asked to choose his future? The weight of her words pressed down on him, and he could feel the gravity of the moment settling on his shoulders. The vortex pulsed again, its dark tendrils stretching toward him, and Kahu knew that the moment of decision was fast approaching. What would he choose? What path would he take? He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. This was it. The choice. The beginning of something that would shape not just his journey, but the fate of all those who had come before him, and all those who would come after. And as the vortex pulled him closer, Kahu stepped forward. Chapter 8. The Threshold. Kahu felt his heart race as he stood on the precipice of something he couldn't fully comprehend. The vortex pulsed before him, its energy vibrating through his body, sending waves of power through every fiber of his being. It was as though the very essence of existence was being funneled into this swirling mass of dark energy. And Kahu, along with everyone else around him, was a mere observer, powerless in its presence. The woman stood beside him, her expression unreadable. Her earlier words lingered in the air, and Kahu couldn't shake the sense that something monumental was about to happen. The other figures, silent and still, had already taken their places, forming a circle around the vortex, their attention locked onto the swirling mass of energy. Kahu felt as though he was at the center of something much larger than himself. "What now?" Kahu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman didn't answer immediately. She stepped closer to the vortex, her eyes scanning its shifting patterns. "Now, you will understand what you must do," she said softly, as though the words carried an immense weight. "The veil of time is not a place you enter by choice. It is a place that calls to you when you are ready. It has called to you, Kahu. His heart skipped a beat. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Called to him? He had never chosen to be here, never sought out this journey. But now that he was here, in this place between time and space, he realized that there was no turning back. The path ahead was uncertain, but there was something in the air that told him he had to keep moving forward. "What do you mean by ready?" Kahu asked, his voice trembling slightly. The woman turned to face him, her gaze sharp. The veil doesn't just reveal itself to anyone. It reveals itself to those who are on the verge of something significant. Something that could alter the course of history. You're here because you're meant to be. Whether you choose to accept that or not is up to you. Kahu swallowed hard. His mind spun as he processed her words. Alter the course of history? He wasn't sure if he felt ready for that kind of responsibility. He wasn't even sure what kind of power he had, if any at all. But as he gazed into the swirling vortex, he couldn't help but feel that this was bigger than anything he could have imagined. There was a force here, something ancient, something that transcended his understanding of the world. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," Kahu admitted, his voice low and uncertain. "What if I'm not strong enough?" The woman placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch surprisingly warm. "You are stronger than you think, Kahu. This is not about strength in the way you understand it. This is about acceptance. Acceptance of the unknown. Acceptance of the journey ahead. You don't have to have all the answers right now, but you must trust yourself and trust the path." Kahu looked into her eyes, searching for any sign that she had the answers he so desperately sought. But her gaze remained steady, unwavering. There was no comfort there, no false reassurance, just a quiet confidence that Kahu, despite his doubts, had to come to terms with. Taking a deep breath, Kahu looked back at the vortex. It was so much more than just a swirling mass of dark energy now. He could feel its presence, the pull it had on him, on all of them. It was as if it was waiting for him to make the next move, as if his next action would set the course for everything that followed. "I'm ready," he said, more to himself than to her. The words felt heavy in his mouth, but they also felt right. The woman smiled, her expression softening for the first time since they had met. "Then step forward, Kahu. The threshold is before you. The veil awaits." Kahu hesitated only for a moment before taking his first step toward the vortex. The air around him seemed to hum with energy, the very atmosphere vibrating in anticipation. The figures who had been watching silently now stood at attention, their gaze never wavering from the vortex. Each one of them seemed to be waiting for something, but Kahu didn't know what. As he moved closer to the swirling mass of energy, the world around him seemed to blur. Time and space folded in on themselves, distorting in ways that made Kahu dizzy. The ground beneath his feet felt unstable, as though it were shifting beneath him. And yet, in the midst of this disorientation, he felt a strange sense of clarity. The vortex was no longer just a force pulling him in, it was a part of him, a reflection of his journey. The boundary between the dream realm and his reality had vanished. He was no longer just a passive observer. He was a participant in something much larger, something that transcended both time and space. Kahu took another step, his body trembling slightly as the vortex's energy seemed to surge in response to his movement. The world around him became a blur of colors and shapes, but through it all, one thought rang clear in his mind. This was it, the point of no return. With a deep breath, he stepped into the vortex, The world seemed to collapse around him, pulling him into the center of the swirling chaos. The pull was overwhelming, but there was no fear in his heart. Only the certainty that this was where he was meant to be. The vortex in front of Kahu pulsed with an almost hypnotic rhythm, its dark tendrils stretching outward like fingers reaching for something beyond the veil of the known. Every pulse seemed to resonate deep within him, echoing through his bones, each beat of energy drawing him closer to an understanding that he wasn't sure he was ready to embrace. The woman continued to stand at his side, her eyes still locked onto the swirling mass. There was a calmness about her now, a certainty in the way she held herself, as though she had walked this path before, as though she had seen this very moment unfold 1,000 times. "You're afraid," she said suddenly, turning her gaze on him. "But that's normal. Fear is a natural response when faced with something unknown. The veil is not kind to those who aren't prepared. It shows you truths that may tear you apart before they make sense. It's not a place for the faint-hearted." Kahu swallowed hard. Her words felt like an omen, heavy with implications. He had always been someone who questioned everything, someone who had never feared the unknown. But this was different. This was more than just an unknown realm. It was the very foundation of existence. And if he was being honest with himself, it scared him more than he was willing to admit. "Why me?" Kahu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why am I here? Why am I the one standing on this threshold?" The woman's eyes softened for the briefest of moments, but the hardness in her voice remained. "Because you are the one who has the ability to see what others cannot. You have always felt the currents beneath the surface, the things hidden in plain sight. The veil of time has been waiting for you. It has known your name long before you even knew it was calling." Kahu turned his gaze back to the vortex. He could feel it now, deep in his gut. An undeniable pull. It was calling to him, yes, but there was something more. Something that told him the world he knew, the life he had lived, was no longer enough. This place, this journey, held the promise of something more, something that could change everything. As the vortex continued to pulse, the air around him thickened, becoming heavier, more suffocating. Kahu could feel the weight of the energy pressing against his chest, his breathing growing more labored. His body wanted to resist, to flee from the overwhelming force. But something inside him urged him to stay, to take that final step forward. "It's time," the woman said quietly. "Step forward, Kahu. Embrace the truth, or turn away. But know this, there will be no going back once you cross this threshold." Kahu stood there for a moment, torn. The decision before him was monumental. It wasn't just a choice to step into the unknown, it was a choice to change everything. To change his understanding of time, reality, and his very existence. His breath caught in his throat as the woman's words sank in. There was no going back. The pull of the vortex was undeniable now. Kahu's feet moved of their own accord, as if some unseen force had taken control of his body. He didn't know how or why, but before he knew it, he was standing directly in front of the vortex, his hand outstretched toward it. For a moment, everything went still. The world around him seemed to hold its breath, the air crackling with anticipation. And then, with a final, almost imperceptible shift, the world broke open. The vortex expanded, engulfing him in its cold, dark energy. Kahu felt himself being pulled into it, his body no longer his own, as though he was being unraveled and remade at the same time. There was a sound, like the wind howling through an endless canyon, deafening and disorienting. And then, nothing. For a long moment, there was no sound, no feeling. Kahu couldn't tell if his eyes were open or closed, if his body even existed anymore. He was adrift in a vast emptiness, suspended in time and space, with no sense of direction. It was as though he had been swallowed whole by the vortex, and now existed in a place beyond understanding. But then, slowly, the darkness began to recede. A faint light appeared in the distance, a shimmering glow that seemed to pull him toward it. His limbs ached as if they were waking from a long slumber, and his chest heaved as he took in his first breath since the transition. The light grew brighter, and the world began to take shape around him. At first, it was just a blur, but slowly the contours of a vast landscape began to emerge. A sprawling city stretched out before him, its towering structures made of smooth stone, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move. As Kahu's feet touched solid ground once more, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He had crossed the threshold. He was no longer in the place he had known. He was somewhere else, somewhere entirely new. And as the last vestiges of darkness faded, Kahu stood at the edge of a new reality. The world around him felt alive, pulsating with energy. Time was no longer linear here. Everything was in flux, shifting, evolving. And somewhere in the distance, he could feel the weight of the unknown watching him, waiting for him to make the next move, to take one step further. Kahu's heart thudded in his chest, the pulsing of the vortex now matching the rhythm of his own pulse. Every instinct screamed at him to turn away, to run back down the path from which he had come, but another part of him, something deep and ancient, called him forward. It was as if his entire being was tethered to this moment, and no matter how much he fought against it, the force would not let him go. The woman remained silent, watching him with a knowing expression. Her eyes held no judgment, only understanding, as though she had seen countless others struggle with the same fears, the same doubts, and had witnessed their eventual surrender to the unknown. "You must choose," she said, her voice cutting through the heavy silence. "This is where your journey begins, or where it ends. The veil of time will not wait forever. It will either consume you or guide you. But you cannot stay on the edge forever, Kahu." He turned to her, his voice shaky but determined. "What happens if I choose wrong?" She met his gaze, her eyes unwavering. "There are no wrong choices, but there are paths that lead to pain, and paths that lead to understanding. Both are necessary." Kahu took a deep breath, trying to steady the storm that was raging within him. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing on him, but for the first time he understood that there was no way to predict the outcome. There was no certainty, no roadmap. This journey, like the realm itself, existed outside of the familiar. The air around him seemed to hum as the vortex shifted, growing more intense. The dark tendrils now reached toward him, as though the very fabric of the dream was calling to him, begging him to surrender. Kahu felt the sensation of time stretching and bending, the moments blurring into something larger, more expansive. He stepped forward, his mind made up. As soon as his foot touched the ground, the vortex exploded in a burst of light, blinding him for a moment. When his vision cleared, everything around him had changed. The landscape had transformed entirely. The swirling colors of the sky had been replaced by a soft, golden glow. The path beneath his feet was no longer stone, but soft grass that seemed to shimmer as though it had been touched by light. The air was thick with the scent of flowers, fresh and sweet, and the breeze carried with it a sense of calm that Kahu had never known. He blinked, looking around in confusion. "Where am I?" he whispered to no one in particular. The figures from before, those who had walked with him, were nowhere to be seen. The woman, however, was standing beside him once more, her expression unchanged. "You are where you need to be, Kahu," she said softly. "This is the beginning, the place where all paths converge. Here, you will find the answers you seek." Kahu looked at her, his mind swirling with questions, but before he could ask anything, the world around him shifted again. The landscape distorted, folding in on itself like a great cosmic puzzle. And then, everything went dark. Chapter 9. Echoes of the Past. Kahu stood at the edge of the transformed landscape, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. The golden light bathed everything in a serene glow, and yet there was something unsettling about the peacefulness of it all. It felt too perfect, too calm, like a world crafted by a hand that had perfected every detail to an unnerving degree. As he stepped further into this strange new realm, the grass beneath his feet felt soft and welcoming, yet the air still carried the weight of the journey he had just begun. He looked back, half expecting the vortex to be there, to pull him back to where he had come from. But it was gone, vanished as though it had never existed at all. Instead, there was only the serene expanse of the golden plains stretching before him. A few scattered trees stood on the horizon, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, but there was no sign of the others, no indication of who had brought him here. The woman was nowhere to be seen. "Where am I?" Kahu wondered, his mind still reeling from the events that had led him to this moment. This was unlike anything he had ever imagined, and yet there was something about it that felt familiar, something tugging at the edges of his memory, something that whispered just beyond the reach of his consciousness. He took a deep breath and began walking, his footsteps slow and deliberate. There was a quiet sense of urgency deep inside him, a feeling that he had to keep moving, that answers lay somewhere ahead. The golden light bathed everything in an almost dreamlike quality, and yet Kahu couldn't shake the sensation that something was hidden beneath the surface of this peaceful world. The air itself felt charged, as though it were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As he walked, the landscape slowly began to shift. The golden glow gave way to shades of deep red and purple, the skies darkening as if the day were slowly giving way to dusk. The trees ahead were no longer gently swaying. They now looked like sentinels, their twisted branches reaching toward him like skeletal hands. A cold wind began to stir the grass, its chill cutting through his thin clothing. Kahu paused, unease creeping into his chest. The serene world he had entered was changing, and with it, the air seemed to grow heavier, as though someone, was watching him. He wasn't alone. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. At first, it was nothing more than a silhouette against the darkening sky, but as Kahu continued to walk, the figure grew clearer. It was a man, tall and imposing, his dark silhouette standing out against the eerie twilight. The closer Kahu got, the more details began to emerge. The man wore a cloak that seemed to ripple with shadows, as though it were alive, and his face was hidden beneath the hood. But Kahu could sense his eyes, dark, intelligent eyes, that seemed to be measuring him with a cold, detached gaze. Kahu's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively he slowed his pace. Something about this man felt dangerous, yet oddly familiar, as if he had crossed paths with him in another life. The man spoke, his voice deep and resonant, cutting through the tense silence. You have entered the realm of echoes, Kahu. Do you know what it means to hear them? Kahu's brow furrowed. Echoes? What do you mean? The man stepped forward, his movements smooth, almost predatory. Every soul that passes through the veil leaves behind a trace, an echo, a shadow of who they were, a fragment of what they've experienced. Some of us are drawn to these echoes, chasing the remnants of the past, seeking the forgotten truths hidden within them. Kahu felt a chill run down his spine. You're one of them? The man smiled, though his lips barely moved beneath his hood. It was a smile that didn't reach his eyes, a smile that made Kahu feel as though he were the prey, and not the hunter. No, the man said softly, I'm not one of them. I am the keeper of the echoes, the one who listens to the whispers of the past, and the one who knows what lies beneath. Kahu hesitated, but something deep inside told him that this man held the key to understanding where he was and why he had been brought here. The question was he ready to hear the truth? He took a step closer, his voice steady despite the unease tightening in his chest. What is it that you want from me? The man's eyes glinted in the dimming light, and for the first time he spoke with a note of something resembling amusement. What I want you to listen. I want you to understand the truth of your existence, Kahu, because you are not just a traveler in this realm. You are a part of it, just as much as the echoes themselves. Kahu felt a surge of confusion. I don't understand, he said, his voice low, a sense of panic beginning to rise in his chest. The man's smile widened, and his cloak seemed to ripple around him like a living thing. You will, he said simply. But first, you must listen to the echoes. As he spoke, the landscape around them began to shift once more. The red and purple hues of the sky deepened, and the wind began to howl as though some unseen force was pushing against them. Kahu glanced around, feeling the air grow thick with the weight of the unseen. You can't run from it, Kahu, the man said, his voice now a whisper, as though it came from the very air itself. The echoes will find you. Before Kahu could respond, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. A low, rumbling sound echoed through the land, vibrating in his bones, and the sky above seemed to ripple, the stars flickering like distant flames. The man turned and began to walk away, his footsteps eerily silent, despite the trembling ground. Come, he said over his shoulder. The echoes are waiting. Kahu hesitated for a moment, but the pull to follow was undeniable. He didn't understand what was happening, but he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that this was where everything began to make sense. And so he followed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. At first it was nothing more than a silhouette against the deepening sky, a shadow among shadows. But as Kahu's eyes adjusted, the figure began to take shape. A tall, imposing presence, its movements deliberate and slow. Kahu's heart began to race again, his instinct sharpening as he watched the figure approach. There was something unsettling about the way it moved, a sense of purpose in every step, as though it knew exactly where it was going and why. As it drew closer, Kahu could see more clearly. The figure was cloaked, its face hidden beneath a dark hood. The robes it wore shimmered in the shifting light, reflecting the deepening purples and reds of the world around them. It looked like something between a guardian and a wanderer, a being out of place in this tranquil yet eerie landscape. "Who are you?" Kahu asked, his voice shaky as he took a cautious step back. He didn't know if he was ready to face whatever this entity was. especially not in a world so strange and alien. The figure stopped a few feet away, its presence exuding an unsettling calm. A silence stretched between them, thick and heavy, before the figure's voice cut through the stillness. It was low, resonant, and carried a weight that made Kahu's bones feel heavy. "You are lost," the figure said simply, its tone devoid of malice, but imbued with a profound knowing. Kahu swallowed. "I'm not lost. I'm just trying to understand. What is this place? Where am I?" The figure tilted its head slightly, as if considering his words. "This is a place between places, Kahu, a threshold of sorts. You have crossed beyond the realm of time, and now find yourself standing on the edge of reality itself." Kahu's brow furrowed. The edge of reality? The figure's hooded gaze seemed to pierce through him, as if it could see into the very depths of his soul. "Yes," it replied, "you have entered a realm where all things converge, the past, the present, and the future. The veil between the worlds is thin here, and the boundaries that define existence are easily shattered. It is a place of both creation and destruction, of potential and peril." Kahu felt his breath catch in his throat. A place of both creation and destruction. It sounded like something out of a myth, something that was meant to be studied, not lived. And yet, here he was, standing in its midst, trying to piece together the fragments of a reality he couldn't fully grasp. "What am I supposed to do here?" Kahu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The figure paused, its gaze narrowing. "You must confront what you have always run from," it said, its voice unwavering. "You must face the truth that lies within you, the darkness that you have avoided, before you can truly understand the light that is waiting on the other side." Kahu's heart pounded in his chest. "The darkness I have avoided?" The words felt like a weight on his shoulders, a challenge and a warning all at once. He had always been someone who ran toward the unknown, always seeking answers. But now, faced with the possibility of confronting something deeper, something more personal, he hesitated. "What if I can't face it?" Kahu asked, his voice cracking. The figure took a slow step forward, its presence growing heavier, more intense. "You will," it said simply. "The choice is not whether or not you can. The choice is whether you will. You are here for a reason, Kahu. The path before you is your own, but it is also the path that leads to the awakening of all things." Before Kahu could respond, the figure raised its hand, and the world around them seemed to blur and shift. The sky darkened further, the stars flickering like distant fireflies, and the air became thick with a presence that Kahu could feel pressing down on him. It was as though the entire realm was holding its breath, waiting for something inevitable. "You are not alone on this journey," the figure said, its voice now a faint whisper in the air. "But whether you succeed or fail is determined by your own will. Step forward, Kahu, or turn back. The decision is yours." The figure's words echoed in the vast empty space, and for a long moment Kahu stood frozen, torn between fear and the undeniable pull of something greater. "Step forward," the figure had said. But what lay beyond this threshold? What awaited him in the unknown? Kahu took a deep breath. It was time to face what he had been running from. He stepped forward. Kahu stood motionless, the figure's words sinking into him like stones dropped into a deep well. His mind raced, trying to grasp the full meaning of what the being had said. A place where all things converge? The implications were staggering. He swallowed hard, trying to steady his pulse. "So, what happens now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Am I supposed to just wait? I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here." The figure did not answer immediately, instead taking a slow step forward. The air around them seemed to shift, growing colder still, but Kahu couldn't look away. There was something about the figure, something ancient and knowing, that commanded his full attention. It felt as though the figure wasn't just observing him, but rather seeing through him, into places even Kahu didn't fully understand. "Waiting is not what you will do here," the figure said finally, its voice carrying an odd sense of finality. "You must seek. What you have come to understand is only the surface. The truths you seek lie buried beneath layers of time, and only through action will you uncover them." Kahu took a deep breath. Seek. It seemed so simple, yet so impossible. He didn't even know what he was looking for, or what actions he was supposed to take. The world around him was changing by the minute, and the rules seemed to shift with every breath. "How do I seek?" Kahu asked, his tone laced with frustration. "How do I know where to go, or what to do?" The figure regarded him for a moment, its hooded gaze unreadable. "You will find your path, Kahu. You are already on it, even if you cannot yet see where it leads. The veil of time does not reveal itself to those who demand it. It reveals itself to those who are willing to listen, to understand." Kahu's thoughts were a tangle of confusion. He had come here expecting answers, expecting clarity. Instead, all he had received were more questions, more riddles. "Listen, understand," he repeated, shaking his head. "What do you mean by that? How am I supposed to understand anything when nothing here makes sense?" The figure took another step closer, its presence now looming over him like a shadow. "You must remember that not all things are meant to be understood in the way you wish them to be. The answers you seek are not found in your mind, but in your heart. You must trust what lies beyond logic, beyond reason." Kahu felt a coldness creep into his chest, a sense of unease that went deeper than the physical chill in the air. The figure's words cut through him, stirring something he couldn't yet identify. "Trust?" Kahu asked, his voice tight. "What do you want me to trust? I don't even know who you are." The figure stepped back, the shadows growing longer in the dimming light. "I am a guide," it said. "I have walked these paths before, and I am here to ensure that you walk them as well. But it is you who must choose how you walk. It is you who must choose whether you will find the truth you seek, or whether you will remain lost." A silence settled over them, the weight of the words hanging heavily in the air. Kahu stood motionless, processing everything the figure had said. His mind was overwhelmed, and the uncertainty he felt was suffocating. What was this place? And why had he been chosen to be here? Before he could respond, the figure began to fade into the growing darkness, its form dissolving like mist in the wind. "The answers are closer than you think," it said, its voice growing faint. "Trust in yourself, Kahu. Only then will you understand." And just like that, the figure was gone, leaving Kahu standing alone in the dimming twilight of the strange, ever-shifting realm. The wind began to howl, the once peaceful landscape now a mirror of the turmoil inside him. He had no answers, no clear path to follow. But the one thing he was certain of was that he could not turn back. The journey ahead was filled with uncertainty, but it was his to navigate. Taking a deep breath, Kahu stepped forward into the unknown. His every step leading him deeper into the mystery of the Veil of Time. Chapter 10. The Forgotten Path. The world around Kahu seemed to fade in and out of focus, each moment slipping away faster than he could grasp it. His feet, though planted firmly on the soft earth, felt as if they were no longer part of him, like he was simply drifting, carried by the current of time itself. He had expected answers, clarity, something solid to hold on to. Instead, everything seemed to slip through his fingers like sand. The figure, this strange, shadowed entity, continued to stand before him, silent for the moment. Kahu had the unsettling sense that whatever he asked, whatever he tried to understand, was just another piece in an intricate puzzle that he was only beginning to see. "You speak of understanding," Kahu said, his voice carrying a sharp edge, "but you offer only riddles. How am I supposed to know what to do next? How do I even know where I am supposed to go?" The figure's gaze softened slightly, its presence less imposing now. For a long moment, it did not answer, its eyes flicking to the horizon, where the darkening sky stretched out into infinity. "Perhaps it is not about knowing where you must go, Kahu," it finally said, its voice low and filled with an unspoken weight. "Perhaps it is about understanding that you have already started walking. This path, this journey, it does not reveal itself in a single moment, but rather over time, as you continue forward." Kahu was quiet for a moment, considering the figure's words. It was true, in a way. Every step he took, every decision he made, had led him here. He had been walking toward this moment for as long as he could remember, even if he hadn't known it at the time. But the uncertainty gnawed at him. The questions still remained, swirling in his mind like the vortex he had stepped through. What was he supposed to do in this place? What was the true purpose of his journey? And why had he been chosen? The figure seemed to read his thoughts, its eyes narrowing slightly. "The veil of time does not reveal everything at once," it said. "It will show you glimpses, fragments of what lies beneath the surface. But you must be patient. The answers you seek are there, but they will come in their own time." Kahu frowned, frustration building within him. He had never been one to wait, but something in the figure's calm, measured tone reminded him that perhaps this was not a world where his usual methods of action would serve him. This was a place where time and space did not follow the same rules. "What happens if I don't understand?" he asked quietly, his voice barely a whisper. "What if I can't find my way?" The figure's response was a simple, gentle answer. "Then you must learn. The veil has a way of guiding those who are open to its lessons. Trust in the process. Even when the way seems unclear, you must continue moving forward." Kahu looked down at his feet, the soft grass brushing against his ankles. The world around him seemed to shift again, subtle changes that only deepened his sense of disorientation. The path stretched ahead of him, winding off into the distance, where it seemed to disappear into the thickening fog. He took a deep breath and began to walk forward. This was a world where time, patience, and understanding moved at their own pace, where rushing forward would only lead to more confusion. Kahu had always been someone who sought to control his surroundings, to carve his own path with determination and will. But here, in this strange, ever-shifting realm, control felt like an illusion. He let out a frustrated sigh, but deep inside, a part of him knew the figure's words were true. Every moment in this place seemed to stretch endlessly, revealing only a fragment of a much larger picture. If he truly wanted answers, he would have to surrender, at least for a time, to the unknown. "I don't understand how waiting helps me find the truth," Kahu said, his voice quieter now, more reflective. "How does doing nothing lead to understanding?" The figure's expression was still hidden beneath its hood, but its voice was softer now, as if trying to reassure him. "It is not about doing nothing, Kahu. It is about listening. And sometimes, listening requires you to stop moving, to stop forcing the answers into existence. The truth cannot be coerced. It must be allowed to emerge naturally when the time is right." Kahu stood in silence, considering the figure's words. The wind whispered through the trees, and the ground beneath his feet hummed with the subtle energy of the world around him. The feeling of being out of control persisted, but something else began to emerge. An awareness, a realization that he was not entirely helpless. In this place, he could still choose. He could choose how to move forward, even if the road ahead was unclear. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to center himself. For the first time since stepping into this dreamlike world, Kahu allowed himself to truly be in the moment. No plans, no questions, just existence. The wind, the distant trees, the strange landscape that stretched out before him. They all seemed to speak to him, each element of the world carrying a message, though he couldn't yet understand what it was. The figure remained still, its presence a constant reminder of the unknown, but also a symbol of the guidance Kahu needed. It wasn't about controlling this place. It was about allowing it to guide him. "Tell me," Kahu began, his voice steadier now, "what is this world? What lies beneath it?" The figure lifted its arms slowly, pointing toward the horizon where the darkening sky met the twisted trees. "This world is a reflection of the choices that have been made, of the paths that have been walked before you. You see what you are meant to see, but behind the veil of your perception, there are deeper truths. The landscape you walk through is not only a place, it is a mirror of the mind, of the spirit." Kahu's brow furrowed, a sense of realization beginning to settle in his chest. "So, the world around me is connected to my own mind? My own choices?" The figure nodded slightly. "Yes, it is shaped by your perceptions, your fears, and your desires. But it is also influenced by the choices of those who came before you. You are not alone here, Kahu. You are part of a much larger story, one that stretches across the threads of time." Kahu's thoughts swirled. He had always considered himself an individual, a singular being. But now, hearing the figure's words, he understood that his actions and choices were not isolated. They were part of a greater web of existence. His journey had been shaped by those who had come before him, and in turn, he would shape the path of those who came after. The figure began to walk slowly, its dark robes trailing behind it. "Come," it said. "There is more for you to see." Kahu hesitated for a moment, but then, without a word, he followed. The ground beneath his feet shifted once again, the landscape gradually evolving as they moved forward. The air around them grew thick with a strange energy, and Kahu could feel the weight of the place pressing down on him. As they walked, the trees that had once seemed so distant now loomed close, their twisted branches creating a canopy overhead. The sky was growing darker, and Kahu could feel a coldness creeping in, as though they were descending deeper into the unknown. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, leading into the shadows. "What lies ahead?" Kahu asked, his voice tight with uncertainty. The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, it raised its arm, as if to point toward the distance. Kahu followed the direction of the gesture and saw, far off in the distance, a faint light glowing from within the trees. The light pulsed, as though it were alive, its rhythmic glow beckoning him forward. "That," the figure said, its voice now almost a whisper, "is the key to understanding." Kahu's heart raced. He didn't know what the light meant, or what it would reveal, but he could feel its pull. Whatever answers awaited him, he knew that the light was the next step in his journey. The figure began to move toward it, and Kahu, without hesitation, followed. As they walked, the air grew heavier, and Kahu's thoughts became more focused, more attuned to the environment around him. He could hear the faint murmur of voices carried on the wind, distant and indistinct. They seemed to echo from the past, from the farthest reaches of time. In that moment, Kahu felt a deep connection to the world around him, a bond that transcended time and space. This place, this realm, was not just a dream. It was a living entity, and it was speaking to him, showing him the hidden truths of existence. And he was beginning to understand. The figure lifted its arm slowly, pointing toward the horizon where the darkening sky met the twisted trees. "This world is a reflection of the choices that have been made, Kahu. It is not a world of simple beginnings and endings. It is a place where every decision, every action, creates ripples that shape the very fabric of existence. You have crossed into the space where time is both fluid and unyielding, where the past, the present, and the future coexist." Kahu felt the weight of the figure's words press down on him. This world wasn't just a place. It was an extension of something deeper, something more powerful than he could comprehend. His mind struggled to grasp the enormity of what was being said. If the world he was in now was shaped by the choices of those who had come before, then it meant there was something in him, something in everyone, that held the power to influence this place, to change it. But how? "I'm supposed to change this place?" Kahu asked, his voice full of uncertainty. "How can I? I don't even understand it." The figure's cloak rustled, a faint sigh seeming to emanate from it. "It is not for you to understand immediately. The choices you must make, the actions you must take, are not clear now because you are not yet ready to see them. You must let go of the need to control every moment, Kahu. Trust in the process. Trust that the answers will come when they are meant to." Kahu's frustration surged again. He had always been the one to take control, to act with purpose and direction. The idea of waiting for some cosmic revelation felt foreign, and the uncertainty gnawed at him like an invisible force. Was this how he was supposed to find his way? By simply existing, and hoping that the world would reveal its secrets? As if sensing his inner turmoil, the figure spoke again, its voice softer this time. "This place is more than a realm of time and space. It is a realm of possibility. Here, the boundaries that separate choices are blurred. Everything is connected, even when you cannot see the threads that bind it all together. What you do here matters, Kahu. Every action, every decision you make, reverberates across the layers of this world. Your presence is not an accident." Kahu felt a shiver run through him at those last words. Your presence is not an accident. The meaning of that phrase echoed through his thoughts like a distant drumbeat. He wasn't just here for no reason. There was a purpose behind his journey, a purpose tied to everything he had experienced up until this moment. But what was it? "What do you mean by that?" Kahu asked, trying to steady his breath. "Why me? Why am I here?" The figure stepped forward, its presence looming large, yet still calm. You are here because you were meant to be. The path you are walking is one that stretches far beyond the confines of this realm. It is a path that crosses dimensions, histories, and futures. You are a part of a much larger story, one that you will not yet fully comprehend. But know this, you have the power to change things. What happens next, Kahu, is up to you. Kahu's heart raced as the weight of the figure's words settled over him. He had always known there was something greater to his life than what he had experienced before. He had felt it in the way the world sometimes seemed to shift around him, the way his instincts guided him to places he didn't understand. But this was something else entirely. You have the power to change things. The phrase repeated in his mind, but the uncertainty lingered. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to change or how he was supposed to change it. But he had never been one to back down from a challenge. "Tell me what I need to do," Kahu said, his voice steady, determined. "I'm ready." The figure regarded him for a long moment, its presence almost too heavy to bear. Finally, it spoke, its voice barely a whisper. "The path ahead is fraught with danger, Kahu, but it is also filled with the potential for growth, for transformation. What you face here is not just a test of strength or will. It is a test of your very soul. The choices you make will not only shape your future, but the future of those who walk with you, the future of all realms." Kahu took a deep breath, grounding himself. This wasn't just a dream. This wasn't some random occurrence. This was part of something much bigger than himself, something he had been unknowingly drawn into. The figure had said he wasn't an accident. Now, more than ever, Kahu needed to understand why he was here, and what he needed to do to navigate this strange and mysterious world. The figure's words were a call to action, an invitation to move forward. But Kahu knew that to take that step, he had to confront the uncertainty head-on. He had to trust in himself, in the path that lay before him, even if he couldn't see where it would lead. The figure took a step back, as if allowing Kahu the space to process the weight of the words just spoken. "Go," it said quietly. "The answers will come when you are ready. But remember, the journey you are about to embark on will test every part of you. You must be prepared to face the truth." With those final words, the figure faded into the twilight, leaving Kahu standing alone in the shifting world. The landscape around him seemed to pulse with an energy he couldn't name, and in the distance he could hear the faint sound of a distant drumbeat, a call to move forward. Kahu took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and walked toward the unknown, determined to uncover the truth hidden within this world, no matter the cost. Chapter 11. The Tapestry Unfolds. The air grew heavier as Kahu stood in the quiet of the strange realm. The weight of the figure's words settled on him like a blanket of stone, its presence pressing down on him in a way that was both comforting and suffocating. Your presence is not an accident. What did it mean? Was he meant to do something here? Was this place his purpose? He shook his head, trying to clear the confusion. This place, with its endless landscapes, shifting skies, and strange energies, had left him with more questions than answers. How was he supposed to navigate it? How was he supposed to even begin to understand what had brought him here? The figure, still standing just beyond his reach, silent but ever-present, seemed to sense his growing frustration. It raised a hand slowly, as if offering some form of unspoken comfort. "You are not alone in this, Kahu," it said, its voice carrying a strange, almost comforting resonance. Your journey has only just begun, and already you have taken steps that will lead you to what you seek. Trust yourself, and trust the path you have chosen. Kahu swallowed hard, trying to push past the unease that gnawed at him. He wanted to believe the figure, wanted to feel reassured, but the uncertainty lingered, like an insistent whisper at the back of his mind. What if the path ahead was one he was not ready to walk? What if this was all some sort of dream, a trap or illusion that he had simply walked into without realizing it? "Why am I here?" Kahu asked, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken doubts. "What is my purpose in this place? Why me?" The figure tilted its head, considering him with a gaze that felt both gentle and piercing. "Purpose is not always something that can be defined in one moment, Kahu. It is something that unfolds over time. Your path has led you to this place because you have the strength to face what lies ahead. The answers you seek are intertwined with your own journey, and the choices you make will shape not only your fate, but the fate of others as well." Kahu's mind raced as he processed the figure's cryptic words. The fate of others? He wasn't sure if he was ready for that responsibility. The weight of it made him feel small, insignificant even. How could his choices matter in a place like this? "What do you mean by others?" Kahu asked, struggling to keep the tremor of doubt from his voice. "Who else is here? And why does my journey matter to them?" The figure's voice softened, like a breeze passing through an ancient forest. "You are part of a much larger tapestry, Kahu. There are many others who walk paths similar to yours, others who are facing their own trials and challenges. The world you see before you is not the only world. This place is but one thread in the vast weave of existence, and your role, though you may not yet understand it, is crucial." Kahu's heart quickened. A tapestry? A weave of existence? It sounded like something out of an ancient myth, but the weight of the figure's words carried a truth that resonated deep within him. "Why is it crucial?" he pressed. "What am I supposed to do?" The figure stepped forward, its movement slow and deliberate. "You will know when the time is right, Kahu. But understand this, you are not merely here to learn, you are here to act. The choices you make will ripple across the layers of reality. They will shape not only your destiny, but the destiny of many others." Kahu's mind reeled. A part of him wanted to push back, to deny the weight of it all. But another part, the part that had carried him through so many trials, knew that this was the truth. Whatever his purpose was in this place, he was here for a reason. He was here to make a difference. The figure stood motionless as Kahu's words hung in the air, unanswered for what felt like an eternity. The weight of the silence pressed down on him, but Kahu felt an unfamiliar calm seep into his chest, a stillness that contrasted sharply with the chaos of his thoughts. "Others." The figure's voice was almost a whisper now, as if it were speaking to Kahu from a great distance, through the layers of time and space. "Others are the echoes of your choices, the lives you touch, the paths you cross, the consequences of every decision. This place is not just about you. It never has been. It is about the connection between all things." Kahu frowned, trying to piece together what the figure was telling him. "So, everything I do here affects others, even though I don't know them?" The figure nodded slowly. "Yes, you cannot walk through life, or through this world, without leaving an imprint. Every action creates a ripple, Kahu. Every decision resonates through the fabric of time and space, influencing those around you and beyond. The choices you make here will shape the destiny of those you may never even meet. The threads of fate are woven together, and you are part of that tapestry. Kahu's mind reeled at the implications of those words. He had always believed that his choices were his alone to make, that he could carve his own path, free from the influence of others. But this place, the dream realm, the veil of time, was showing him a truth he hadn't considered. His actions were part of something much larger than himself. "Do you mean that my decisions here," Kahu started, his voice trembling slightly, "that they affect people in real life? In the waking world?" The figure's gaze softened, as if understanding the depth of his confusion. "Not in the same way, no. This realm exists outside of what you know as time. But every choice you make here creates a change that ripples back through your own reality. The connections you form in this place, the wisdom you gain, will find their way into the waking world, even if you cannot see it." Kahu took a deep breath, trying to wrap his mind around the idea. It was hard enough to understand what was happening here, let alone how it might affect his life beyond this place. But something in the figure's words resonated with him. The tapestry. The thought lingered in his mind, like a distant melody. Something he couldn't quite understand, but something that felt undeniably important. "So, what do I do with this?" Kahu asked, more to himself than to the figure. "How do I move forward when I don't even know where I'm supposed to be going?" The figure's voice was calm, but there was an undeniable sense of urgency in its tone. "You must follow the path, Kahu. The answers you seek are not waiting for you at the end. They are in every step you take. You may not always understand them right away, but each choice, each action, will guide you closer to your true purpose." Kahu closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the weight of the figure's words to settle within him. He had always been someone who sought certainty, someone who wanted to know exactly where he was headed. But here, in this strange, ethereal place, certainty didn't seem to exist. Instead, there was only the journey, and the trust that somehow, through all the confusion, he would find his way. "I still don't know how to start," Kahu admitted quietly, his voice carrying a trace of vulnerability he hadn't intended to reveal. "Everything here is so overwhelming." The figure's presence seemed to soften, almost as if it were comforting him in its own way. "The path may be unclear now, but that does not mean it does not exist. Trust yourself, Kahu. Trust the journey, even when the road is uncertain." Kahu opened his eyes, gazing at the vast, shifting landscape before him. The trees, the sky, the ground, it all seemed to pulse with an energy that he couldn't quite explain. Every corner of this place held a mystery, a piece of a larger puzzle that he was meant to uncover. And though the path was still hidden from him, Kahu realized, for the first time, that he didn't have to have all the answers. He just had to keep walking. The figure seemed to understand, offering a final cryptic piece of advice. "Remember, Kahu, the tapestry is woven one thread at a time. Each choice you make is a thread, each action a knot. In time, you will see the full picture. But for now, you must simply trust that every step is leading you toward the truth." Kahu nodded slowly, a feeling of resolve settling over him. He might not have all the answers, and he might not know where the path ahead would lead, but he could take the next step, And in this world of uncertainty, that was enough. The word tapestry echoed through Kahu's mind as the figure's words settled into his consciousness. A web of connections, an intricate design that spanned across realms and lives, each action rippling out, touching everything and everyone in ways unseen, unheard. Kahu felt the weight of it, the responsibility, the complexity of the world that stretched out before him. "What happens if I make the wrong choice?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if I mess up?" The figure's eyes, glowing faintly beneath its hood, softened with an understanding that transcended any words Kahu could comprehend. "There is no such thing as a perfect path, Kahu. Every journey has its missteps, its forks in the road. But those missteps are not failures, they are lessons, building blocks that help you grow and understand the way forward. There is no way to avoid the mistakes entirely. And that is not the purpose. The purpose is to learn and to evolve." Kahu stared at the figure, a sense of quiet awe beginning to take root inside him. He had always seen life as a series of successes and failures, each moment a test of his ability to navigate the obstacles in his path. But this place, this realm, was teaching him something different. It wasn't about getting everything right. It wasn't about avoiding mistakes. It was about growth, the journey itself, with all its messiness and imperfection. "What am I supposed to learn here?" Kahu asked, his voice small, almost vulnerable. "What is my role in all of this?" The figure tilted its head, a strange, knowing smile tugging at the edges of its lips. "You are not here to have all the answers, Kahu. You are here to ask the right questions. You are here to explore the boundaries of your own understanding. And through that exploration, you will uncover the deeper truths about yourself, about the world, and about the connections that bind it all together." Kahu nodded slowly, the weight of those words settling deep within him. He didn't have to know everything right now. He didn't have to have all the answers. What mattered was his willingness to keep moving, to keep asking, and to keep learning. The figure stepped back, its form becoming increasingly indistinct, as if it were beginning to dissolve into the air itself. "The path you walk will not always be clear, but it will always lead you somewhere meaningful. Trust the journey, Kahu. Trust that you will find your way." Kahu stood alone now, the figure having disappeared into the ether as if it had never been there at all. The world around him was still, quiet. The landscape stretched out infinitely before him, the sky above darkening with the weight of the questions he still had. But there was a shift inside him, a subtle change that he couldn't quite put into words. He had started this journey seeking answers, expecting them to be handed to him. But now, as he stood in this strange place, he understood that the journey itself, every step he took, every choice he made, was the answer. The path was not something to be figured out all at once. It was something to be lived, one moment at a time. Kahu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of the world around him. The silence was no longer oppressive. It felt like a space to breathe, to reflect, and to begin again. He was ready. Ready to trust the path. Ready to see where it would take him. And with that thought, Kahu began walking forward into the unknown, the tapestry of his life, and the lives of others, unfolding with each step. Chapter 12. The Final Key. Kahu stood alone in the stillness, the figure's words still reverberating through his mind. The path ahead of him was now as much an internal journey as it was a physical one. Every step forward felt heavy with the weight of what he had learned, the responsibility he now understood he carried, not just for himself, but for those whose lives were woven into the intricate web of existence. The air in the dream realm shifted around him, a subtle breeze tugging at his hair, as if the very landscape were alive, reacting to his presence. The familiar sense of uncertainty gnawed at him again, but this time there was something different, a spark of clarity. He had spent so much time trying to control his path, trying to make sense of everything in his own terms, but now he knew that the key was not in knowing it all. It was in becoming part of the journey itself. Kahu closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the soft vibrations of the realm around him. It was as if the ground beneath his feet thrummed with energy, alive with possibilities, with choices that stretched far beyond what his mind could comprehend. But then, through the vibrations, he felt something more, a presence, subtle but unmistakable. He opened his eyes, and in the distance he saw it, a figure moving toward him, blurred at first, but gradually sharpening into focus. It was a woman, her hair flowing like liquid silver, her face serene but filled with ancient knowledge. Her presence was both grounding and ethereal, as though she were of this world, and yet beyond it. "Who are you?" Kahu asked, before he could stop himself, his voice quiet but full of curiosity. The woman stopped before him, her gaze meeting his with a depth that seemed to penetrate straight into his soul. She didn't answer at first, only studied him, as if deciding how best to respond. "Do you know who you are, Kahu?" she asked, her voice like a melody that resonated deep within him. Kahu blinked, caught off guard by the question. I thought I did, but now I'm not so sure." He paused, the weight of everything he had learned, the choices, the consequences, the connections pressing on him. "I'm here, in this world, to figure out something. I have to understand why I'm part of this tapestry, why my choices matter. But I feel like there's something I'm missing." The woman smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. "The truth is often elusive, Kahu. The answers you seek are not in the realm of intellect alone. They lie in the depths of your spirit, in your connection to everything and everyone that came before you." Her words seemed to make the very air pulse with an unseen rhythm, and Kahu felt something shift inside of him, as if his mind and soul were being aligned with something larger than himself. It wasn't a concept that could be fully grasped by logic alone. It was a truth that had to be experienced. "Your journey is almost complete," the woman continued. "The final key lies within you, in your ability to connect not just to this realm, but to the essence of who you truly are." The woman smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. "The answers you seek are not so distant, Kahu. They are already within you, waiting to be uncovered. You have been searching for your purpose in this place, but your purpose was never something outside of yourself. It has always been inside you, tied to the very essence of who you are." Kahu's heart raced at her words. "Inside me?" He had been looking for answers in the dream realm, thinking they would come from the world around him, from the figures and the places he had encountered. But now, the realization began to sink in. The answers were within him all along. The woman continued, her voice as soft as the wind but carrying the weight of wisdom that spanned ages. "You have experienced the depths of this world, learned the lessons it holds, but there is one more step you must take, one final key that will unlock the truth. To find it, you must look inward. You must find the place where your true self resides, and from there, the path will unfold." Kahu felt a flicker of unease. It was easier to search the world, to look outward for signs and guides. But the thought of turning inward, of confronting the parts of himself he had long buried, terrified him. What if he wasn't ready? What if the truth was too much to bear? "You're afraid," the woman observed, her gaze softening. "Afraid of what you might find within. But only through facing your own shadows will you ever truly understand the light." Kahu swallowed hard. The shadows, he knew what she meant. There were parts of him, parts of his past, that he had always kept locked away, too painful to confront. He had run from them, buried them in the corners of his mind, but they were still there, waiting to be acknowledged. "I don't know if I'm ready," Kahu admitted quietly. "What if I can't handle it?" The woman extended her hand toward him, her fingers glowing faintly with an inner light. "You do not need to be ready, Kahu. You are already here, and that is enough." Kahu looked at her hand, the warmth of it drawing him in despite his hesitation. He had come this far, hadn't he? He had faced so much, discovered truths he never thought possible. If he turned away now, what would he be leaving behind? The path ahead might be uncertain, but it was the only one that would lead him to understanding, to himself. With a deep breath, Kahu took her hand. As soon as his fingers brushed against hers, a wave of energy surged through him, filling him with a warmth that spread to every part of his being. It was as if he were being pulled into something deeper, something profound that went beyond the boundaries of the dream realm. Colors, shapes, and patterns swirled around him, symbols of his life, of his choices, of everything he had been and everything he could become. The woman's voice echoed in his mind as the world around him began to shift. "The final key, Kahu, lies in understanding the connection between your past, present, and future. To see the threads that bind them together is to see the tapestry in its entirety." Kahu felt a shift within himself, a profound awareness that his journey was not just about understanding this world, but understanding himself. He had been searching for meaning in the wrong places. It was never about finding a purpose outside of him. It was about finding it within. As the world around him grew brighter, the symbols and colors swirled faster, becoming a whirlwind of possibility. And then everything slowed to a stop. He was no longer standing in the dream realm. He was standing in a vast, endless space, his mind wide open, aware of every breath, every thought, every flicker of emotion. He was connected to the very essence of existence itself, a part of the great tapestry that wove together the threads of all things. And then Kahu understood. The woman's hand lingered in the air, the soft glow of her fingers illuminating the surrounding darkness like a beacon. Kahu stared at it, feeling the warmth radiating from her touch. It was a warmth that wasn't just physical. It was a comfort that reached deep within him, a reassurance that perhaps, just perhaps, he could face what lay ahead. He took a deep breath, the uncertainty lingering like a shadow in the corners of his mind. But as he stared at the woman's outstretched hand, a sense of calm washed over him. The fear that had plagued him, fear of the unknown, fear of confronting his own darkness, began to fade, replaced by something stronger: curiosity. "I don't know where this will lead," Kahu said, his voice steady despite the nervous flutter in his chest. "But I have to try. I have to face it. Whatever's inside me." The woman's eyes softened with approval, and she nodded slowly, as though she had been waiting for him to make that choice all along. "The final key is not an object or a place, Kahu. It is an understanding. an understanding of yourself. To unlock it, you must journey inward, to the deepest corners of your mind and heart. Kahu hesitated, but only for a moment. He had already been on this journey for so long, had already encountered so much of the unknown. The answers weren't going to come from the outside. They never had. He had to trust himself now, to confront the parts of himself that he had kept hidden for so long. The woman began to fade into the mist, her form growing translucent, as if she were part of the very dream itself. You will find what you need when you are ready, Kahu. And when you do, the path will become clear. With her final words, she was gone, leaving Kahu standing alone once more. The world around him seemed to pulse with energy, as if it were waiting for him to take the next step. His heart pounded in his chest, and a sudden wave of determination washed over him. This is it, he thought. This is what I've been preparing for. He closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath. The sounds of the realm, the distant winds, the rustling of unseen trees, the soft murmurs of the dream world itself, faded into the background as he turned inward. He focused on his breath, letting the rhythm of it steady his mind. The more he focused, the clearer the images in his mind became. Fragments of memories, emotions, fleeting moments from his past. Kahu's mind wandered to his childhood, to the times he had felt most vulnerable, the times he had felt most lost. His relationship with his family, his struggles with identity, his fear of not living up to the expectations of those around him. These memories had always been tangled, blurry. He had never allowed himself to truly confront them. But now, in this space, with nothing to distract him, the layers of his past began to peel away. He saw his younger self, his eyes wide with fear, standing on the edge of something vast, something unknown. The fear was palpable, suffocating. But then, a strange feeling began to emerge, something that had always been there, buried beneath the surface. Strength. It wasn't loud or flashy. It wasn't a forceful presence. It was a quiet, steadfast strength, a resilience that had always been part of him, even when he hadn't recognized it. Kahu's eyes snapped open, and for the first time, he felt a sense of clarity. He understood now. The journey wasn't about finding something outside of himself. It was about recognizing the power he had always had, the power that had been there all along, waiting to be acknowledged. He stood tall, feeling a surge of energy within him, a renewed sense of purpose. The path ahead was still uncertain, but he knew that he was ready to face it. No matter what lay beyond this moment, he had the strength to continue. He wasn't alone. With his newfound clarity, Kahu felt a sense of calm settle over him. It was time to move forward. The final key was within him, and with that understanding, the realm around him began to shift, the next stage of his journey unfolding before him. The deeper Kahu focused, the more the world around him seemed to fade, like the blur of a dream slipping away at the edges. He felt a pull, gentle but insistent, urging him to dive deeper into himself. He followed it, allowing the current of his own consciousness to carry him, unafraid of what he might find. In the stillness of his mind, Kahu saw flashes, fragments of memories, moments from his past that he had long buried. Faces of people he had loved and lost drifted before him like fleeting shadows. He saw his childhood, a time of innocence, but also of confusion. He saw his family, his friends, and the choices that had led him to this point. Each memory held a lesson, a piece of the puzzle that had formed him. But it wasn't just the pleasant memories that surfaced. No, Kahu was also confronted with the parts of himself he had kept hidden, the mistakes, the regrets, the moments of weakness and doubt. He saw himself running from responsibility, from fear, from the pain of facing the truth. He saw the times when he had hurt others, when he had been selfish, when he had let fear dictate his actions. He wanted to turn away from these memories, to escape from the darkness they held, but he couldn't. This is part of me, he realized. These are the pieces I must accept. As he let these memories wash over him, he felt an unfamiliar sense of release. It was as if, by acknowledging the darkness within himself, he was allowing it to dissolve, no longer holding on to it with fear and shame. The more he accepted these parts of himself, the more he felt the weight lifting from his chest, the knots in his heart loosening. He wasn't perfect. He would never be perfect. But that was okay. He was human. And it was his imperfections, his flaws, that made him whole. He didn't have to hide from them anymore. He could accept them and move forward. With a deep, steadying breath, Kahu felt something shift inside him, a quiet realization, a truth he had been avoiding for so long. He was ready. He was finally ready to confront the next part of his journey. The realm around him began to shift, the mist swirling into patterns, forming into symbols and shapes. He saw the figure of the woman again, this time standing before him, her arms extended, her face filled with a quiet joy. "You have done it, Kahu," she said softly. "You have found the final key. The truth was always within you." Kahu looked at her, feeling a deep sense of peace settle over him. "I think I understand now," he said, his voice steady, his heart calm. "It's not about finding some external answer. It's about embracing who I am, all of me, the good and the bad. Only then can I truly move forward." The woman nodded. "Exactly. The journey is not about escaping the parts of yourself that you fear. It is about understanding them, integrating them, and using that wisdom to guide you. Now, you are ready to walk the path ahead." The mist parted around them, and Kahu felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. The swirling uncertainty that had once clouded his mind had vanished. He wasn't alone in this anymore. The journey ahead would be his, but he had the strength to face it, and the wisdom to make the choices that would shape his future. He stepped forward, the path before him now illuminated not by answers, but by the courage to keep moving, no matter what lay ahead. And with that, Kahu took his first step into the unknown, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 13. The Awakening. Kahu blinked, his eyes adjusting to the soft glow that now surrounded him. The weight that had once anchored him in uncertainty was gone, replaced by a sense of clarity, of understanding. The woman's presence had faded, but her words echoed in his mind, reverberating through him like the chime of a distant bell. He stood in a different place now. The mist had dissipated, and before him stretched an endless horizon, a vast landscape of shifting colors, where the sky blended seamlessly with the ground. It was both strange and beautiful. A place caught between dream and reality, suspended in time. For the first time, Kahu felt as though he could see the truth of this realm. It was no longer just an abstract space of mystery and possibility. It was a reflection of himself, of the journey he had been on, of the changes he had undergone. Each step he had taken, each lesson he had learned, had led him to this moment, a moment of awakening. The air felt different now, charged with an energy that pulsed beneath the surface, like the heartbeat of the world itself. The vibrant colors of the landscape seemed to respond to his presence, shifting and rippling like the surface of a lake disturbed by a stone. He could feel it, this energy, as if it were reaching out to him, inviting him to explore, to move forward. But what was he supposed to do now? What was the next step in this unfolding journey? Kahu's gaze drifted over the horizon, his thoughts swirling. There was no clear path, no obvious sign pointing the way forward. It was up to him now to decide where to go and what to seek. He had come so far, faced so much, and yet he felt as though there was still so much left to discover. As if in response to his thoughts, a figure appeared in the distance, emerging from the mist like a silhouette carved from light. It was a man, tall and imposing, dressed in dark robes that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. His face was obscured, but his presence radiated a sense of authority, of power. Kahu felt a stir of unease, but he didn't step back. This was a place of learning, of growth, and perhaps this figure, whoever he was, held answers to the questions that had been plaguing him. The man stepped forward, his movement smooth, effortless. As he approached, Kahu noticed something strange. The landscape seemed to bend and shift around him, as if the world itself was responding to his will. "You have awakened." The man's voice was deep, resonant, like the echo of distant thunder. "You have passed through the veils of illusion and faced the darkness within. But now, Kahu, the true journey begins." Kahu frowned, his mind still grappling with the weight of what had just transpired. "What do you mean? I thought I had found the answers. I thought this was the end of the journey." The man's eyes, glowing faintly beneath his hood, locked onto Kahu's with an intensity that made his heart race. "The answers you seek are not in the destination, Kahu. They never have been. The answers are found in the journey itself. The questions you ask, the choices you make, the connections you form. You have learned to understand your own path, but there is a greater path that stretches before you, and you must walk it if you are to fulfill your purpose." Kahu's mind buzzed with confusion. A greater path? What could be greater than what I've already discovered? He had confronted his own darkness, uncovered hidden truths about himself, and accepted his flaws. What more could there be? The man stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "You are not just here to understand yourself, Kahu. You are here to understand the world, to awaken others. There are still many who are lost, who have not yet discovered the truths you have found. And it is your role, your responsibility, to guide them." Kahu swallowed hard, the weight of the man's words sinking into him. Guide others? He wasn't sure he was ready for that. How could he help others when he still had so many questions himself? How could he be a guide when he had only just begun to understand the depth of the dream realm, let alone the lives of those trapped within it? Before he could voice his doubts, the man continued, his voice softer, but no less commanding. "You have the power, Kahu, the power to shift the dream, to help others wake from their slumber, to show them the way. But you must first embrace that power within yourself." Kahu looked up at the man, his heart racing. The weight of responsibility was heavy upon him, but deep down, he knew it was true. He had been given this opportunity for a reason. He had been chosen, not just to understand his own soul, but to help others. The man extended his hand toward Kahu, his fingers crackling with energy. "Are you ready to embrace your role, Kahu? Are you ready to step into the true path, the one that lies ahead of you?" Kahu's breath caught in his throat. The path was uncertain, fraught with unknowns, but he knew that this was what he had been waiting for, what he had been preparing for all along. He wasn't sure what lay ahead, but he knew that it was time. With a deep breath, Kahu stepped forward, his hand meeting the man's. "I'm ready," Kahu said, his voice steady, filled with a newfound resolve. The man smiled, a faint gleam in his eyes. Then, "Let the journey truly begin." The man's approach felt like a force of nature, as if the world itself bent to his will. Kahu stood frozen for a moment, unable to shake the sensation that this was no ordinary figure. He radiated a kind of power, an ancient, timeless energy that seemed to come from beyond the realms of mere mortals. The man stopped a few paces in front of Kahu, his presence commanding, yet strangely comforting. His features were still obscured, hidden beneath a veil of shimmering light. But Kahu could feel his gaze piercing through, as if the man could see straight into the very core of his being. "You have awakened." The man's voice was deep, resonating with an authority that reverberated through the dreamscape. "You have unlocked the final door. Now, you must understand what it means to truly be awake." Kahu swallowed hard, trying to steady his breath. He had been waiting for this moment, but now that it was here, he felt a wave of doubt and confusion flood over him. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice almost tentative. "What do I need to understand?" The man's voice softened, like a gentle breeze. "The journey is never truly about finding the answers, Kahu. It's about understanding the questions you ask yourself, the questions that guide you, the questions that challenge you to grow. The answers will come when you are ready, but first you must learn how to ask with clarity and intention." Kahu felt the weight of the man's words sink into him. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. The entire journey, all of it, had been leading him here, to this moment of understanding. He had spent so much of his life searching for answers, but it was the questions that had shaped his path. The questions were the key to unlocking his true self. "But how do I find those questions?" Kahu asked, almost in a whisper. The man stepped closer, and as he did, the world around them seemed to shift once more, blurring into an endless expanse of light. "The questions are already within you," he said. "They are the pieces of your soul, the fragments of your true self that have been hidden away for far too long. You have to stop searching for the answers outside of you and start listening to the questions that rise from within." Kahu closed his eyes, feeling the stirrings of those questions. They weren't loud or forceful, but soft and persistent, like whispers in the back of his mind. They were the things that had always been there, the doubts and desires, the dreams and fears, all entwined in the very fabric of his being. "You have the strength to answer them, Kahu," the man continued. "But first, you must face the final trial. It is the trial of acceptance, the trial of embracing who you truly are, without fear, without hesitation." Kahu felt a knot tighten in his chest. "And if I fail?" he asked, though a part of him already knew the answer. The man gave a soft, knowing smile. "There is no failure here. There is only growth. There is only the willingness to move forward, no matter the cost. The trial is not a test of your strength, Kahu. It is a test of your willingness to embrace all that you are, to accept both the light and the shadows within you." Kahu stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the man's words. The weight of the trial felt enormous, but at the same time, it was the kind of challenge he had been yearning for. The idea of embracing everything, his flaws, his fears, his desires, felt both terrifying and liberating. He nodded slowly, the uncertainty still lingering but now tempered with a sense of resolve. "I'm ready," he said, quietly but firmly. The man's smile deepened, and with emotion that was as fluid as it was purposeful, he raised his hand. A door appeared in the air between them, a shimmering portal of light. It pulsed with an energy that Kahu could feel in his bones. "Step through," the man said, his voice gentle but filled with finality. "The trial awaits you on the other side." Without hesitation, Kahu took a step forward, his heart beating in his chest like a drum. As he approached the door, he could feel the pull of the unknown, the magnetic force of the trial that lay beyond. The moment he stepped through, he knew that everything would change. The world around him swirled into nothingness, the light blinding him as he entered the portal. When it faded, he found himself standing in a new place, a vast, empty expanse that stretched endlessly in every direction. The ground beneath him was smooth and featureless, but it hummed with an eerie energy, as though it were alive. Kahu turned in place, but there was no sign of the man, no indication of where he had gone. The trial had begun, and it was up to him to face whatever lay ahead. Kahu closed his eyes, letting the soft whispers rise from within him. The questions, though subtle, were there. They were always there, hidden beneath the layers of fear, doubt, and the noise of the world around him. He could feel them now, swirling just beneath the surface of his consciousness. What am I truly seeking? Who am I beyond what I've been told I am? What is my purpose in this vast and mysterious realm? The man's voice broke through the silence, calm and steady. Do you hear them, Kahu? The questions? They are the pulse of your soul. Each question is a step toward understanding your true self. You have spent so much of your life chasing answers, but now it is time to learn how to ask with purpose. Only then will you unlock the final piece of your journey. Kahu nodded slowly, the weight of the man's words settling deeply within him. He understood now. It wasn't about finding the right answers. It was about unlocking the right questions, about allowing the questions to guide him through the labyrinth of his own mind and spirit. As he stood there in the dreamscape, Kahu felt something shift within him, a sense of deep knowing that resonated in every fiber of his being. He wasn't alone in this journey. The realm, the dream world, the very fabric of existence itself, was guiding him toward something greater, something he couldn't yet fully comprehend. But he felt it, an undeniable truth that everything was connected, that he was connected to it all. The man's form shimmered once more, becoming less solid, his edges blurring into the landscape. Your time here is coming to an end, Kahu, he said, his voice now a soft echo, as though carried by the wind itself. The answers you seek will come, but first, you must embrace the questions. They will lead you to the next chapter of your journey, and when you are ready, the final key will be revealed. Kahu wanted to ask more, to understand everything in that moment. But the words of the man hung in the air, fading like a dream at the edges of his consciousness. Slowly, the figure dissolved into the light, leaving Kahu standing in the stillness, surrounded by the shifting, ever-changing landscape. Kahu took a deep breath, letting the silence settle over him. He was ready. He didn't have all the answers, he knew that now, but he didn't need them. What he needed was the courage to trust himself, to trust the journey, and to embrace the questions that would guide him forward. The world around him began to transform once again, the mist returning in gentle swirls, as though beckoning him toward something new. He stepped forward, his feet light, the weight of uncertainty replaced by a quiet, steady confidence. The final key, the truth of his existence, was not a single moment of revelation, but a lifetime of questions, discoveries, and growth. And Kahu was ready to embrace it all. Chapter 14. The Path Ahead. Kahu stood still, the weight of the man's words reverberating through him. The landscape had returned to its ethereal glow, but something had shifted within him. It was as though the dream world had become a mirror, reflecting his inner landscape, revealing the parts of himself that had long remained hidden. The air around him crackled with potential, with something unspoken, as though the entire realm was waiting for him to take the next step. But where was the next step? What path could he possibly follow now that he had unlocked the final key? The understanding that questions, not answers, were the true guide? A ripple passed through the stillness of the dreamscape. The mist began to swirl again, but this time it was different. It wasn't the gentle movement of before, but a purposeful shift, like a door opening, beckoning him forward. Kahu felt a pull, soft but insistent, and he knew it was time to move. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his feet sinking slightly into the soft, glowing ground beneath him. Each step he took felt lighter, as though he were floating rather than walking. The world around him seemed to breathe with him, pulsing in sync with his every movement. As he ventured deeper into this new expanse, Kahu became aware of a presence behind him. He didn't turn, but he could feel it. A subtle, familiar energy. His mind flickered to the woman who had guided him earlier, the one who had helped him unlock the deepest parts of himself. Could it be her? Suddenly, she appeared, walking beside him as though she had always been there, waiting. Her face was calm, her eyes full of quiet wisdom. "You have done well, Kahu," she said softly, her voice like a cool breeze in the heat of a summer afternoon. "But this path is only the beginning. You are closer than ever to understanding the nature of this dream, and yet there is still so much more to uncover." Kahu glanced at her, his heart racing with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. "I don't know what comes next. I've unlocked so much, but it still feels like there's a wall I can't see past." The woman smiled, the expression full of understanding. "You've come far, but the final truth, the one that lies at the heart of all this, will not be handed to you in a neat package. You must continue to seek it out, but with an open heart. The answers are not just waiting for you, they are waiting within you. You must learn to trust what you feel, not just what you think." She paused for a moment, her gaze distant as if seeing something far beyond the horizon. "What you seek is not a destination, Kahu. It is a way of being. You are becoming something new, something beyond the limits you once knew. But to fully embrace this transformation, you must let go of the fear that still clings to you." Kahu felt the weight of her words sink in. Let go of fear. It sounded simple, but in practice, it was one of the hardest things he had ever done. Fear had shaped so much of his life, had been the force that kept him from moving forward, from embracing who he truly was. "But what if I'm not ready?" Kahu asked, his voice quiet, uncertain. "What if I still have more to learn before I can truly let go?" The woman's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with a knowing light. "You are ready, Kahu. You've always been ready. It is only your fear that makes you doubt yourself. But the moment you step into the unknown, the moment you trust yourself fully, you will see that there is nothing to fear." Kahu nodded slowly, the weight of her words settling over him like a blanket. It was true. The fear had always been there, lurking in the shadows, but perhaps it was time to step out of those shadows and face the light. Together, they continued walking, the path ahead uncertain but full of promise. "For you. They are a part of you," the woman continued, her voice steady and filled with certainty. "This realm, these experiences, the questions you are learning to ask, they are all reflections of who you are becoming. They aren't separate from you. They are within you." Kahu absorbed her words, letting them settle in his chest like a gentle weight. There was something incredibly grounding about the simplicity of what she was saying. The answers are part of me. I just need to see them. "I've been searching for something external, something outside of myself," Kahu said, his voice almost a whisper. "But the answers, they've always been inside. I've been so focused on looking for a key outside of myself, I never thought to turn inward." The woman nodded, her gaze warm but knowing. "It is a common mistake. We all look for external validation, for the things that seem to give us meaning. But true meaning comes from within. The path ahead is not one of accumulation, but of uncovering what you already know." The dreamscape around them shifted again, not violently, but with an underlying intention. The colors deepened and swirled, becoming vibrant and alive, as if the world was waiting for him to react, to engage with it. Kahu could feel the pull of the path ahead, the sense of destiny laced into every fiber of his being. "You are at a crossroads, Kahu," the woman said, her words cutting through the hum of the dream world. "The path you take from here is not easy. It requires you to face yourself, your past, your fears, and your deepest uncertainties. But it will also lead you to the answers you seek. You are ready, but only if you trust yourself completely." Kahu took a deep breath. It felt like a test, a challenge laid before him to truly let go of the need for certainty. It was as if he were being asked to surrender the last vestiges of control, to leap into the unknown without the safety of guarantees. This was the true test of faith, not in a higher power, but in himself. He turned to the woman, his voice steady. "What happens if I fail? What if I'm not ready?" She smiled again, her expression soft but resolute. "You will not fail. There is no failure here, only growth. If you stumble, you learn. If you falter, you rise again. This path is not linear. It spirals, it loops, it circles back. But every step is forward. You will always find your way, so long as you trust the questions that guide you." Kahu felt the weight of her words settle deeply within him, like a soft rain watering a dry field. It was strange, but liberating. There was no fear in her words, only the quiet certainty of someone who had seen the journey in its entirety and understood that the process, not the destination, was the point. The mist around them cleared, revealing a road that stretched out before them. It was wide and golden, shimmering under the warm light of an unseen sun. The road seemed to beckon Kahu forward, as though it were waiting just for him. The woman stepped aside, gesturing toward the road. "The next step is yours, Kahu. You must walk it alone, but know that you are never truly alone." Kahu hesitated for a moment, taking in the stillness around him, the weight of this moment. He had faced the questions. He had confronted his fears, accepted his imperfections, and now he was at the threshold of something new. With a final glance at the woman, who nodded in silent encouragement, Kahu stepped forward onto the golden path. Every step brings you closer to understanding. The woman's voice was a soft murmur, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 truths. Kahu stood there for a long moment, feeling the magnitude of her words settle in his chest. There was no destination he had to rush toward. There was only this moment, this space, and the choices he would make. The journey wasn't just about moving forward. It was about embracing the unfolding of each moment, each step, and trusting the path to reveal itself when the time was right. He turned his gaze back to the shifting landscape. In front of him, the path began to take shape, an ethereal trail of light winding through a forest of towering ancient trees. The leaves seemed to shimmer in the breeze, each one casting a soft glow. It wasn't a traditional road, it was more of a feeling, a direction that pulled at the very core of his being. "Go," the woman urged gently, her hand sweeping toward the path. "The forest holds the next part of your journey. It is time to enter." Kahu nodded slowly, taking a deep breath as he stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the path, a warmth spread up his body, filling him with a sense of peace. The uncertainty that had clung to him for so long seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet understanding that this was his path, and no one else's. As he walked, the forest seemed to come alive around him. The trees whispered in languages he couldn't understand, but the sound was soothing, like the hum of the universe itself. Each step felt heavier, yet lighter at the same time, as though he were shedding the layers of fear, doubt, and expectation that had once burdened him. With every passing moment, Kahu felt the pull to move deeper into the forest. The air smelled sweet and fresh, the earth beneath his feet solid and grounding. But as he ventured further, the light began to dim. The path was still there, but the shadows of the trees stretched longer, as if the sun was setting, even though the sky above remained unchanged. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shift. The once sturdy path started to crack and crumble, falling away into darkness. Kahu paused, his heart quickening. He knew this was a test, a challenge to see if he would falter or if he would trust in his own ability to navigate through uncertainty. He took a step forward. The path seemed to stretch out before him again, the ground steady beneath his feet, but the shadowed trees closed in tighter, their forms growing darker, more ominous. A cold wind stirred, carrying a deep, unsettling whisper through the air. Then a figure appeared, emerging from the darkness like a phantom. It was a man, tall, with eyes that glowed faintly in the shadow. His face was obscured by a hood, his movements slow and deliberate, like a guardian of this place. Kahu instinctively stopped, his body tensing. He had seen figures like this before, at the gates of the dream realms. These were the gatekeepers, the beings who tested those who sought to enter deeper into the mysteries of the dream world. The man's voice was low and resonant, almost like a deep vibration that seemed to come from within Kahu's very being. "You seek to continue your journey, but do you truly understand what it will cost?" Kahu met the man's gaze, his heart pounding. He had already given so much of himself in this journey. Was there more to give? Would the cost be too high? But in that moment, he understood something deeper than fear. It wasn't about what he had to give, but what he would receive in return. The key to moving forward lay in embracing the unknown, in trusting that each step forward was part of the transformation he had already begun. "I am ready," Kahu said, his voice unwavering. The gatekeeper's eyes seemed to soften, as if he had been waiting for that very answer. The figure stepped aside, revealing the path ahead. "The journey continues," the man said, his voice echoing in the now still air. "But remember, Kahu, it is not the destination that matters. It is the journey itself." And with that, Kahu stepped forward, the dark trees parting before him as he entered the next phase of his journey. Chapter 15. Into the Unknown. Kahu's footfall echoed in the stillness as he ventured deeper into the forest. The air had grown thick with mystery, each breath feeling like an invitation to uncover something hidden, something long forgotten. Despite the path's uncertainty, something within him had shifted. A new sense of trust in himself and the journey ahead. He no longer hesitated. Each step felt more purposeful, as if he were following the rhythm of something larger than himself. As the light grew dimmer, the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch and shift, creating strange, almost otherworldly shapes. There was a sense of ancient wisdom here, as though the forest had seen countless souls pass through, each one carrying their own questions, their own burdens. The trees whispered in a language Kahu couldn't understand, but he could feel the pulse of their energy. Their roots intertwined with the earth in a way that resonated deeply with him. It was as if the forest itself was alive, aware, watching him. And yet, despite the overwhelming presence of this ancient force, Kahu didn't feel fear. Instead, there was a sense of anticipation, as if he were on the edge of discovering something profound about the world and himself. Suddenly, the air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. The path ahead became obscured by a thick fog that had rolled in without warning, swirling around his feet and rising to his knees. His breath became visible in the air, a faint mist escaping his lips. Kahu stopped, momentarily disoriented, as the familiar world he had been walking through transformed into something entirely new, a place that felt both ancient and unnervingly alien. The forest was no longer the welcoming, tranquil place it had been. There was something darker here, something lurking just beyond his reach. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to turn back. The pull was too strong now. He needed to continue. Kahu took another step forward, the fog thickening around him with each movement. The world seemed to grow quieter, the usual sounds of the forest fading into an eerie silence. The whispering trees had fallen mute, leaving only the sound of his own breathing to fill the stillness. Then, a figure emerged from the mist. At first, it was only a shadow, a dark shape shifting through the fog. But, as Kahu focused, the shape began to solidify. A tall, imposing figure dressed in a cloak of tattered black fabric, their face hidden in shadow. The figure didn't speak, but Kahu could feel their presence, a heaviness in the air that pressed down on him. The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the thickening fog that loomed ahead. "You seek answers." The figure's voice was a low, rumbling whisper, as if it came from deep within the earth. "But you are not ready to see them. Not yet." Kahu's heart raced, but he stood his ground, meeting the figure's invisible gaze. "I've come this far," he said, his voice steady, though a hint of uncertainty lingered. "I'm ready. I need to know what lies beyond." The figure's shadowy form shifted, and for a moment, Kahu thought he saw something glimmer, a flash of recognition in the depths of the figure's gaze. You think you know what lies beyond? But do you understand the price of seeking it? The figure's voice echoed in Kahu's mind, stirring something deep inside him, an ancient memory he couldn't quite place. What price? Kahu asked, his pulse quickening. I don't fear the cost. I need to know. The figure's form grew darker, like the shadow itself was consuming the space around them. The air seemed to grow colder still, the mist thickening until Kahu could barely see the figure before him. The price is not what you think, the figure murmured. It is not in what you will lose, but what you must become. Kahu's breath caught in his throat. There it was, again. The haunting knowledge that everything he had learned so far was only a fragment of the truth. The figure's words hung heavy in the air as the fog swirled around him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Kahu took a deep breath, knowing this was a moment of choice, a crossroads where the path ahead would demand everything from him. He steadied himself, looking the figure in the eye, determined to face whatever challenge lay ahead. I'm ready, Kahu said again, his voice unwavering. The figure paused for a long moment, then slowly began to fade into the mist, its form dissolving until it was nothing more than a memory. You will be, it whispered before disappearing completely. The fog began to lift, the path ahead slowly becoming clearer. Kahu stood there, still, feeling the weight of the encounter settle on him. The journey had just taken a turn, one he had not expected, but one that had always been waiting for him. He wasn't sure what the figure's words truly meant, but he knew one thing for certain. There was no turning back now. The road ahead was no longer just a path of discovery. It was a test of everything he had come to understand, of everything he had yet to understand. With a deep breath, Kahu stepped forward into the fogless landscape, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The figure stood still, motionless, yet its presence loomed over Kahu like an unspoken command. It was as if the very air around them had thickened, charged with a strange energy. Kahu's heartbeat quickened as he tried to make sense of the figure before him. The cloak shimmered slightly, its edges flickering like shadows caught in the wind. There was something both ancient and timeless about the being, as though it had been standing in that same place for centuries. Kahu took a cautious step forward, his instincts warning him to be careful, to not rush toward whatever this being was. And yet, there was a compelling pull, an urge to learn, to face whatever lay ahead. He didn't have time to hesitate. Who are you? Kahu asked, his voice breaking the silence. He was surprised by the steadiness of his tone, given the tension swirling within him. The figure didn't immediately answer, its head slowly turning to face him. The darkness of its hood seemed to absorb the light, making it impossible to discern any features. And yet, Kahu could feel its gaze, cold and distant, searching him, weighing him. You've come far. The figure's voice was low, gravely, almost like a distant echo carried on the wind. It sounded like the voice of the forest itself, ancient and knowing, yet detached from emotion. But you are not yet ready. The words struck Kahu like a blow, though he knew they weren't meant to harm him. They were a challenge, a judgment on his progress, perhaps, or an indication of something still to be learned. The figure's words had an air of finality to them, but Kahu didn't feel defeated. If anything, it only deepened his resolve. I'm ready, he said, the words ringing with conviction. He took another step forward, his eyes locking on the figure. I've been walking this path for too long to turn back now. Whatever it is I need to learn, I'll face it. The figure remained silent for a moment, the tension between them palpable. Kahu could feel the weight of the moment pressing on him, and for a brief instant he wondered if he had said too much too soon, if he had underestimated what was ahead. Finally, the figure spoke again, its voice softer now, though still carrying an air of authority. "You think you are ready, but you do not understand the depth of the journey ahead. This place, it is not simply a trial. It is a reflection of your soul, a place where your deepest fears and desires are brought to life. You will confront everything you have ever run from, everything you have avoided." Kahu's chest tightened. He had always known this journey wasn't just about external challenges, it was about facing the parts of himself that had been buried, the parts that terrified him, the wounds he had hidden deep within. But the thought of confronting them all at once, in this strange, dreamlike world, was enough to make his stomach churn. The figure's voice grew darker. "If you are not prepared to face what you fear most, you will be lost here forever. This path is not for the faint of heart." Kahu stood tall, despite the rising storm of uncertainty within him. "I won't turn back. I'll face whatever comes, because I know that only through confronting my fears can I truly move forward." The figure seemed to pause, studying him. Then, after what felt like an eternity, it stepped aside, its form dissolving into the fog. Kahu felt the weight of its gaze shift from him, as though the figure had somehow acknowledged his resolve. "You may pass," the figure said, its voice barely a whisper now, as it faded back into the mist. "But remember, the deeper you go, the darker it becomes, and you can never return the same." With the figure gone, the path ahead seemed less daunting, though Kahu knew it wasn't over. His resolve was strong, but the words of the figure haunted him, lingering in the corners of his mind. What if he wasn't ready? What if this was more than he could handle? He had come this far, but there were still so many unknowns. The journey was far from over, and whatever lay ahead would require every ounce of courage he had left. Taking a deep breath, Kahu began walking again, each step feeling more significant than the last. The fog was still thick, the trees still looming in the distance, but Kahu had crossed a threshold. He couldn't turn back now. And so, with determination in his heart, Kahu ventured deeper into the unknown, knowing that only by facing what awaited him could he truly uncover the secrets of the dream world and the mysteries within himself. "It is a reflection of everything you have yet to confront," the figure continued, its voice now softer, more enigmatic. The air around Kahu seemed to vibrate with a deep hum, like the sound of an ancient bell tolling far off in the distance. The words wrapped around him like a blanket, cold and heavy, yet somehow comforting in their weight. He felt both exposed and embraced by them, as though the figure was acknowledging something buried deep within him, something that he himself had not yet fully understood. "Not just the shadows of your past," the figure went on, its gaze unblinking, "but the parts of yourself that you fear to face. The darkness you've kept hidden, not only from others, but from yourself." Kahu felt a cold shiver run down his spine. There was truth in the figure's words, a truth that resonated with the deepest parts of his being. For all the steps he had taken in this dream world, for all the revelations and the growth he had experienced, there was still something in him that he had avoided. A part of himself he wasn't ready to confront. A fear that lingered just beyond the edges of his awareness. He swallowed, steadying his breath. "What do I need to do? How do I face it?" Kahu asked, his voice a mixture of resolve and vulnerability. He was no longer certain what lay ahead, but the desire to move forward, to face whatever was to come, had hardened within him like a shield. The figure shifted, its cloak rippling as though caught in an unseen breeze. It did not move closer, but somehow it seemed to loom larger, more present. "You are not yet ready, because you have not accepted the full extent of your own power," the figure said cryptically, its tone both a challenge and an invitation. "This path is not one of simply walking through obstacles. It is one of recognizing that you are the obstacle." Kahu's chest tightened at the revelation. The thought that he might be the very thing standing in his own way was both liberating and terrifying. How could that be? How could his own essence, his very self, be the source of the darkness he needed to face? The realization was overwhelming, but it also brought with it a sense of clarity. The answers you seek are not found outside of you, nor are they hidden away in the mysteries of the dream world, the figure continued. The journey is not about the destination. It is about becoming who you are meant to be. It is about surrendering the illusion of control and stepping into the truth of your own existence. Kahu took a deep breath, the weight of the words settling deep within him. He realized that this dream world, the strange, shifting realm he had been traversing, was not simply an external place he was exploring. It was a mirror. It was a reflection of his internal world, of the very fabric of his thoughts, desires, and fears. "What do I need to do?" Kahu repeated, his voice firmer now, as though he were asking himself the question, not just the figure before him. The figure did not answer directly. Instead, it raised one hand slowly, pointing toward the heart of the mist. The fog began to part, revealing a darkened pathway that seemed to descend into the earth, a narrow, winding tunnel that beckoned him forward. "Go," the figure said softly, "down the path. There, you will find the reflection of your greatest fear. Face it, accept it, and you will understand." Kahu nodded, a sense of calm flooding over him. The fear was still there, but it no longer held the same weight. It was not something to be avoided. It was something to be understood, embraced, and then released. With that realization, he stepped forward, his heart pounding with anticipation and resolve. As he moved toward the darkened tunnel, the mist closed behind him, sealing off the path he had walked. There was no going back now, only forward, only deeper into the unknown. And as the shadows of the forest swallowed him whole, Kahu knew this was where his true journey would begin. Chapter 16. The Mirror Within. Kahu's mind raced as the figure's words lingered in the air, their meaning settling deeper into his consciousness. He had come to this place seeking answers, and now, faced with the truth that his greatest obstacle was himself, a new kind of clarity began to take shape. He wasn't just walking a path of discovery, he was walking a path of self-transformation. The figure's cloak rippled again, and the air around them grew heavier, the atmosphere thick with the weight of the unspoken. The forest behind Kahu seemed to hold its breath, as though the world itself was waiting for him to respond, to move, to make a decision. "Is it really true?" Kahu asked, more to himself than to the figure. "Am I the one standing in my own way? How do I begin to face something I can't even see?" The figure remained silent for a long moment, allowing the question to hang in the air, before it finally spoke again, its voice low and resonant. "The hardest thing to face is the truth about who we are, Kahu. The hardest truth is that the darkness within you, the fears, the doubts, they are not external. They are born from the depths of your own mind. You have created them, and in doing so, you have given them power. Kahu clenched his fists, the weight of the words sinking deeper into his bones. The darkness he had feared for so long, the uncertainty, the insecurities, the doubts about his own worth, had always been a part of him. He had tried to push them away, to pretend they weren't there, but they had only grown stronger in the shadows. What if the only way to overcome them was not to fight, but to accept them? The figure stepped forward then, its silhouette growing even more imposing. But there is more to you than your fears. You are capable of so much more than you realize, and the only way to break free is to accept all that you are, both the light and the shadow. Kahu felt a sudden surge of emotion, a mix of fear, hope, and determination. The truth the figure spoke wasn't easy to hear, but it resonated with a deep part of him. He had always felt as though he was walking through life in search of something outside himself to fix him, to give him purpose. But now it was becoming clear. The key to his journey lay not in external answers, but in embracing everything that he was, both the parts he was proud of and those he feared. The forest around them began to shift once again, the trees parting as though opening up to reveal something beyond. Kahu could feel the change before he saw it, a deep pull in his chest urging him forward. The path ahead had grown clearer. But it was no longer about finding something in the world. It was about finding something within himself. "You must face your own reflection, Kahu," the figure said, its voice now almost a whisper, yet carrying the weight of the universe. "Only when you look into the mirror and see yourself, truly see yourself, will you understand the next step of your journey." As the figure spoke, the mist around them parted, and Kahu saw it, a large, smooth surface that appeared to be both liquid and glass. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, like the surface of water under the light of the moon. It was a mirror, but not just any mirror. It felt ancient, as though it had been placed here for him alone, to reveal something hidden. Kahu took a tentative step toward it. The moment his reflection came into view, he froze. What he saw wasn't just his own face. It was a version of himself he had never known, a version that felt foreign and unsettling. The reflection wasn't perfect. It wasn't even flattering. Instead, it was raw and unpolished, filled with the scars of past mistakes, the weight of unresolved emotions, the darkness he had tried so hard to avoid. But there was something else there, too. Something bright, something resilient, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for Kahu to acknowledge it. As he stared at the reflection, a quiet voice whispered within him, "This is who you are." The path ahead seemed clearer now, less about escaping who he had been, and more about embracing all of it, the shadow and the light, the fears and the strengths. Only then could he move forward. Kahu's breath caught as the mirror began to shift, the reflection slowly transforming. The figure behind him didn't speak again, but Kahu knew what he had to do. There would be no more hiding, no more running from the parts of himself that he feared. The journey ahead was one of integration, of becoming whole. Stepping closer to the mirror, Kahu placed his hand against the cool surface, feeling the pulse of energy that resonated from within. This was his moment, his challenge, and he was ready. The parts he tried so hard to bury. The figure's voice softened, almost like a whisper, but its words landed with crushing clarity in Kahu's mind. The realization was now undeniable. He had spent so much time searching for external solutions to his inner turmoil. But the path to peace was not in running away from the darkness. It was in confronting it, accepting it as part of his whole self. Kahu's pulse quickened as the figure's presence seemed to expand, pressing in on him from all sides. It wasn't just the physical space around them that was changing, but the very nature of the world. The forest had faded away, replaced by an open expanse of dark, reflective surface. The fog from earlier had cleared, but in its place lay an endless, blackened mirror that stretched across the horizon. The surface shimmered slightly, as though it were alive, responding to his every thought, every feeling. "Step forward, Kahu," the figure instructed, its tone no longer cold or detached but filled with purpose. "What you see in this mirror is not a reflection of your body, but of your mind. You must face what is within you before you can move forward. There is no running from it now." Kahu's feet felt heavy as he took the first tentative step toward the mirror. His heart thudded in his chest, his breath shallow as the realization of what he was about to do began to sink in. He had faced many trials in his journey, but this was different. This wasn't just a test of strength or courage. This was about confronting himself, the parts of him he had denied and feared for so long. As he moved closer, the mirror began to shift. It no longer reflected his physical form. Instead, it began to show glimpses of his inner world, fragments of memories, fleeting images, and emotions that he had long since locked away. First, he saw the face of his younger self, a boy full of hope and wonder, before the burdens of life began to weigh him down. The image shifted again, this time showing him at a moment of failure, when his dreams had seemed impossible, and his sense of self had begun to fracture. Then there were images of pain, moments of regret, of holding back, of fear overwhelming him. These memories weren't just in his past. They were still alive within him, influencing every step he took, every decision he made. Kahu felt his chest tighten as the mirror pulled him deeper into these moments. He couldn't escape them, nor did he want to. This was his chance to finally face them, to understand them, to accept them. The fear, the shame, the guilt. It was all there, staring back at him in the form of his own reflection. But rather than pulling away, he found himself moving closer, drawn to the mirror as if it were calling him to see the full truth. And then the figure's voice broke through his thoughts. "This is only a part of the truth. What you see here is the surface, the reflection of your mind's struggle with the past. But to truly heal, you must understand not just what you have been, but who you have the power to become." Kahu blinked, the clarity in the figure's words cutting through the fog of his emotions. He wasn't here to simply relive his past or wallow in the memories of what had hurt him. This mirror, this reflection, was a tool. It was showing him the fragments of himself that needed healing, the parts that were still in darkness, but it also showed him the potential for growth. The truth wasn't just in what had happened, but in what he was capable of becoming. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool surface of the mirror. For a brief moment, the image flickered, as if testing his resolve. But he didn't pull away. Instead, he pressed harder, allowing the mirror's surface to sink into his palm, feeling the weight of all that it revealed and all that it offered. "I'm ready," Kahu whispered to the mirror, to the figure, to himself. "I'm ready to face all of it." The figure nodded, its hood shifting slightly as it watched him. "The journey is yours to continue, but remember, it is not the path ahead that will define you. It is the way you face yourself. The courage to accept every part of who you are will shape the future you walk into. With those final words, the mirror began to change. The blackened surface shimmered and rippled like water, swirling with color, shifting from dark to light. The reflections of his past began to fade, replaced by an image of the future. A version of Kahu not bound by the fears or limitations of his past, but standing tall, facing forward with clarity and purpose. Kahu stood there for a long moment, breathing deeply, feeling the weight of the transformation that was taking place within him. The journey was far from over, but for the first time, he understood that his path was not dictated by his past. It was shaped by the choices he would make moving forward. And with that understanding, Kahu took a step back, ready to move beyond the mirror, ready to continue the journey into the unknown, with a deeper sense of self than he had ever known before. The images in the mirror continued to shift, each one pulling Kahu further into the depths of his own soul. He watched helplessly as memories from his past unfurled in front of him, each one a fragment of a story he had long since tried to bury. There were moments of loss, of heartbreak, of times when he had let his fears dictate his choices. But among the memories, there were also flashes of triumph, times when he had overcome impossible odds, when he had trusted himself, when he had embraced his true potential. These moments were small, fleeting, but they were there, hidden beneath the shadows of his doubts. The mirror grew darker, and a new image emerged, a distorted reflection of Kahu, twisted and contorted in ways he couldn't comprehend. This version of him was consumed by anger, regret, and fear. His eyes were cold, devoid of warmth or hope. It was the part of him he had feared the most, the part that he had pushed away, hoping it would disappear. But here it was, staring back at him, raw and unfiltered. He stepped back, his heart racing. The face in the mirror was a grotesque version of himself, a reflection of everything he had tried to suppress. For a moment, he wanted to look away, to run, but he couldn't. Something deep within him told him that this was the moment where everything would either fall apart or come together. There was no turning back now. "You see?" the figure's voice echoed, softer this time, filled with understanding. "This is the part of you that you have hidden in the dark, the anger, the hurt, the fear. You thought if you buried it, it would go away. But it hasn't. It's been growing in the shadows, feeding off your doubts and insecurities." Kahu's breath caught in his throat as the twisted version of himself in the mirror seemed to grow larger, its eyes widening with an almost menacing hunger. It was as though the reflection was mocking him, taunting him for his inability to face it before. But instead of retreating, something inside Kahu shifted. The weight of the moment settled over him, and the fear he had been carrying for so long began to dissolve. "No more," he whispered to himself, his voice trembling with the force of his resolve. "No more running. I face you now." He stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The distorted image in the mirror seemed to shift, as though it was reacting to his decision. The edges of the reflection blurred and began to unravel, slowly at first, then more rapidly. The anger, the regret, the fear, they began to disintegrate, not because they were erased, but because Kahu finally accepted them as part of himself. They no longer had power over him. He had the power to transform them, to integrate them into the person he was becoming. The mirror cleared, and Kahu saw his own reflection once more. This time, it wasn't twisted or dark. It was whole. The scars, the imperfections, the parts of him he had always been ashamed of. They were still there, but they no longer defined him. They were pieces of his journey, lessons he had learned, parts of himself that had shaped who he was now. He looked up at the figure, who stood silently, watching. The figure didn't speak, but there was a sense of approval in its gaze. "You are ready now," the figure said quietly, its voice filled with a strange, gentle pride. "You have faced yourself, truly faced yourself, and in doing so, you have unlocked the power to move forward. You are not defined by your past, Kahu. You are defined by the choices you make now." Kahu nodded, the weight of the moment sinking in. He had been running from himself for so long, but now, for the first time in his life, he felt free. The journey ahead would still be difficult. He knew that, but it was his to walk, and he no longer felt alone in it. He had confronted the darkness within, and it no longer had a hold on him. "Thank you," Kahu said, his voice steady but filled with gratitude. He didn't know where this path would take him, but for the first time, he felt prepared to face whatever came next. The figure gave a slight nod, and with that, the mirror faded. The forest returned, and the fog lifted, revealing a path forward. Kahu didn't hesitate. He began to walk again, each step lighter than the last. He didn't know where the road would lead, but he was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. He was ready for whatever came next, ready to embrace the truth of who he was. And as he walked into the unknown, he felt something stir deep inside him, a sense of purpose, of strength, and of peace. Chapter 17. The Path of Self. Kahu's steps echoed as he moved toward the dark mirror. Each footfall felt like a deliberate choice, a conscious decision to face the parts of himself he had hidden away for so long. As he walked closer, the air seemed to thicken around him, and the shadowed version of himself in the reflection began to shift, its grotesque features warping and changing. But Kahu wasn't afraid anymore. He had made the decision. He would face this. The reflection in the mirror grew more unstable, flickering between images of the worst moments of his life. He saw his failures, his broken relationships, the moments when he had let fear and doubt take control. But there was something new in the reflection now, something that hadn't been there before. A flicker of light, small but undeniable, began to shine through the darkness. Kahu reached out, his hand trembling slightly as it approached the surface of the mirror. For a brief moment, he hesitated, but then he reminded himself. He had to confront this, or he would never truly be free. Slowly, he pressed his hand against the cool, reflective surface. The moment his skin made contact with the mirror, a rush of energy coursed through him. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming. The images of his past, the feelings of shame, fear, and regret, flooded him all at once. But now, they weren't as threatening. They weren't as powerful. Kahu could feel his own strength rising within him, a sense of clarity that had been absent for so long. The mirror began to pulse with light, and Kahu's reflection changed again. The twisted, shadowed version of himself began to unravel, its darkness dissipating like smoke in the wind. The light inside Kahu grew brighter, the parts of him that had once been clouded with fear now illuminated with understanding. "You have faced your darkness," the figure's voice echoed, its tone filled with approval. "You have seen the parts of yourself that you feared and rejected. And now you have the power to transform them, to integrate them into who you truly are." Kahu's chest rose and fell with each breath, his heart steady, his mind clear. He could feel the change happening within him, like a weight lifting from his shoulders. The doubts, that had plagued him for so long began to fade, replaced by a quiet sense of peace. He looked into the mirror again. This time, the reflection wasn't distorted. It was him, whole, unified. He could see the light in his eyes, the same light that had always been there, buried beneath the shadows. It wasn't perfect. He wasn't perfect. But he was whole. Kahu stepped back from the mirror, his body filled with a sense of calm he had never known before. The weight of his past, the burden of his fears, had been lifted. And though the journey ahead was still uncertain, he knew now that he was ready for whatever lay beyond the mirror. The figure, still cloaked in shadow, gave a small nod. You are no longer the man who ran from his fears. You are the man who faces them, embraces them, and transforms them. And now, you are free to move forward. Kahu stood taller, his resolve stronger than ever before. He had faced his darkness, and he had come out the other side. Now, it was time to move on. To continue the journey, not just through the dream world, but through his life, with the knowledge that he was capable of becoming the person he had always dreamed of being. But as the figure began to fade, the world around Kahu started to shift again. The mirror cracked, and the reflection shattered into 1,000 pieces, each one falling into the abyss below. Kahu looked around, his heart pounding. Something was changing. Something new was beginning. The path ahead was still unclear, but he was no longer afraid to walk it. He stepped forward, determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The world and himself were waiting. The mirror now reflected the true Kahu, stripped of the distortions of his past fears. There was no longer a shadowed figure, no grotesque reflection, just Kahu, standing with a clarity that felt foreign yet deeply familiar, as if he were seeing himself for the first time, in a way that mattered. His features were the same, but there was a difference. His eyes, which once carried the weight of past regrets and self-doubt, now shimmered with a quiet strength. The air around him felt lighter, as if the very atmosphere was recognizing his transformation. The energy he had once carried, the fear, the anxiety, had begun to dissipate, replaced by something new, something empowering. "You've made peace with your darkness," the figure intoned, its voice rich with approval. "But there is another step, Kahu. Now you must embrace the light within you." Kahu took a deep breath, stepping away from the mirror and feeling a surge of energy flood his chest. It was like a spark had been ignited deep within, an awareness of the potential that had always been there, waiting to be recognized. He felt no longer just a man filled with doubts and regrets, but a being capable of great things, with an untapped well of power inside him. The figure before him gestured toward the horizon, where the mirror once was, and now a vast expanse of light stretched out before him. This was not just a world, not just a dream. It was something deeper, something far beyond his initial understanding. This was the realm of possibility, the place where he could become who he was meant to be. Your journey does not end here, Kahu. You have reached a new level, but it is only the beginning of your transformation, the figure continued, its voice deep and resonant. The world of dreams may hold many layers, but the world of the self, the path to who you truly are, is infinite. You must walk it not with fear, but with the certainty that you are whole. You must trust in the light within you. Kahu stood in silence, taking it all in. The words felt like they were echoing through every fiber of his being. He had always thought of himself as broken, as something that needed to be fixed. But now, he understood. He was not broken. He was whole. The light and the dark inside him were not opposites to be feared, but parts of the same whole. A deep sense of peace settled over him. His fears were not gone. No, they would always be there, in some form or another. But he now understood that he had the power to choose how he responded to them. He could face them, integrate them, and continue moving forward. The figure began to fade, its outline becoming more translucent, more ethereal. "Remember," it said softly, "you are not just a dreamer, Kahu. You are the creator of your own dream. It is time to wake up, not from this realm, but from the limitations you have placed on yourself. The dream world is a reflection of what lies within you. So, go now. Continue your journey, but know this: the greatest power you possess is not found in the world around you. It is within you, always." Kahu felt a rush of gratitude and understanding wash over him as the figure dissolved completely into the light. He stood there for a long moment, absorbing the truth of what had just occurred. The path ahead would not be easy. Nothing ever was, but he now knew that he was ready. Ready to face whatever challenges lay before him with a heart full of light, with the knowledge that his greatest strength came not from outside, but from within. And with that, he stepped forward into the light, his journey continuing, not as a man searching for answers, but as a man who had finally found the truth within himself. His fears were not gone. No, they would always be a part of him. But now, they no longer controlled him. They no longer had the power to dictate his path or determine his worth. Kahu had learned that to be human was to be both light and shadow, to hold the balance between fear and courage, doubt and belief. His journey wasn't about eliminating the parts of himself that scared him. It was about integrating them into a whole that was stronger for its complexity. The figure before him, though still cloaked in mystery, seemed to nod in silent approval. "You have seen the truth," it said. "Now, you must walk your path. The world, as it is not perfect. But in your acceptance of yourself, flaws and all, you can bring a new kind of light to the darkness around you." Kahu's heart swelled with a quiet understanding. It wasn't about changing the world with grand gestures or impossible feats. It was about changing his own perception, about stepping into his power without fear of the unknown. He had always thought that to be a hero, to truly live with purpose, he needed to conquer everything outside of himself. But now, he knew, the real battle was within. And as he stood in the vast expanse of light stretching before him, Kahu realized he wasn't alone. The people who had joined him on this journey, each one of them, with their unique histories and burdens, had also reached this place of understanding. They too had faced their own darkness, their own fears. And though their paths were still unfolding, they would carry the same truth, that the light within was always greater than the shadows. "Remember this, Kahu," the figure said, as it began to fade, its presence retreating into the light. "What you see in the world is a reflection of what you hold inside. If you carry light within, you will see light outside. If you carry peace within, you will create peace around you. The world will follow your example, because the truth you have embraced will radiate to all." Kahu nodded, feeling a deep, quiet peace settle over him. He felt ready now, not for battle or for conflict, but for the quiet, powerful journey that lay ahead. His purpose was no longer a distant, abstract idea. It was something he carried with him, deep inside. His path would not always be easy, but he now understood that it was his to walk, and no one else's. The figure vanished completely, leaving Kahu alone in the expanse of light. He stood there for a long while, letting the truth settle into every part of him. And then, as the light began to grow even brighter, he took his first step forward. It was not a leap into the unknown, but a step into himself. He was ready. Chapter 18. The Rebirth. The world around Kahu seemed to shift, as though the very fabric of the dream realm was responding to his transformation. The vast expanse of light that had enveloped him began to dissolve, replaced by an ever-changing landscape that mirrored the state of his mind. It wasn't a place of finality. No, it was a realm of fluidity, of movement, of constant change. He stood at the center, the energy of his own awakening still swirling within him. There was no longer the heavy weight of doubt or fear pressing down on him, but rather an overwhelming sense of clarity. For the first time, he felt fully aware of the enormity of the journey he had undertaken, not just in the realm of dreams, but in the realm of self. The path that had brought him here had been full of challenges and moments of deep discomfort, but now he knew that each step, each struggle, had been a necessary part of his growth. The fragments of his past, the fractured pieces of his identity, had finally come together to form a whole. But as he stood there, bathed in the soft light of realization, a new question began to take shape in his mind. What now? What was the purpose of his newfound understanding, this transformation he had experienced? Was it enough to simply accept himself? Or was there something more he was meant to do with this knowledge? He looked around, hoping for answers, but the landscape around him was silent, still. The once vibrant colors had softened into a more muted palette, as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to make the next move. His thoughts drifted back to the other travelers, his companions on this journey. What had become of them? They had each faced their own trials, had each uncovered the darkness within themselves. But now, as Kahu stood at the precipice of his own rebirth, he realized that their paths had also been intertwined. They were all on this journey together, even if their experiences were vastly different. Perhaps, he thought, it was time to reunite, to find out what the others had learned, what their transformations had revealed. With a determined step, Kahu began to walk, his feet guided not by fear or uncertainty, but by a quiet, steady confidence. He moved through the landscape, the shifting colors and forms responding to his presence, as though the world itself recognized the change within him. As he moved forward, the silence around him was broken by a distant sound, a soft hum, faint but unmistakable. It seemed to be coming from the horizon, and without thinking, Kahu followed the sound. With each step, the hum grew louder, more distinct, until it became a low, resonant vibration that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. The source of the sound soon became clear. In the distance, he saw a shape, something or someone, moving toward him through the shifting colors of the realm. The figure was still far off, but Kahu could feel its energy, a familiar presence that pulled him in. It was as if the figure was calling to him, drawing him forward. He felt an inexplicable connection to it, as if it were part of him, a part he had not yet fully understood. He quickened his pace, driven by the sense of urgency that had taken root in his chest. The figure grew closer, and the hum of energy became almost deafening, filling the air with a vibration that seemed to resonate through every cell of his body. It was a sound of change, of rebirth, of something powerful awakening. As the figure came into view, Kahu's heart skipped a beat. Standing before him was a being. A person, yes, but something more. It was not the form that surprised him, but the sense of familiarity that washed over him in waves. This being, this figure, was not unknown to him. It was someone he had seen before, someone who had been with him on this journey all along. But as the figure stepped into the light, Kahu realized something. It was not just one of his companions. It was not just a person. It was a manifestation of something much deeper, something much more profound. It was the very essence of transformation, the embodiment of everything Kahu had learned, everything he had become. The figure's eyes locked onto Kahu's, and in that moment, time seemed to stretch, to slow. The energy between them crackled, and Kahu knew, deep in his bones, that this encounter was no coincidence. This being was here to guide him, to help him step fully into the next phase of his journey. "You've come far, Kahu," the figure's voice said, resonant and calm, "but the true path is still ahead of you. The journey of self-discovery never ends. It only evolves." Kahu opened his mouth to speak, but the figure raised a hand, silencing him. "It's not time yet. You must understand. Rebirth is not the end. It's the beginning of something far greater. It is the first step toward understanding the true nature of the dream." Kahu nodded, feeling both a sense of awe and a deep, abiding peace. Whatever this next step was, he knew he was ready. As the hum grew louder, Kahu felt an undeniable pull toward it, as though the sound was calling him, beckoning him forward. His heart quickened, but there was no fear. This was a sound of familiarity, a signal that something important was about to unfold. The energy in the air shifted, becoming more vibrant, more charged with purpose. The landscape around him seemed to blur and morph, transforming into a new, unfamiliar realm. A forest dense with ancient trees, their canopies glowing with an ethereal light. The hum echoed through the branches, each note vibrating in the air, urging him onward. Kahu's steps quickened, his breath steady, as he navigated the twisted roots and thick undergrowth. Despite the otherworldly surroundings, he felt a strange sense of peace, as though this place was somehow a reflection of his inner growth, a space that mirrored his journey of awakening. It wasn't just a dream anymore. It was a manifestation of his soul's transformation, and he understood that now more than ever. The world was no longer something to be feared. It was something to be shaped. As he moved deeper into the forest, the hum became clearer, resonating within him. There was a rhythm to it, a pulse that matched his heartbeat. It was as if the sound was alive, weaving through the very fabric of the world, pulling him toward its source. And then, suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in golden light. At the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, ancient and worn, but exuding a quiet power. Resting upon it was a glowing crystal, pulsating with energy. The hum now felt more like a song, a chorus of voices, ancient and timeless, rising from the crystal itself. Kahu felt a deep knowing in his gut. This crystal, this was a key, the key to his next step, to the next phase of his journey. He moved toward it, his hand instinctively reaching out. As his fingers brushed against its smooth surface, the hum intensified, and a rush of energy surged through him. His body trembled, not in fear, but in awe, as the light from the crystal enveloped him, flowing into his very being. In that moment, everything clicked into place. Kahu saw flashes of images, visions of his past and future, of the paths he had walked and those still ahead. He saw the faces of his companions, their struggles, their growth, their own journeys unfolding in parallel with his. They were all connected, bound by something greater than themselves, something that had always been there, waiting for them to discover it. The crystal's energy swirled around him, and Kahu felt his consciousness expand, his understanding deepening. The transformation he had undergone was not just personal, it was universal. The rebirth he had experienced was part of a much larger process, a collective awakening that spanned across time and space. But with this realization came another. He could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, something that had been watching over him, guiding him without his knowing. It was as if the very forces of the dream realm, the guardians of this world, were acknowledging his journey, his progress. The weight of their gaze was immense, yet comforting. They were here, watching, but they also trusted him. They trusted that he was ready for whatever came next. Kahu took a deep breath, grounding himself in the moment. He had faced the darkness within, embraced the light, and now it was time to move forward. The crystal before him pulsed once more, and the light from it grew brighter, more intense. He could feel the pull of destiny, the call of something greater than himself, guiding him forward. With a steady hand, he took the crystal, its energy flowing into him as if it had always belonged there. The world around him shimmered, and he knew that he was no longer just a traveler in a dream. He was becoming something more, a force for change, for growth, for the transformation of the world itself. And with that, the hum of the forest seemed to fade into a deeper silence, the air vibrating with the promise of what was to come. Kahu's heart swelled with the realization that this was only the beginning of the true journey. Something greater than the individual, an energy that transcended time, space, and self. It was the pulse of the universe itself, flowing through them all, guiding them toward a common purpose. Kahu understood now that the transformation wasn't just for him. It was for all of them. Each of them had a role to play, a piece of the puzzle to fit into place. They had all been drawn here by something larger than their individual lives, and they were now on the cusp of something monumental. The crystal's light grew brighter, and Kahu felt his body begin to vibrate with its energy. His breath quickened, not from fear, but from a deep, overwhelming sense of connection. The hum, once distant, was now all-encompassing, filling every part of him, resonating in the very marrow of his bones. He could feel the heartbeat of the world, the pulse of the dream realm, merging with his own. "You have awakened," a voice spoke, not from the crystal, but from within him. It was the voice of the realm, of the dream itself. "You are ready." Kahu's chest swelled with emotion. The uncertainty that had plagued him for so long was gone, replaced by an unshakable certainty. He was ready, not just to face the world outside, but to face the journey within. The light that had once seemed so distant and unattainable was now within his reach, an integral part of who he had become. The voice continued, now gentler, as though offering him a gift. "What you have learned is not only for you. The world of dreams, the world of the living, and the worlds in between, these realms are connected, just as you are connected to them. The knowledge you carry is the seed of transformation. Plant it, and it will grow." Kahu nodded, understanding flooding through him. This was not a journey that ended with personal enlightenment. It was a beginning. A new world was unfolding, not just in the dream realm, but in the waking world as well. He was a part of something much larger, something that held the potential to bring about true change. As the crystal's light began to fade, leaving a soft, lingering glow, Kahu took a step back. His hand, still hovering above the pedestal, was no longer trembling. The energy from the crystal had infused him, but it had also made him whole. He was ready to step into the next chapter of his journey, both in the dream realm and beyond. Turning toward the forest, Kahu felt the pull of his companions, their presence calling him back. He had come here alone, but he would not leave the same way. He now understood that their fates were intertwined. The transformation he had undergone was just the beginning for them all. With one last look at the glowing pedestal, Kahu stepped forward, walking with purpose, his heart and mind aligned in a way they had never been before. The path ahead was unclear, but the certainty within him was unshakable. He was no longer just a traveler in the dream world. He was a catalyst, a part of the force that would reshape everything. And he would walk this path, not as an individual, but as a part of something greater, something limitless. As he disappeared into the trees, the hum of the crystal slowly faded, but the light remained. The world of dreams was shifting, expanding, preparing for what was to come. And Kahu was ready. Chapter 19. The World Awaits. Kahu stepped away from the pedestal, his body still humming with the energy of the crystal. It was as though his very being was attuned to the pulse of the dream realm now, a living part of the world he had once only wandered through in search of answers. He had crossed through a door that had been hidden to him, but now it was wide open. The possibilities before him were limitless, and the path he walked was no longer just his own. It was the path of all those who had walked with him, all those who would follow. Their stories were intertwined, their fates sealed in ways that were beyond comprehension. The forest around him was alive with movement, its soft glow becoming more pronounced as he walked deeper into the heart of it. The trees bent and shifted as though they were alive, acknowledging his presence. He could feel the presence of others now, not just the stillness of the land, but the hum of life that pulsed through it. This was not just a dream anymore. It was a living, breathing ecosystem of energy and consciousness. Kahu stopped in the middle of the clearing, allowing the soft breeze to sweep through him, feeling the warmth of it against his skin. The light from the trees bathed the world in a gentle luminescence, casting long shadows on the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the moment stretch out, an eternity of quiet stillness. In this space, time was both infinite and non-existent. There was no past to linger on, no future to worry about. There was only the now. It was then that he heard the familiar sound, the low hum that had led him here. It was joined by another, and then another, until the clearing was filled with a symphony of voices, their resonance vibrating in the very air around him. Kahu opened his eyes to see a figure approaching, moving through the shifting light. The figure's silhouette was outlined against the trees, a presence Kahu recognized but could not quite place. As the figure drew closer, the light from the trees illuminated their features, and Kahu saw the familiar face of Valerie Floyd. Her expression was serene, but there was something deeper in her eyes now, a knowing that had not been there before. She was not just a guide anymore. She had transformed along with him. They had all been changed in ways they couldn't yet understand. "Kahu," she said, her voice soft but filled with authority. "You've come far, but there is more ahead of us." Kahu nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle deep within him. He had known this was not the end. The journey was only just beginning, and the lessons he had learned here in the dream realm would carry him into the waking world. The knowledge he now carried would be his guide. But it was also a responsibility. A responsibility to not just himself, but to the world he was about to return to. Valerie stepped forward, her presence grounding him, yet her gaze was focused on something far beyond the present moment. The dream realm has changed you. You have unlocked something deep within yourself. And it is that knowledge, those truths, that will shape the next phase of your journey. But you must be careful. Not all dreams are peaceful. Not all realms are as benign as the one you've walked through. Kahu met her gaze, sensing the gravity in her words. He had already faced so much, so many layers of himself and the world around him. But he now understood that his path wasn't simply one of personal growth. The dream realm was not isolated from the waking world. It was intricately tied to the struggles and imbalances in the world outside. "We need to awaken others," Kahu said quietly, as much to himself as to Valerie. "We can't keep this to ourselves. The world needs to know. We need to bring this truth back to them." Valerie's eyes softened, but there was a glint of determination in them as well. "Yes," she agreed, "but you're not alone in this. You never have been. There are others who have been walking this path too, and it's time to bring them together." With those words, Valerie extended her hand, and Kahu took it without hesitation. As their hands met, a wave of energy surged through them, a connection that bound them both, not just to each other, but to the world beyond. Together, they turned and walked toward the horizon, where the path ahead lay bathed in golden light. There was so much left to discover, so much left to understand. The dream realm had shown them a glimpse of what was possible, but the waking world, still full of mystery, still full of potential, was where their true challenge lay. The world awaited. Kahu nodded, feeling the weight of Valerie's words sink into him. There was no doubt now, his journey wasn't over. It was only just beginning. He had stepped into something far greater than he had ever imagined, and now he could feel the subtle pull of it, drawing him toward a future that felt both uncertain and filled with promise. He had been part of a larger design, and there were pieces still left to be revealed. "I know," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of both the question and the answer. He understood, in the depths of his being, that what he had learned was only a part of the whole. There was a responsibility that came with this knowledge, a call to action that had yet to be fully realized. Valerie stepped closer, her presence grounding him in the present moment. Her energy, once defined by the sterile walls of a lab and the sharpness of intellect, had now been transformed into something fluid, something expansive. The shift in her was palpable, and Kahu knew she had walked a path similar to his, one of deep self-discovery and transformation. The scientist who had once sought to control the dream world was now becoming an integral part of it, much like the rest of them. "Everyone's waiting," Valerie said, her eyes scanning the horizon as if seeing something far beyond the trees, beyond the clearing. "You've awakened to the truth. Now we need to help others see it too." Her words struck a chord in Kahu. He had always believed that transformation began within, that change started with the individual, but now he saw how interconnected everything truly was. It was not enough for him to simply accept the dream world as his own. He had to bring others along, help them see what he had discovered, help them awaken. "Are they here?" Kahu asked, his voice steady but filled with curiosity. He had to know. The others, the ones who had journeyed alongside him, who had faced their own trials, were they close? Were they ready to join him in this next phase of their collective journey? Valerie smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in her expression. "They are coming," she said, her voice quiet. "But it's not as simple as you think. The dream world is shifting, and the connection between our realms is growing stronger. It's calling to them, just as it called to you. But they'll need time. They'll need space to understand what they've become, just as you did." Kahu understood. They weren't just waiting for the others to arrive. They were waiting for the right moment for each of them to awaken, to step into their own power. The path they had walked was theirs alone, but now it was time to walk together, as one. "What do we do now?" Kahu asked, his gaze meeting Valerie's, ready to take the next step. Valerie's eyes darkened, her expression serious. "Now we prepare," she said. "The world we knew is changing, Kahu. The dream realm is no longer just a space for exploration. It's a space for creation. And we are the ones tasked with shaping what comes next. We must move carefully, for there are forces within these realms that will try to stop us. The dream world is not as peaceful as it seems." Kahu's heart skipped a beat. "What forces? What do you mean?" "There are entities, beings of darkness and chaos, who have lived in the fringes of this world for as long as time itself," Valerie explained, her voice now a low murmur, laden with caution. "They feed on fear, on confusion, on the chaos that arises when people don't understand their own power. These entities thrive in the uncertainty that comes with awakening. And if we are not careful, they will use that fear to try and drag us back." Kahu's mind raced as Valerie's words sank in. He had known that the dream world was not without its dangers, but hearing it so plainly made him realize how much was at stake. The journey ahead would not be without challenges, but the path was one he would walk with conviction. He had come too far to turn back now. "We'll face them," Kahu said, his voice firm, his resolve clear. "We'll find a way." Valerie looked at him for a long moment, as though weighing the sincerity of his words. Finally she nodded. "Yes," she said, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "We will. Together." And with that, Kahu felt the weight of the world shift, just slightly. The dream realm was no longer a place of escape or exploration. It was a place of purpose, a place to rebuild, to create, to protect. The next steps were unclear, but Kahu knew one thing for certain. The time for passive exploration had passed. The time for action was now. He turned toward the horizon, feeling the energy of the world around him shifting in response. The dream realm was calling him, but this time it was no longer a place to simply observe. It was a place to create. And in the distance, he could see the others beginning to arrive. Kahu understood. They weren't the only ones who had been transformed. The others, the ones who had ventured into the dream realm with him, were still processing their own journeys. Each had a unique path to follow, and each had to awaken in their own time. But the pull was undeniable. The dream world was reaching out, pulling them all together, like the threads of a tapestry being woven into something greater. He looked at Valerie, who seemed to be silently watching him, waiting for him to fully grasp the gravity of their situation. Her calm demeanor was comforting, but he could see the weight of the mission she carried. She had led them this far, but now, like him, she too had become part of something much larger than herself. "We can't rush them," Valerie said, her voice steady but filled with the knowledge of what lay ahead. "Each of us is on a different timeline, but we're all part of the same dream." The weight of her words settled around him. The dream was not just something they entered, but something they were a part of, interwoven with their every thought, every action, every breath. The world they had stepped into was alive, as much a part of them as their physical forms. Kahu's thoughts drifted briefly to his companions, Lars, Joseph, Kahu himself, and now Valerie. Each of them had been chosen for a reason. Each of them had unique gifts, challenges, and experiences that would shape the future of this world. They had already crossed boundaries, faced trials, and made decisions that were beginning to ripple across the realms. But there was still so much to do. Kahu's mind wandered to the ones who still hadn't crossed the threshold. His friends and family in the waking world. Would they ever understand? Would they ever be able to grasp the magnitude of what they had discovered? Would they see the truth, the beauty, and the responsibility that came with this knowledge? Valerie seemed to read his thoughts. She stepped closer to him, a soft yet powerful presence at his side. "They will," she said with quiet confidence. "In time, they will see it, just as you saw it." The moment felt infinite. In that vast expanse of time and space, Kahu could feel the shift. The moment where everything they had experienced, everything they had learned, was converging into a singular point. It was like a door was opening, not just for them, but for everyone. The world of dreams was no longer something to be explored, something separate. It was part of them, part of the collective journey of humanity. He could hear it now, the soft hum of the dream world, like a heartbeat in the background of their reality. It was louder, clearer, and somewhere in that sound, Kahu knew that everything was coming together. "You're ready," Valerie said, her voice strong now, filled with purpose. "And so is the world." With those words, Kahu felt the final piece fall into place. The journey had only just begun, and the world, his world, was waiting for him to lead the way. There was no turning back. The dream was now alive in him, and he would carry it forward, guiding others along the path. Together, they would awaken the dream. Chapter 20. The Final Threshold. The dream realm pulsed with an intensity Kahu had never felt before. The light around him had shifted, no longer soft and welcoming but sharp, vibrating with an energy that demanded attention. He stood at the edge of the clearing, the trees now seeming to lean in, as if the entire forest were waiting, holding its breath. Something significant was about to unfold, and Kahu could feel the weight of it in the air. Valerie was beside him, her presence as steady as the earth beneath their feet. They had come so far, but Kahu knew they were at a crossroads. There was something they still had to face, something they had not yet understood. The answers had been close, but now the truth was unfolding in ways they could not yet comprehend. "It's time," Valerie said, her voice barely a whisper, yet carrying the weight of a command. Kahu nodded, his gaze fixed on the shimmering horizon. The dream world had always felt like a place of endless possibility, but now it felt different. It was as if the fabric of reality was beginning to unravel, revealing something beneath it, something ancient and profound, something that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. The pull was undeniable. He could feel the dream world calling him, beckoning him forward, urging him to take the next step. The others, their friends, their allies, were out there too, waiting for the final moment. They had all played their parts, but this would be the ultimate test. "I can't help but wonder," Kahu said, his voice thick with thought, "how much of this was meant to happen." How much of our journey was guided by forces beyond us? Valerie turned to him, her eyes reflecting the same depth of understanding. "I've asked myself that same question 1,000 times," she replied. "But in the end, it doesn't matter. What matters is what we do now. We're standing at the final threshold. Whatever happens next is on us." Kahu felt a deep sense of resolve settle within him. There was no going back now. This moment was his, and he would face whatever came next with everything he had. The dream world had changed him, but it had also shown him the truth of his own power. He was no longer just a traveler in this realm. He was a part of it. His purpose had been written into the very fabric of this place. The clearing ahead seemed to shift, the trees parting as if making way for something. A single path appeared, bathed in light, leading deeper into the heart of the forest. Kahu stepped forward, his heart beating in time with the energy around him. This was it, the moment of truth. Valerie placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. "Remember," she said softly, "this is not just about us. It's about everyone. It's about the future of the dream realm and the waking world." Kahu nodded. He understood now. They were not merely unlocking the mysteries of the dream world, they were unlocking a new future, a future that was intertwined with the collective consciousness of all living beings. The power they had discovered was not meant for them alone. It was meant to be shared, to be used for the greater good. With one final breath, Kahu took a step onto the path, feeling the weight of everything that had come before and everything that lay ahead. The path shimmered beneath his feet, alive with possibility. As he moved forward, the dream realm seemed to shift with him, adapting and responding to his presence. The trees began to whisper, their leaves rustling like 1,000 voices speaking in unison. It was as if the entire world was alive, aware of the changes unfolding. And then, at the end of the path, Kahu saw it. A doorway, bathed in golden light. It stood alone in the middle of the clearing, an entrance to the unknown. The final threshold, the place where all the mysteries would be revealed. Kahu took another step, and the doorway seemed to pulse with energy, inviting him forward. It was time. The clearing ahead seemed to shift, the trees parting as if making way for something. A single path appeared, bathed in a soft, ethereal light that stretched far into the distance, beyond Kahu's sight. The very air seemed to vibrate with energy, as if the dream world itself were holding its breath, waiting for him to step forward. Kahu felt a presence at his side. He turned to find Valerie standing next to him, her expression unreadable, yet filled with an unmistakable determination. She had come this far too, perhaps farther than anyone could have imagined. They had both changed, both discovered things about themselves that could never be unlearned. Yet, this final moment was still a mystery. "Do you think we're ready?" Kahu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Valerie met his gaze, her eyes steady and full of purpose. "There's no such thing as being ready for this," she replied. "But we are the ones chosen to walk this path. Together, we've learned. We've grown. This is our moment, Kahu. Whatever comes next, we face it as one." The weight of her words settled on Kahu's chest, filling him with a quiet resolve. They had been brought together for a reason, their paths intersecting in ways that neither of them could have predicted. But now they stood at the edge of something far greater than either of them. The dream world, in all its complexity and mystery, was waiting for them to take the final step. The others, Lars, Joseph, Kahu's own family, would all soon be called to this threshold, and they would need to find their own way through it, But it was Kahu who had to cross first. The path ahead was his to walk, and his alone. Taking a deep breath, Kahu stepped forward, the soft light from the path surrounding him as he moved. With each step, the air seemed to hum louder, vibrating with energy that felt almost alive. It was as though the very fabric of the dream world was responding to his presence, acknowledging his role in the greater design. The path led him deeper into the heart of the dream realm, where the land seemed to shift and change with every step. The trees around him were no longer solid. Now they appeared to be formed of pure light, their shapes flickering and dancing in the ethereal glow. He could hear distant voices, whispers that seemed to come from all directions. Some were familiar, the voices of those he had come to know and trust. Others were foreign, speaking in languages he couldn't understand, but the tone of them was comforting, as if they were part of a larger, unseen chorus. At the end of the path, Kahu saw a figure waiting for him. The figure was cloaked in shadow, their features indistinguishable, but there was something about them that felt ancient, timeless. Kahu's heart quickened. He knew this figure. He had seen them before in the deepest recesses of the dream world, an entity that had appeared in fleeting glimpses, just out of reach. The figure stepped forward, its presence filling the space with an aura of profound stillness. "You've come far," the figure said, its voice a deep, resonant echo that seemed to vibrate within Kahu's chest. "But this is where your journey truly begins." Kahu swallowed, his pulse racing. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice steady despite the unease that gripped him. The figure remained silent for a moment before it spoke again. "I am the keeper of the threshold, the one who guards the passage between the waking world and the dream. It is through me that all must pass to reach what lies beyond." Kahu stepped forward, his determination sharpening. "And what lies beyond?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the figure. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering the question. "The answers you seek, the truth of who you are, and what you are destined to become. But remember, Kahu, once you cross this threshold, there is no going back. The dream will become a part of you, as it has become a part of all those who walk this path." Kahu felt a shiver run down his spine, but there was no turning back now. This was the moment he had been preparing for, the moment when everything would shift. He had no illusions about what was ahead. This wasn't just a dream. It was his reality now, and the truth that awaited him would change everything. He nodded, his voice clear. "I'm ready." The figure stepped aside, gesturing toward the path that now seemed to shimmer with an even brighter light. "Then cross and embrace what awaits." Without another word, Kahu took the first step, feeling the energy of the dream realm surge through him. This was it, the final threshold, the beginning of the end. Some were familiar, the voices of those he had come to know, the ones who had walked beside him in the dream world. But there were others too, unfamiliar yet strangely comforting, their tones filled with wisdom and knowledge. They called to him, urging him forward, urging him to understand. Kahu moved deeper into the path, the light around him growing brighter and more intense. It was as though the very world was unraveling in front of him, and in its place was something more pure, more elemental. The dream world was not just a space. It was a living, breathing entity, one that thrived on the energies and intentions of those who entered it. And Kahu had become part of it, entwined in ways he was only beginning to understand. Ahead A figure emerged from the shifting light. It was a woman, draped in a flowing cloak of iridescent hues that seemed to shimmer with every step she took. Her face was obscured by a veil, but Kahu could feel her presence like a deep current running through the dream itself. She seemed to be waiting for him, her form neither fully human nor entirely spectral, existing somewhere between the realms. "You've come far," the woman's voice rang out, both soft and commanding. "But the final step is the hardest, Kahu. The dream world has many secrets, and not all are meant to be uncovered. The question is, are you ready to face the ultimate truth?" Kahu's heart raced as he approached her, the weight of her words pressing into him. He had journeyed through this realm, discovering pieces of himself and the world around him. But this was different. This was not just another challenge. This was the end of the road, the point where all the questions converged, and the answers would either reveal or destroy everything he thought he knew. "I'm ready," Kahu said, his voice steady despite the swirling uncertainty inside him. He had already faced his deepest fears, walked through darkness and light, and encountered truths that had shaken him to his core. But this was the culmination of everything. The woman's veil fluttered slightly as she regarded him, her expression unreadable. "Ready you may be," she replied. "But are you willing to accept the consequences of what you will learn? For the truth, once revealed, cannot be undone." Kahu took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her words settle in his chest. There was no going back now. He had come this far, and there was no turning around. Whatever the truth was, he would face it. It was the only way forward. "I'm willing," he said, his voice strong now, filled with a clarity he hadn't felt before. "I need to know." The woman nodded, her form shimmering as if she were made of light itself. "Then step forward, Kahu. Step into the truth. But remember, what you see may not be what you expect. The dream world is a reflection of your own soul, and what you find here will change you in ways you cannot yet comprehend." Kahu stepped forward, his feet moving of their own accord, drawn to the heart of the dream. The light around him grew brighter, the air thick with a sense of anticipation. The final threshold was before him, and as he crossed it, he felt something inside him shift, an irreversible change, as though the very fabric of his being was being rewritten. The dream world, in all its chaotic beauty, began to unfold before him in ways he had never imagined. He could see the threads of reality intertwining, the intricate web of connections that bound all things together. He saw himself, not just as he was, but as a part of something greater, a greater design, a pattern that stretched beyond time, beyond space, beyond the confines of the dream itself. And as the truth unfolded before him, Kahu understood. This was not just a dream. This was the beginning of something eternal, something beyond all understanding. The dream world was alive, and it was waiting for him to awaken to his place within it. Chapter 21. The Veil Unfolds. The woman's gaze pierced Kahu, and for a moment it felt as though the very core of his being was laid bare before her. The weight of her question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, like the silence that comes before a storm. He had come so far, traveled through realms of dreams, faced creatures of myth and nightmare, and uncovered truths that had forever changed him. But the ultimate test still lay ahead. "Are you willing to accept the consequences?" she repeated, her voice like an echo from the depths of time. Kahu swallowed, his mind racing. This was it. the point of no return. He had learned so much, yet there was still so much more to understand. The dream world had become more than just a place of mystery. It had become his reality, his new purpose. The knowledge he had uncovered had not only shaped his understanding of this world, but had also revealed to him the connection between the waking world and the dream realm. What he did here, what choices he made, would ripple out to the world beyond. He nodded, more to himself than to her. "I'm ready," he said, his voice steady and resolute. The woman's eyes softened, the veil flickering like a flame in the wind. "Then step forward," she instructed, her tone shifting, no longer as foreboding, but laced with something else, something ancient, something wise. Kahu took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet feeling solid, yet strange, as if the very earth were made of the dream itself. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, the light growing ever brighter, until it was almost blinding. But Kahu didn't hesitate. With every step, he felt himself drawn closer to the truth that had been calling him all along. The air hummed with energy, the very atmosphere alive with possibilities. The sounds of the dream world, the whispers of the voices, the rustling of the trees, the calls of distant creatures, faded into silence, leaving only the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. As he walked, the surroundings began to shift, the light warping and bending around him. The trees no longer appeared to be made of solid bark and leaves. Instead, they were abstract shapes, flowing in and out of existence like the brushstrokes of an unfinished painting. The ground beneath his feet seemed to change with each step, from solid earth to soft clouds to flowing rivers, and back again. Everything around him was in constant flux, as though reality itself was being rewritten with every passing moment. Kahu felt an overwhelming sense of both awe and fear. This was not just a dream anymore. It was something more. The boundaries between the realms were thinning, and what he was about to learn would shape everything. Ahead of him, the woman, the figure who had guided him so far, began to dissolve into the light, her form becoming one with the ever-shifting landscape. But as she vanished, a new presence appeared. It was not a figure, but an energy, something vast and infinite, an entity that seemed to stretch across time and space, its essence woven into the very fabric of the dream world itself. Kahu halted, unsure of what to make of the new presence. It wasn't a being he could see, but something he could feel, a force that surrounded him, that filled the air and touched his very soul. He could sense it. This was the truth, the source of all that had been and all that would be. The dream world was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, an expression of the collective consciousness of all beings who had ever dreamed. The energy seemed to reach out to him, pulling him in. It was as though the universe itself was calling to him, offering him the knowledge of everything, past, present, and future. And with that knowledge came a price. Kahu's heart raced. The price was what had always lingered in the background of his mind, the cost of knowing too much, the burden of understanding the interconnectedness of all things. He had felt it before, the weight of this truth, but now it was more tangible, more pressing. What would it mean for him, for the others, for the world? Would they be able to bear it? But he could not turn away. Not now. He had come too far. With a steadying breath, Kahu stepped forward once more, allowing the energy to envelop him. And as he did, the veil between the realms, between the dream and the waking world, began to lift. He was no longer just Kahu, a traveler in a strange and mystical place. He was part of something far greater, part of the eternal cycle of life and death, of creation and destruction. The dream world was not just a space for rest or escape. It was a reflection of all that had ever been and would ever be. The truth was now within his grasp. And as the energy flowed into him, he knew that this was only the beginning of what would unfold. The dream world had shown him glimpses of what lay beyond, but now he would be forced to confront its deepest secrets. The question was no longer if he was ready. It was whether he could handle the truth once it was revealed. And the truth, Kahu realized, was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Everything around him was in constant flux, as though reality itself was being rewritten with every step. It was both disorienting and mesmerizing. The dream world was no longer a place of mystery. It was a living, breathing entity, responsive to his every thought, his every intention. Kahu felt it, the connection, like an invisible thread pulling him deeper into its heart. He could almost hear the pulse of it, a rhythm that beat in time with his own heart. The woman had fallen silent, watching him with an inscrutable expression as he walked. She no longer seemed like a mere guide. She felt like a part of this world, a manifestation of the dream itself. He was no longer sure if she was here to help him or to test him. Ahead of him, the path widened, opening up into a vast, surreal landscape. The sky above was a deep violet, swirling with wisps of glowing clouds. The ground beneath him was a patchwork of shifting tiles, each one a different color and texture, some smooth, others rough, some shimmering with light, others dark and reflective like water. There were no mountains here, no valleys, only an endless expanse of changing terrain that seemed to go on forever. In the distance, Kahu saw something, shapes, flickering at the edges of his vision. As he moved closer, the shapes became clearer. They were figures, tall and ethereal, standing in a loose formation. They were cloaked in robes of shimmering light, their faces obscured, but their presence undeniable. They radiated power, and with each step Kahu took, their forms became sharper, more defined. "Who are they?" Kahu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "They are the Keepers," the woman replied, her voice now reverberating with a strange echo. "The gatekeepers of this place. They watch over the thresholds, the boundaries between the worlds. They know the truth you seek, but they will not give it to you easily. You must prove yourself worthy." Kahu stopped in his tracks. The Keepers? They were unlike anything he had encountered before. He had seen many things in this dream world, strange creatures, ancient beings, and impossible landscapes, but this felt different. These Keepers were not of the dream world. They were something else entirely, something that transcended even the boundaries of the dream. The woman's gaze softened. "The truth is not something that can be handed to you. It must be earned, understood. You have walked through this realm, uncovered many secrets. But there is one final truth that awaits you. The Keepers will show you the way, but you must choose how to walk it." Kahu felt a surge of apprehension rise within him. He had faced countless challenges, but this felt like the true test. He was about to uncover something far greater than he had ever imagined. The weight of it settled heavily on his chest, but there was no turning back now. He continued walking, each step bringing him closer to the Keepers. As he approached, they began to stir, their movements slow and deliberate, as if they were aware of his every thought. Their presence was both comforting and unnerving, like the touch of something ancient and powerful that had seen countless lifetimes pass. When Kahu was just a few feet away, one of the keepers stepped forward. Unlike the others, this one was not shrouded in robes of light, but in deep shadow, a silhouette against the swirling sky. His face was hidden, but his eyes glowed with an inner fire, burning with a knowledge Kahu could not even begin to fathom. To seek the truth, the keeper's voice echoed, is to risk losing what you know. Are you prepared to let go of everything, to face the unknown with no guarantee of what you will find? Kahu's heart raced. Every fiber of his being wanted to ask what the truth was, to demand the answers, but he already knew. The truth could not be given in words. It had to be understood, felt, and lived. I'm ready, Kahu said, his voice steady, though uncertainty lingered in the edges of his mind. I've come this far. I have to know. The keeper's glowing eyes narrowed, then softened, as if weighing his words. Slowly, the figure raised a hand and gestured for Kahu to step forward. Then, the final veil will be lifted, the keeper intoned. But remember, once the truth is revealed, there is no returning to the life you once knew. Kahu took a deep breath and stepped forward. The moment his foot crossed the boundary, the world around him shifted. The landscape blurred and twisted, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to dissolve. For a moment, everything was pure light and sound, overwhelming in its intensity. And then, suddenly, it stopped. Kahu found himself standing in an entirely new place, one that was neither dream nor reality. It was something beyond comprehension, an existence that transcended space and time, a realm of pure understanding. All around him, images flashed, visions of lives and worlds, of histories and futures, none of them his own, yet all of them familiar. It was as if the entire universe was unfolding before him, its secrets laid bare. The woman was gone now, and the keepers had faded into the shadows, leaving him alone in this infinite expanse. Kahu could feel it. This was the truth, the moment of revelation. But what was it? What had he been brought here to understand? His thoughts swirled, searching for meaning in the chaos of images and sensations. And then, slowly, it began to come into focus. The truth was not a thing to be grasped, nor a secret to be unlocked. The truth was the journey itself, the choices made along the way, and the understanding gained through those choices. It was not the end of the path that mattered, but the steps taken to get there. And Kahu realized something profound. The dream world, this place of endless possibility, was not a separate reality. It was part of the greater whole. The lines between life and death, between dreams and waking, were not as clear as they seemed. Everything was connected, bound by the choices, the intentions, and the energies of those who walked through it. He had always wondered what lay beyond the veil. Now he understood. It was not a destination, but a journey that would continue, ever unfolding, ever evolving. The final truth was that the dream world and everything it represented was not just a place. It was a mirror to the soul, a reflection of all that had been and all that could be. Kahu stood there, enveloped in the infinite expanse, the weight of the revelation settling into his heart. It was time to go home. You have walked through this realm, faced its challenges, and learned its secrets, the woman continued, her voice resonating with quiet authority. But this place, the true heart of the dream world, is where your journey truly begins. You are not simply a traveler here, Kahu. You are a seeker, and it is your will, your resolve, that will determine whether you move forward or remain lost in the shadows of the dream. Kahu's pulse quickened. The weight of her words pressed against him, and yet, somewhere deep inside, he felt a strange calm, a knowing that he had always been meant for this moment. Every step, every choice, had led him here, to this confrontation with the truth of the dream world and his place within it. The keepers stood before him now, their presence palpable, like a storm cloud gathering in the sky. Each keeper was a towering figure, indistinct yet imposing, their robes shimmering with strange symbols, ancient and unknown. The air around them seemed to ripple, as if the very fabric of reality bent to their will. And still, their faces remained hidden in shadow, inscrutable, unreadable. To understand the truth, you must first face what lies within you, the woman said, stepping aside. She gestured toward the keepers. They will show you the final trial. They will challenge you in ways you cannot yet comprehend. But you must be ready. Kahu swallowed, gathering his courage. The path ahead was murky, but there was no turning back. These keepers, these mysterious figures, were the key to unlocking the ultimate knowledge of this world and beyond. But he could feel their power, the weight of their gaze, as if they were measuring his very soul. With a deep breath, Kahu stepped forward, the ground shifting beneath his feet, as if acknowledging his resolve. The keepers did not move, but their presence seemed to intensify, drawing closer, surrounding him in a circle. Kahu stood in the center, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind racing. Suddenly, a voice, low and resonant, echoed in his mind. What is it that you seek, traveler? What truth do you seek to uncover? Kahu didn't hesitate. I seek understanding. I want to know the nature of this place, the purpose of the dream world, and how I fit into it all. I need to know what happens next, for me and for the others. The air around him vibrated as the voice spoke again, this time more intensely, as if the dream world itself was testing him. Understanding is a powerful desire, but it comes with a cost. The truth you seek may not be the truth you are ready to accept. Kahu clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. I've come this far. I've seen things no one else has, and I've learned things that can change everything. I won't stop now. The keepers' forms flickered, their robes swirling in the wind that had suddenly picked up. The ground beneath Kahu's feet trembled, as though the world itself were shifting in response to his words. It was clear. The trial had begun. One of the keepers stepped forward, its form now clearer than before, the silhouette of a being that seemed both ancient and infinite. The figure extended its hand, and Kahu felt a surge of energy shoot through him, a force unlike anything he had ever experienced. His body felt weightless, as though he were being pulled into the very fabric of the dream world. You will face your own heart now, Kahu, the keeper's voice boomed. The greatest trial of all is understanding yourself. You must confront the shadows within you, the fears, the doubts, and the desires that have shaped you. Only then will you be ready for what comes next. Kahu closed his eyes, feeling the energy swirling around him. He knew what this meant. This was not just a physical challenge. It was a journey inward. He had faced so many obstacles in the dream world, but the hardest ones had always been those that forced him to confront his own weaknesses, his own fears. And now, in this place, at the heart of the dream world, he would face them all. A flood of memories rushed to the surface, moments of regret, fears of inadequacy, times when he had felt lost and powerless. Faces of people he had known flashed before his eyes, some of them smiling, others full of disappointment. But amid it all, one face stood out above the rest: his father's. His father had always been a figure of strength, of unyielding certainty. Kahu had spent so much of his life trying to live up to that ideal, trying to prove that he was worthy of his father's approval. But now, standing in this dream world, with the weight of everything he had learned pressing against him, Kahu realized something profound. He wasn't trying to earn his father's approval anymore. He was trying to accept himself, flaws and all. The dream world around him flickered again, and he could feel the presence of the keeper drawing closer. It was as if the very fabric of his being was being examined, sifted through, and laid bare. The question he had to answer was not just about the dream world. It was about who he was, deep inside. In that moment of stillness, Kahu understood. He didn't need to be perfect. He didn't need to have all the answers. All he needed was to accept himself fully, his flaws, his weaknesses, and the path he had taken. That was the key to moving forward. As he made peace with these truths, the keeper withdrew its hand, the energy around him fading as if the challenge had been passed. The silence that followed was profound, and for the first time in a long while, Kahu felt truly calm, truly whole. "You are ready," the keeper's voice said, echoing in his mind. "The truth awaits you. Step forward and embrace it." And with that, the path ahead opened wide before him, clear, inviting, and filled with the promise of what was yet to come. Chapter 22. The Truth Revealed. The moment Kahu spoke, the air around him seemed to still, as if the entire dream world was holding its breath. The keepers remained silent, their presence overwhelming yet oddly peaceful. He could feel their gaze upon him, as though they were studying him, measuring the weight of his words, and perhaps his very soul. He stood in the center of the gathering, the swirling landscape of the dream world now a distant echo. It was as though he had stepped beyond the boundaries of the world he had known, beyond time, beyond space. Here, in this strange place, the rules of reality seemed to bend, and yet they held a deeper, more ancient truth. The voice spoke again, its tone now softer, but still filled with immense power. "Understanding. Is it truly what you seek? Or is it the answer to something deeper within yourself?" Kahu's heart skipped a beat. He could feel the intensity of the question sink into him, reaching into the very core of his being. His journey had not been just about uncovering the mysteries of the dream world, had it? It had been about something more, a deeper search for meaning, for purpose. It was as if everything he had encountered in this realm, every challenge, every encounter, had been a reflection of something hidden inside himself. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to sink into the weight of the question. The dream world had shown him things about himself he had never considered. Fears, desires, hidden strengths. Was this all leading to a single moment of revelation? A moment where the true purpose of his existence would unfold before him? "I seek the truth," Kahu said finally, his voice steady, yet filled with the gravity of his realization. "I seek to understand why this dream world exists and why I was chosen to be a part of it. But I also seek to understand the purpose of all the people I've met along the way. The ones who've walked with me, the ones I've helped, and those I've lost. What does it all mean?" The voice seemed to pause, as if considering his words before responding. "You are not alone in your quest, Kahu. The journey you have undertaken is one that stretches beyond the boundaries of this realm and beyond time itself. You are part of something greater, a cycle that binds all who enter this world. Kahu felt a chill run down his spine. A cycle? He had sensed something far larger than just his own path. But this was beyond anything he had imagined. This was not just a dream. This was a shared experience, a force that had woven him together with countless others throughout history. A thread stretching across dimensions, linking lives, dreams, and realities. The dream world is not just a place, the voice continued, its resonance deepening. It is a reflection of the collective consciousness, of all those who have entered and passed through it. It is a space where souls gather, where lives intersect, and where the very nature of existence is understood. Kahu's mind reeled. The implications of this were staggering. The dream world wasn't just a manifestation of individual consciousness. It was a shared space, a meeting point for all souls, a place where the connections between them could be felt, experienced, and ultimately understood. The keepers, still standing in a circle around him, began to shift, their forms pulsing with light. Their presence seemed to grow even more powerful, as though the very nature of their being was aligning with the revelation. One keeper, the tallest among them, stepped forward, his form now more distinct than the others. His cloak shimmered with patterns that resembled ancient symbols Kahu could not decipher, yet they seemed familiar, something he had seen in his studies, in the symbols scattered across the dream world. The keeper's face remained obscured, but his voice was clear, resonating deep within Kahu's chest. You seek to understand the truth, Kahu, but you must first understand yourself, the keeper said, his voice an ancient thunderclap. For the truth is not something that is given to you. It is something that must be realized. It is not something you find. It is something you become. Kahu's breath caught in his throat. The answer was not a thing to be sought or uncovered. It was something intrinsic to him, something he had to unlock within himself. The pieces of the puzzle, the trials, the people, the revelations, had all been leading to this moment, where he would understand not just the dream world, but his place within it. His mind raced with the weight of the truth now unfolding before him. The keepers were not just guides. They were mirrors, showing him the way to understand his own nature. They were forcing him to confront the very essence of his being, his soul, and the connections he had made throughout his journey. Suddenly, the landscape around him began to change once more, shifting in response to the awakening within him. The sky darkened, and the air grew thick with energy. The ground beneath him quaked, and the symbols on the keepers' cloaks began to pulse with light. This is only the beginning, the keeper intoned, his voice now echoing in Kahu's mind. You must face the final trial, Kahu, the trial of understanding your own soul. The realization hit him like a wave. This was the culmination of everything. The final test was not about understanding the dream world or the people in it. It was about him, about understanding his own soul and his role in the greater cycle of existence. As the keepers closed in around him, the ground began to tremble beneath his feet. The air thickened with anticipation. Kahu knew that the moment of truth had come. The final trial was upon him, and there was no turning back. A ripple of energy surged through the dream world, shifting the ground beneath his feet once again. The air seemed to hum with the weight of the words that hung in the atmosphere. The keepers remained still, their forms flickering like distant stars, their presence vast and unknowable. You are a part of a cycle, Kahu, the voice continued, its tone now softer but no less intense. This world is a place of transition, of growth and transformation. It exists as a bridge between the realms of the living and the realms of the beyond. You, like all who come here, are not merely a wanderer. You are a guide, a catalyst for change. The choices you make ripple out, shaping not only your own fate, but the fate of all those connected to this realm. Kahu's heart raced, each word resonating deep within him. The dream world, this place of shifting landscapes, strange creatures, and endless mysteries, was not just a realm of sleep and visions. It was something far more profound, a nexus that connected all worlds, all times, all lives. And he, in his quest for understanding, had somehow become a part of this grand design. "Why me?" he whispered, almost to himself. "Why was I chosen to be here, to witness all of this?" The silence that followed felt like an eternity. The woman, the keepers, the dream world itself, all seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the answer to be revealed. "Because," the voice answered, a deep resonance filling Kahu's mind, "you are not just a dreamer. You are one who can see beyond the veil. You have the ability to understand the nature of the world, not through sight, but through insight. It is through your experiences, your trials, and your connections with others that the truth will be revealed. Your journey will determine the fate of not just this world, but of the cycle itself." Kahu's mind spun as the weight of those words settled into him. He was part of a cycle? A cycle that stretched beyond time, beyond life and death? He felt a deep sense of purpose rise within him, a pull that was both terrifying and exhilarating. He was no longer just an observer in this world. He was a key player in a greater cosmic order, and the choices he made would shape its very course. As the truth unfolded around him, the landscape around Kahu began to shift once again. The sky darkened, and the shifting tiles of the ground became more solid, more defined. The edges of the world blurred, as though the dream itself was coming to life, pulling him deeper into its core. Ahead, he saw a figure emerge from the shadows. It was a man, tall and imposing, with dark robes that seemed to ripple like smoke. His face was hidden in shadow, but Kahu could feel the weight of his gaze, the power radiating from him. The man spoke, his voice a low murmur that seemed to vibrate through Kahu's very bones. "You've come to the end of your path, Kahu. But the journey does not end here." Kahu's breath caught in his throat. The man's presence was both familiar and foreign, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. "What do you mean?" Kahu asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, as if each step carried the weight of eternity. "This world is but a shadow of what is to come. You have seen the surface, felt the edges of its mysteries, but there is much more beneath, much more hidden in the depths. And now, you must choose." Kahu took a step back, his heart hammering in his chest. The man's words felt like a warning, a final test before the ultimate revelation. He wasn't sure what it was, but he could sense it, an unknown force waiting for him, something he could neither fully grasp nor understand. The man's eyes, now visible beneath the hood, were dark and endless, like the void itself. The cycle can only continue if you make the right choice. The dream world, the realms beyond, are all connected. And you are the one who will decide whether they remain in harmony or descend into chaos. Kahu's mind raced, his thoughts a whirlwind of questions and doubts. The choices he made had always carried weight, but this was unlike anything he had ever imagined. Was he truly the one who held the fate of this entire world in his hands? The figure before him extended a hand, and in the palm was a small, glowing orb. The light within it flickered, shifting like a star on the verge of collapse. "Take it," the man commanded. "The power to shape what is to come lies within you." Kahu hesitated. The orb seemed so small, yet its presence was overwhelming, as if it held the weight of the entire universe within it. He reached out, his hand trembling, and grasped the orb. The moment his fingers touched it, a wave of energy surged through him, overwhelming his senses. The dream world around him seemed to bend and twist, and for a moment he saw visions, fragments of his past, flashes of people he had met, moments of his journey that had led him here. The faces of his companions, the ones who had walked beside him in this dream world, flashed before his eyes. But then there was something else, a dark shadow, moving in the corners of his vision, a presence that felt cold, ancient, and filled with malice. "Choose wisely," the man's voice echoed one last time, and then, like a wave receding from the shore, he vanished into the shadows. Kahu was left alone, standing in the center of the dream world, the orb pulsating in his hand. The weight of the decision pressed against him, and he could feel the weight of the world, the dream world, his reality, and the lives of those he had encountered, resting on his shoulders. The choice was his, and whatever path he chose would change everything. The edges of the world seemed to blur and stretch, as if the dream itself were slowly unraveling, exposing the intricate threads of reality behind it. The ground beneath Kahu's feet solidified into a smooth, reflective surface, mirroring the sky above, which was now a deep, swirling shade of midnight blue. The once ethereal landscape had transformed into something more tangible, more permanent, as though the dream was folding into itself, preparing for its next phase. The keepers remained silent, their presence unwavering. But Kahu could feel their energy shift. It was as though the dream world was holding its breath, waiting for him to take the next step, to make the final choice. The voice, now familiar, reverberated in Kahu's mind once again. "The cycle you are a part of is not one of endless repetition, Kahu. It is one of growth, of evolution. Those who enter this realm are given the opportunity to transcend their limitations, to break free from the confines of their past and their self-imposed boundaries. You, and those who journey with you, are part of a greater plan, a plan that reaches far beyond the dreams of this world." Kahu felt the weight of those words sink deep into him, like a seed taking root in the fertile soil of his mind. The cycle, the dream world, it wasn't just about the path he was walking now. It was about something far greater. It was about evolution, transcendence, and a collective movement toward something higher, something more connected. "What happens next?" Kahu asked, his voice steady but filled with anticipation. "What is my role in all of this? What am I supposed to do?" The voice was silent for a long moment, as if contemplating the depth of his question. Finally, it spoke again, its tone filled with an ancient wisdom. "You must choose, Kahu. You must choose whether to continue on your path, to embrace the responsibility that comes with the truth you now carry. You must decide whether to return to the waking world and share what you have learned, or to stay here, in the dream world, and guide others as they walk their own journeys." Kahu's heart pounded as the weight of this decision pressed against him. He had been wandering this realm for so long, uncovering its mysteries, learning its truths. But now, he stood at a crossroads. Could he really leave this world behind? Could he return to the waking world and share everything he had learned, knowing the consequences that might follow? Or would he remain here, as a guide, helping others navigate the dream world? "Aye," Kahu began, but the words faltered in his throat. What was the right choice? The dream world had become more than just a place to him. It had become home, a place where he had found his purpose, his place in the grand design of things. Yet, the pull of the waking world, the world he had once known, called to him too. "You will know your answer in time," the voice said, as if reading his mind. "The choice you make will be a reflection of who you have become. You are not the same person who first entered this world, and your decision will shape not only your fate, but the fate of those who will follow you." As the last words echoed in his mind, the dream world around him began to shift once again. The landscape became less defined, more fluid, as if it was fading, becoming something new, something beyond what he had ever known. Kahu stood at the center of it all, feeling the weight of his choices pressing down on him, knowing that the journey was far from over. But one thing was clear. He was no longer just a traveler in this realm. He was a part of it, as much a part of the cycle as the keepers themselves. And as the world around him began to dissolve into light, Kahu realized that no matter what choice he made, his journey was far from finished. The truth he had uncovered had only just begun to take shape. Chapter 22. The Truth Revealed. Kahu stood on the edge of a precipice, his heart heavy with the weight of the decision before him. The dream world stretched out in every direction, vast and unknowable. The keepers remained still, their presence like an eternal promise, yet their power and influence hung in the air, like the final moment of a breath before it is exhaled. The voice resonated through Kahu's mind once more, echoing with ancient wisdom and unspoken understanding. The cycle you are part of is not bound by the confines of time, nor is it defined by the constraints of a single life. Your choice here, Kahu, is not an end. It is a beginning. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the cool air around him, letting it wash over him as his mind sifted through everything he had learned. The dream world, the people he had met, the places he had visited. It was all part of something greater. The connection between this world and the waking world, between past and future, was clear now. He wasn't merely a traveler. He was a part of an ever-evolving cycle that shaped and was shaped by every dreamer who passed through it. His journey had started as a quest for answers to questions about the world, about his place in it, about the purpose of this dream world itself. But it had become something more. It had become a journey of self-discovery, of understanding his role in the grand design of the universe. He opened his eyes and faced the keepers, their faces still hidden in shadow, their power both humbling and awe-inspiring. His voice rang out, filled with newfound clarity. "I choose to return," Kahu said, his words firm, carrying with them the weight of everything he had learned. "I will take what I have learned here and share it. I will awaken those still trapped in the cycle, guide them just as I have been guided, and help them understand the truth." There was a moment of silence, a pause in the cosmic dance of the dream world. The keepers stirred slightly, their figures shimmering in response. Then the voice spoke once more, but this time it was softer, filled with a quiet, knowing joy. "You have chosen wisely, Kahu. You will return, but you will carry with you the knowledge of the realms beyond the veil, and with that knowledge, you will help others find their own path toward the truth. The ground beneath Kahu's feet began to tremble as the dream world shifted around him. He could feel the pull of the waking world, the familiar warmth of reality calling him back. The dream world, with all its mysteries, was fading away, but not without leaving its mark on him. Kahu took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his decision settle into his bones. He had been part of something far greater than himself, and now, as he returned, he knew his journey was far from over. It was just beginning. With a final glance at the keepers, he turned and walked toward the shifting horizon, where the waking world awaited him. He wasn't the same man who had first entered the dream world. He was something more, a guide, a seeker, a part of the endless cycle of transformation. As he stepped into the light of the waking world, Kahu smiled, knowing that his purpose was clear. The cycle would continue, and he would be there to help those who walked the path toward the truth, just as he had. Epilogue. Echoes beyond the veil. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long golden beams across the waking world. The lab, once a hub of tension and uncertainty, now breathed with a quiet peace. Dr. Valerie Floyd stood in the observation chamber, staring at the 5 empty dream pods, once occupied, now silent. Not because they had failed, but because they had all returned. Kahu was the first to awaken. He had emerged from the dream world changed, not in the dramatic way one might expect, but with a calm certainty, a deep knowing in his eyes. He didn't speak much at first. Instead, he listened, to the wind, to his ancestors, to the song lines that still echoed in his soul. He had seen the heart of the dream, touched the truth of the cycle, and chosen to carry that wisdom back into the world. Tama, the Aboriginal elder, awoke next. He was humming when his eyes opened, a low, ancient song that no one in the room recognized. He walked barefoot through the grass behind the facility, feeling the land with every step. Later, he told Valerie he had seen the rainbow serpent coiled around the roots of the world, breathing stories into the soil. "The dream time isn't the past," he said with a grin. "It's a circle. We just forget we're part of it." Bjorn, the man of Norse descent, had wrestled with darkness, his own and others. He spoke of Yggdrasil and the 9 realms, of runes that burned into his palms and whispered truths in a language older than memory. "We dream not just forward," he said, "but down through the roots and up through the stars." May, the Chinese-American woman who had quietly joined the experiment, had seemed the most skeptical at first, but she returned with eyes alight and tears flowing freely. "I stood in the library of souls," she whispered. "A phoenix lit the shelves with fire, and every scroll was a life. Some were mine, some were yours, all were one." She smiled, finally understanding the patterns she'd seen in her research: fractals, sacred geometry, and now, dreams. Rafi, the Sufi poet from Morocco, had barely spoken a word since his return, but every night he painted. Massive canvases, spirals of color, stars wrapped in calligraphy, flowing silhouettes made of wind and light. He left one message before disappearing on a pilgrimage: "There is only the beloved, veiled in dream and form." Dr. Floyd gathered their journals, the data, the paintings. She sat in silence, reading, watching the sun rise higher each day. They had gone into the dream world as subjects of a scientific experiment. They returned as vessels of something larger, truths that transcended cultures, religions, time, and death. Each had entered through their own doorway, and each had emerged carrying a piece of the great tapestry. And though Kahu had carried the core of the story, walking the deepest layers of the dream, they had all been threads in the same weave. The veil was thinner now, and somewhere, just beyond it, the dream still sang. The End, created by Samuel Jaggard and ChatGPT.